because like most people, I research and writers have a whole lot of stuff coming across the desk. And one day, I received a book titled Our Mysterious Ancient Moon. It was written in the 1970s by a UFologist by the name of John Wilson. And I tell you, that little book blew me away. That little book taught me that our moon, there's way more to our moon than we know of. He wrote about some of the things that the Apollo astronauts had seen up there. He wrote about light being seen up there, and I was just like, what's going on? And so I used that little book as a jump start for my own research, and boy, did I come up with some amazing moon mysteries that people, I thought people would be interested in. So it's kind of started, with this little book that introduced me to the idea that our moon is not what we thought it is.
I'm going to explain the cover to people of the moon's galactic history. You've got a picture of the surface of the moon, the Earth in the foreground, and on the moon is a dome structure. Tell me about that structure.
Yeah, so, the structures, I was in those books, and it is one of those, mysteries. There are, apparently, there are structures, domes on the moon, light domes, that have been spotted, that are actually not talked about in their narratives, in their, the transcript, that there are lighted domes. It looks like some sort of energy source is going on up there, and you can see them. And so, we don't know where they came from, of course, or where the lights are coming from, but, if you get into the whole hollow moon theory, there could be someone inside the moon, with some sort of energy source, making those stones light up. Maybe it has been speculated that it is an artificial environment within the moon, and that is what we're seeing.
Since good old planet Earth is about 4.5 billion years old, one would assume the moon is the same thing, but is it?
No, the moon and the Earth are not the same age, which has thrown the scientists way off because, there's been 5 different theories as to, how our moon came to be. Our scientists do not know where the moon came from, exactly what the moon is, but one of the theories is that it was born, right along with Earth, but that's not true because of the age difference, because of the different materials found on the moon and on the Earth, so they've had to discount that. It looks like our moon, and I'd like to get into details a little bit, but it looks like our moon was speculated to have been created outside of our galaxy, or even outside the universe, and hit across the universe to where we are now.
Well, we've had some guests, Constance, who believe the moon was towed into place where it is now, brought from another section.
Right. That's my point exactly. So when we talk about the spaceship moon theory, that, I'm talking about that with the spaceship moon book, that theory of it being something else that was brought here, people believe that maybe it is a spaceship that was brought here from there's an old tale out of Africa that talks about our moon, the Laguna people, being sent across the universe. These 2 extraterrestrial brothers, according to this tale, created the moon, which they referred to as a gigantic egg. They said that the yolk of this egg was hollowed out, and it was sent across the universe to place in Earth's vicinity. That interpretation for an egg can be said, that it is a planetoid that was hollowed out and sent. What is really interesting about that is there were 2 Russian scientists and Soviet scientists who in the 1970s came forward with the theory that went along lines of the Zulu tale of the aging Pentecost. Well, these two Russian scientists said from what they could understand from what the NASA astronauts brought back, the data they brought back about the moon, to them, it looked like the moon is a spaceship that has been hollowed out and perhaps has entities or humanoid people or extraterrestrials living inside this thing, and that quite possibly there's material in there for a generation of people or extraterrestrials to survive. They said that they thought it was engines in there and food, and that it was a kind of a ark. So to me, it sounds very much like that old Zulu tale, modern day account and an ancient account. So yeah, there are those that believe that it was code into place.
The late remote viewer Ingo Swann wrote a book called Penetration, where he claims that the far side of the moon is loaded with objects and structures and all kinds of things.
Yeah, he saw a lot in his remote viewing experience. There were he was sent up there by a secret agency. Not sent up there. I don't know a whole lot about remote viewing. I don't remote view. I need the body, but I don't remote view.
You don't do that yet, right?
But from my understanding of what he was saying, this secret agency recruited him to engage in the coordinates to go to view the moon, and he did so. And when he went there via his remote viewing, he saw humanoids up there, and he saw structures. I think one of them he referred to was a factory. He said they looked like they were creating some sort of, I forget, it was a laser beam. And he saw a bunch of stuff. And what was really interesting is that he said the people on the moon that he witnessed were able to perceive him. So that would have meant that they were, I guess, telepathic, because of course he was not physically there, but they knew they were being observed. And he became frightened, and he withdrew himself, so to speak, and he hid.
In a fast way, too. Constance, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll come back and go through your latest book, of course, The Moon's Galactic History. We'll go through some of these chapters, because they're all fascinating.
Do you have a photo that you think would interest the Coast to Coast audience? We're always on the hunt for unique and unusual images for our photo gallery. To submit your image, simply go to coasttocoastam.com and mouse over the media button on the upper navigation bar, and you'll see the submission options.
And Mike Diamond Plumbing, we sell good. Show up on time or your house call is free. MikeDiamond.com.
KFI, news of the hour. On the hand. And when it breaks.
I'm Amy King in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. California's 11th atmospheric river storm has flooded roadways, toppled trees, and caused landslides, and has brought so much drought-busting rainfall. The Metropolitan Water District of Southern California has announced it is ending water restrictions for nearly 7 million people. Former LA Mayor Garcetti has been confirmed as the next U.S. ambassador to India. House Democrats have boycotted a congressional hearing at the U.S.-Mexico border, saying Republicans are just trying to score political points by holding a hearing outside D.C. During the hearing, U.S. Border Patrol Chief Raul Ortiz said the U.S. does not have operational control of the border. Actor Ryan Reynolds is part of a $1.35 billion deal to sell his part of Mint Mobile to T-Mobile. Reynolds tweeted he never thought he'd own part of a wireless company and never expected to sell it to T-Mobile. Southland weather from KFI, mostly cloudy tomorrow and Friday with highs in the 50s to mid-60s, partly cloudy Saturday, mostly cloudy Sunday with a slight chance of rain in the morning. It's 55 in Santa Ana, 55 in Fullerton. We read local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
In Glendora, this is on the 210 westbound before Grand Avenue. Cleanup crews from an earlier crash. Taking up the left lane there. We tried to stop and go from Sunflower and in South El Monte VFC. Earlier crash on the 60 westbound at Tech Road has been cleared from lanes. You drive is up to 14 in that area. Montana, this is on the 10 eastbound right before Cherry Avenue. We have a crash there, taking up the middle lane. The thing delayed is that area. KFI, the guys will get you there faster. I'm Brian there. This report is sponsored by the California DMV. Did you know that many DMV tasks, like renewing your registration or starting your Real ID application, can be done online any time of day? Check them off your to-do list without a trip to the DMV. Get started today at dmv.ca.gov/online.
The Chief Marketing Report. The PTSA 11, Global Chief Marketing Officer, direct-to-consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with IR has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the honor talent. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Fresh steelhead trout, wild caught salmon fillets smothered in garlic lemon butter sauce, succulent shrimp scampi, crispy hand-battered cod fillets, and tender shrimp tacos topped with cool veggies for a bit of crunch. It's worth tasting, and you have so many choices of feeder weapons. From our fresh seafood packets to our full circle market wild caught fish fillets and plant-based protein to our Feeder Brothers shrimp. Stop in today and grill some tonight. Feeder Brothers Market. Fresh, affordable, community first.
KFI, AM 640. One of the things about gasoline prices, people drive less, but I haven't seen it. People drive forward because it sucks up less gas. I haven't seen it. The roads that I follow, all the people will be where I drive. Bill Handle. I can have a 15-minute drive, and yesterday was 40 minutes. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
I know people clutch their pearls when you throw any shade at the sanctity of elections like it is a shoddy business. Votes get lost. Votes don't get counted. Votes appear out of nowhere.
We like to assume that elections are this absolutely pristinely run mechanism. The idea that there wouldn't be problems is betting on a miracle. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI live and everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. My darling, and say that you'll always be mine. This joy is something new, my arms unfolding you, never knew this thrill before. Who ever thought I'd be holding you close to me, whispering it's you I adore. If you just leave each little dream would take wings and my life would be
Premier Network presents Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Well, it's not too late for you to join us in Sedona, Arizona. We'll be there in a few days. And March 18th is our live stage show. Full information at coasttocoastam.com and the carousel reel. Come on out and pick up your tickets and spend a couple days in Sedona, Arizona. And then May 27th, we'll be in the Dome near Portland. 80 miles east of Portland with another great stage show as well. Full information there as well in the highlight reel at coasttocoastam.com. Now here's something for you to fight off any illness and stay strong.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of any stem and adaptive stem together, supporting the body to do what it can do.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking adaptive stem and immune stem?
The immune stem is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptive stem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with adaptive stem and immune stem and your free gift to relax doll is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Taxing can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means this can be dangerous and easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. But you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com.
Real people, real stories. I had acute eczema. I had tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine. It's pretty miserable. So I started taking Dora, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
Our little dog developed this lymph problem. The chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. We started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try kind of water. So lymph nodes started to go down, swelling dead. Then I took them into the vet and get them checked out, and there was no signs at all inside.
My dad had issues that developed in his eye, so my veterinarian said, you know what, just go ahead and remove the eye. I heard the carnivore advertising, so I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. They did all the tests. I kid you not, this product saved his eye.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you, along with Constance Victoria Briggs. We'll take calls with Constance next hour here on Coast to Coast, where you chime in about your thoughts on the move. Constance, let's go through briefly the chapters that you have, because they're all exciting. The first one being the moon's mysterious ascension. And I guess that's where you start talking about how in the world did it get here?
Right, yeah. So I called that chapter, I gave that chapter that title, for that reason, like I said before, I think the scientists have looked at the moon and, said, what is it? Well, interestingly enough, if we go, I wanted to tell the moon story, and I wanted to go back as far in history as I possibly could. And what I found was the beginning of the tale that talk about a time where there was no moon in the sky, a pre-lunar Earth, something that most people have never heard of or would have used and from Rome and philosophers that talk about several people, including Aristotle and Origen, for example, talk about a time where Venus was the planetary body in the sky that lit up at night. And so I went back to that time, and I just thought, what a great title, because it just wasn't there. It is printed. It is printed with, a figure of speech. Really, it was brought in. And so I went from that time of the philosophers saying, it was a time where people were running wild in the earth, It was a time for Mesopotamia, from early civilization that we can think about. It was before that time. There was no moon in the sky, and it had those parts of it. But so then, I decided to come forward with that to the chapter of human history and talk about writings that are on the Sunday of Bolivia, where there is a structure that stands, a ruin that stands today in an area of Bolivia that is believed to have been an astronomical observatory. And the symbols on this gateway, which is a huge structure, as I said, it's an artifact, when it talks about the moon coming in, it's symbols and writing, saying that the moon came in about 12,000 years ago, approximately, according to them, according to the interpretation of that part of the symbol, that it came in, and then when it arrived, there were storms and earthquakes and chaos, and that eventually, it's being settled. And today, as we know it, the days back then were changed. The world has changed, and this thing was brought in or since then. So I found it interesting that there was a time when they said there was no moon, and when we can find writing that said that the moon came in later. And then, as we move, I moved forward in history. But that was the main idea for that chapter.
Chapter 2, of course, is hollow moon, and there are some who believe the moon is indeed hollow.
Right, right. So chapter 2 is my favorite chapter because I am all over the hollow moon theory, and it ties into, that spaceship moon theory that someone is living within the moon. And so we first discovered that the moon was hollow. Of course, we all know the story of the astronauts going and throwing that crashing that space into the moon, and it's ringing like a bell. No question, really ringing like a bell. It reverberated, and it went on, and it did this a couple of times. And during a press conference, a scientist came out and said, it rang like a bell, and they were baffled. They said it shouldn't be doing that, And so some people think that is a conspiracy theory, but it's not. It's that started with the scientists saying it, and of course it's the cold, and that's what they said. So, interestingly enough, when I talk about those two Soviet scientists saying that there may have been people inside the moon, well, if you go back and you look at that, and you look at some of the ideas that we have of going to the moon, we ourselves are saying, there may be caverns in there that, for those that don't believe there are, ETs in the moon. We ourselves, when we go, maybe we can turn some of those caverns into living spaces, okay, on the astronaut. Well, it looks like someone beat us to that millions of years ago. And so within this hollow moon, there may be beings, that own the moon, that have been there all the time. And so, yeah. So interestingly enough, I used in my book some ideas that, not ideas, but some similarities that I saw on Star Trek. It was interesting, George, because Gene Roddenberry, who created Star Trek, is said to have sat in on channeling sessions with a lady who was channeling extraterrestrial, and that Star Trek may have been inspired from those channeling sessions, right? And that some of the scripts may have been inspired from what he was hearing from these ETs during these sessions. Well, one of the storylines in one of his shows was about an asteroid that had been hollowed out, and it was sent across the universe, and it had a generational, ship that was designed to look like an asteroid. People have been living in this thing for generations, and they were headed, leaving their home sector of the universe and heading to another area because their sun had exploded or something. So I was thinking, it sounded so much like my vision.
Yeah.
What it is. So, Gene Roddenberry wrote that, and here, the Soviet scientists saying this, the NASA scientists saying it's hollow, and then, we have found structures on the moon, strange lights on the moon, which tells me that the moon may be hollow, and there may be someone inside.
Chapter 3 leads us into an inhabited alien world.
Yeah. So, to piggyback on my last comment about there being someone inside, the question that we have is that if the moon is inhabited, if there are people living inside or on the outside, who is this? I wanted to keep this dialogue about the moon going. I don't want people to forget that there's something strange going on up there. So when I talk about the inhabited alien world, I want to think about who it may be and why they may be there and how they came to be there. So some of the ideas in this chapter is that number one, the moon may have had inhabitants on it all along. Why do we think there might be inhabitants? Because we have found structures on the moon. All right? That's no secret. And the people often, when they're talking about the moon, and they're talking about the moon anomalies, they talk about the structures, and that's kind of where they stop. They don't keep the dialogue going. Well, if there's structures on the moon, who put them there? How long have they been there?
And why?
So, we found pyramids, we found partial structures that look like they had been destroyed. We found, in our modern day, whole structures on the surface of the moon. Now, I can talk to you about the interior, but on the surface of the moon, we have structures. We have mighty stones that look like there's something beneath, but then who placed the structures on the surface? Is there a city on the moon? Is the moon a foreign country where there's a civilization that has its own laws and its own rules? When did these beings come in? When this thing was sent across the universe? Or are they the same? Or did the original lunar inhabitants leave and someone else found the moon? I think we need to know. I think we need to question. And before we start going up there again, we need to know for sure, if we can, what's going on and who is it? So I talked about this inhabited moon, and then I talked about the fact that, excuse me, I'm losing my voice. I talked about the fact that in ancient times, there seemed to be a connection between Earth, the Moon, and Mars. In our ancient writings, especially the writings out of India, we read that humankind has the ability to fly. Now, as crazy as that may sound to some people, it's out there. People think that these are myths that people made up to tell stories. It's not true. If you go into those writings, you can see that there's outlined these spaceships that were on Earth in those ancient days. They tell you exactly what they look like, how they were made, and even the energy that was used to fly them. And it says that they left Earth and they could go to the moon and that they could go beyond the moon. So someone was on the moon, on Earth, of course, but on the moon as well. Were they connected to Earth? Were the inhabitants human? Did they leave here and go to the moon for whatever reason and get stuck there? So that's what some of what I explore in chapter 3.
And one of my favorite chapters, 4, Ancient Aliens and the Earth-Moon Connection.
Yeah, so here is a idea that, like I just said, the inhabitants on the moon could have been humans that got stuck there. There's a story out there that says that Atlantis had that same ability. If you believe in Atlantis was good, I do. That they had that same ability to be able to fly, and that the moon was possibly a territory of Atlantis. All right, and one wonders if we've had 5 catastrophes on Earth, and one wonders if at some point humans, either from Atlantis or during those the ones that were written about in the Hindu scriptures, did they get stuck up there? Are they still there? Did something happen on Earth where they couldn't come back?
Or did they get stuck there? Was it like a prison plan?
Yeah. Also, are they, who are they? Are they maybe, I call them the usual suspects, the Anunnaki. You've heard stories of the Anunnaki possibly being on the moon, and you just wonder what race of beings outside of the humanoid being maybe up there as well. Was it a colony planet, the moon? I wrote about that in that not just a theory of the generational shift, but could there have been escapees, refugees, or immigrants coming across our universe, and they spotted this thing, and they needed somewhere to go and colonize it.
Strange happenings, chapter 5.
Strange happenings. Yeah, the strangest happenings, I have to say, I think the tales about the lunar transit phenomena, I know you know this term, but to me, these strange lights were seen as far back as the 1600s when the telescope was created. There was so much movement on the moon in the area of light and objects moving across the surface of the moon that back then, when the telescope was first created, it was scientific fact that there was someone up there, that there was someone living on the moon. It was just accepted fact because they saw so many things. One astronomer reported seeing what he thought was insects flying across the lunar surface. Insects. And he touched this thing, but it was, I don't know how they looked. They were flying across the lunar surface. And he wrote about it. And no one doubted him because I can't remember his name. There's so many astronomers, I can't keep them all straight for time unless I have it right in front of me. But he is a notable scientist, and he saw them. They saw light moving during a lunar eclipse. They saw different colored lights in all shapes and sizes in the crater, leaving the crater. And you and I both know that it wasn't just lights that they were seeing. These things were, we would say UFOs, but I would just call it ships. I don't know if they had any idea back then about, the thing of 1600s about there being UFOs in flight or anything like that. But we know that they were seeing UFOs because even today, on the strange happenings, I can put, we are seeing what looks like fleets of UFOs leaving the moon. People are taking, photographs and video of these things. What are they? And where are they going? There's reports, one person recorded seeing their mother, what they call a mother ship. This thing was hovering over the moon, and it was so huge. And they referred to it as a mother ship. It wasn't just, a fleet of them. This thing was like this. It was described as a large dark bird.
Well, there was a Pentagon paper that said if we're being visited, it's done with a mothership and smaller craft that come from it.
Right.
Much like what you said.
Right, yeah, here's the question. I mean, there are so many reports, and I believe I put this on the same happening, of these ships. Where are they going? Are they coming to Earth? Here are the solar system, of course, but are they coming here? We see so many UFOs today, and so, I mean, I have friends who, you think you just go out and, watch the sky and you'll see them. The moon is the closest in proximity, to us, of all of these planetary bodies. Why not? That they would be coming from the moon. So that is the thought. And we see so many different shapes and sizes of UFOs too on Earth, and the same for the moon. I mean, we have photographs, and they say that NASA trying to cover things up. Well, I'm here to tell you that there are photographs that show cylinder shape 6 near the moon.
Since we're going to take a short break, come back and wrap up with the rest of the chapters. We'll then take phone calls with you now.
Sign up now for Coast Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
Hi everyone, I'm KCLA Senior Cortese. We will tell you your afternoons just got a lot smarter.
From live to press
Have the latest here at News Station. Seriously, KCLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday. Really heavy rain comes through. We're covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. KCLA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why KCLA is LA's very own. We are a moment.
Including incredible start to the season in Manitoba, Mexico. This golf returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona. This golf is live all season long. The battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's this golf on the CW. Are you ready for this? Stream Friday on the CWS and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your CW network. Saturday and Sunday morning starting at 10 on KCLA 5, the CW.
As the United States Postal Service, we're reinventing our network to help keep your business moving. With new shipping options to deliver better value, greater flexibility to conveniently reach your customers, more confident shipping with new informed delivery features. A new electric vehicle for a cleaner, brighter future. Fast, reliable, perfectly orchestrated. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America. Learn more at USPS.com/moving forward. Without U.S. kids again, what you're expecting a teenager, learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for greatest of all time, as in spaghetti sandwiches for dinner. They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
Now, if you've been watching by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services without U.S. kids in bad numbers.
AM on, AM, the choice. AM on, AM, the choice. Remember when you used to have a radio to listen to AM on?
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Solidarity strikes. I'm Amy King in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The union representing LA school districts week unless their demands are met. The superintendent says he's willing to sit down and negotiate. Superintendent Alberto Carvalho has been vocal about his concerns for students since the labor union announced the potential strike. Now he says he's willing to continue talks to prevent schools from shutting down.
Why argue? And why now? When we are saying we're willing to meet, we already have demonstrated our willingness to do right.
Carvalho says he's made several offers to the workers, but they haven't responded. The labor union representing over 30,000 employees said last week the wages are insufferable and many are at the poverty line. At LAUSD headquarters, Chris Adler, KFI News. If no deal is reached, the strike would happen next Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday and would force the closure of all schools in the district. Mandatory water restrictions have been lifted for millions of people in Southern California. The Metropolitan Water District says recent storms have helped replenish the state's historic drought. 2020 to 2022 was the driest period in California's history. Overcrowding is forcing an animal shelter in LA County to make some extreme and potentially deadly decisions. The Long Beach animal shelters resorted to possible euthanasia as a way to deal with the recent influx of dogs. The facility has 99 large dog kennels, but currently is housing 120 canines. The overflow animals are living in portable crates, staff offices, even in the tap room. Officials say while adoptions have been steady this year, a number of dogs recently were brought in for homeless encampment. There are currently 9 dogs at the Long Beach shelters that could be perfectly adoptable that will be euthanized unless they're adopted by the end of the month. Jennifer Jones, KFI News. Tony Shalhoub is reprising his role as Monk for a movie coming to Peacock. Mr. Monk's last week, a Monk movie, will also bring back some original cast members from the series. The movie will follow the detective with OCD who solves one last case involving a stepdaughter who's been married. Monk premiered in 2002 and first season. Southland weather can be a fine cloudy but dry tomorrow, highs in 50s, mid-60s, about the same for Friday. Becoming partly cloudy Saturday, highs in the 60s to about 70s. Light chance of showers Sunday morning, otherwise cloudy. Good chance we're going to get rain again Tuesday and Wednesday. 54 in Bray, 52 in Lake 54 in Marina Del Rey, 54 in Burbank. We read local in the 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
These shelters, this is on the 710 northbound at Imperial Highway. Clean up this from an earlier crash. Taking up the 2 right lanes, who is being delayed from the 105. And it's been additional rebound 14 northbound at New Orleans. Crash involving an overturned car there. That's out of lanes at all the right shoulders. That's watch for delays as you approach. And in Anaheim, there is a work zone 87 northbound from Milton to the 91. Purple and west lane here to get shut down for road work. KFI, the sky don't get you there faster on Friday.
Honey, is that car going to work?
No, not anymore.
It's got an extended service plan from ROTHSCHILD. ROTHSCHILD, yeah. ROTHSCHILD will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, ROTHSCHILD offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
We pay nothing on repairs. Oxygen to 6-4. Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance. What's the number?
800-301-4089. Options a 30-day money-back guarantee and the A+ rating of the Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We can call now, 800-301-4089.
The last thing you need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Oxcart Care now.
Call Oxcart Care for your free call. 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discount. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Oxcart Care. 800-301-4089.
I have 2 dogs, and both are golden retrievers. Forcing them to use the mouth. Always between the paws or soaking wet all day and just constant licking. He had bald spots on his back. I just got like putting shots and steroids into your dog all the time. Yeah, speaking of that, Dynavite is nutrition. Probably 2 weeks after he started Dynavite, I started seeing great improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent. It's amazing stuff. So Bailey has been 12 weeks old. She's been a Dynavite dog, and he has zero issues today. He won't eat his food without Dynavite. When I get out the Dynavite, my dog absolutely salivates like I'm giving them the treat. So you're all over it. Dynavite is the best thing you can eat for your dog. Having your dog will be. I get my Dynavite from VINOVICE.com.
What would you do if you took the ball with the relative host in the United States told you, hey, let's start a truce? Back in the 1930s, when the Jeffy Butler was all that stood between the U.S. and all their families. I'm Ben Bowler. I'm Alex. And Smedley Chapman. Join us for this gorgeous tale of ambition, treason, and what happens when evil tycoons have too much time on their hands. Listen to Let's Start a Truce on the Island Radio app to wherever you find your favorite shows.
Spring General. This month gets 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. And explore the world with bite-sized lessons in 25 languages, from Spanish and German to French and Korean, and even Portuguese and Turkish. Rosetta Stone prepares you for real-life conversations and will have you prompted from your very first lesson. So visit RosettaStone.com today for 40% off. And have you for the trip of a lifetime. Offer ends March 22nd. Rosetta Stone, the language you learn.
I'm attorney Gary Cavanagh, founder of 1-800-NO-CUT. reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. 1-800-NO-COP. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the city of Memphis, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. 2 more chapters to go with our guest Constance Victoria Graves as her book of Coast to Moon's Galactic History. Then we'll take your calls on Coast to Coast AM. If you want to improve your aim, you need a Mantis X. The Mantis X can improve the high-tech of easy-to-use system, including to your ability to successfully steal off. Here's how it works. You simply attach the Mantis X to your firearm and connect with an app on your smartphone or tablet via Bluetooth. It gives you instant feedback on what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong and how to correct your technique. Mantis X is a firearms instructor in your pocket. 95% of the people who use it improve within 20 minutes using Mantis X. The best part is you can use it at home. The best in the world do what is called dry fire practice at home. The Mantis X is the best way to train at home. No driving to the range, spending money on range fees and ammo. You save a ton of money and improve your shooting just by improving today. To get yours at MantisX.com. That's MANTIS, MantisX.com.
Real people, real stories. I had acute eczema. I had tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine for 3 years ago. So I
developed this women's problem. Like the chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. We started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try carnivore. So lymph nodes started to go down, swelling dead. Then I took them into the doctor and checked out, and there was no signs at all inside.
My dad had issues with developing anxiety, so my grandmother said, you know what, let's go ahead and remove the eye. Now the carnivore advertising. So I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. They did all the tests. I kid you not, this product saves his eye.
call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com.
So what do you do, man? Is this Elijah? And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie along with Constance Victoria Graves. Her book, of course, is called The Moon's Galactic History. Constance will go through a few more chapters here and take calls, but where do you get the book?
Oh, you can get the book on Amazon. Of course, Amazon.com has all of my books. You can also go to the Interest Unlimited Press website and get a copy there. Barnes & Noble, you can order online from Barnes & Noble.
Chapter 6, A Moon Metropolis. Tell me about that.
Right, so lately we've had people looking at Google Moon or Google Earth and saying that they're seeing even more structures on the moon that have previously been recorded. And so there's some astronomers out there saying, it's just what looks like light on edges of craters. Interestingly enough, that also was a rumor with the Apollo 11 astronauts that they had seen light chips sitting on the edge of the crater. And someone speculated that what they're seeing today is like there's, chips almost like phosphorus. They're seeing structures up there, things that look like roadways, buildings, that, we might liken to, a corporate building. I mean, these things are really tall, and, they're shooting up, I forget the process that you can be able to see. So I call this kind of a moon metropolis using a modern day term for a city, but when you look at it, there are also ancient structures up there too, things that resemble monuments and pyramids, and like I said before, there are structures that look like they were blown apart in a war.
Lots of emails come in constant from people saying that without the moon, the Earth would be in a mess. Do you think it was put here to help the planet?
Yeah, so that is, I think, the number one theory, that the moon was brought here to symbolize the Earth, and that someone out there saw the potential for Earth to be able to sustain life more than it was, and that this thing was sent here to help. And that's what people were actually seeing, some believe, is that the people who are on the moon may have worshiping here and are keeping watch over Earth and watching the development of the people on Earth and life flourish here. And, I kind of call that theory that, someone sent us here, to help us to thrive and make, help us build the world again. Beautiful place it is today. Yeah. So I think that if we have come to the idea that there are people on the moon, we need to figure out who it is. And there are theories. Some people think that the moon may be actually holding people that are our protectors, our creatures for the earth. Some people, someone could say, they might be, here to watch our progress, but others are saying that they could be the ones who, for example, are knocking. I've heard some of the stories about asteroids that in the earth knocking being knocked out of the way by extraterrestrials. Something that those may be the same extraterrestrials on the moon kind of been watching over us. But there are another theory, as I mentioned, the Anunnaki, who in the Canary Tales, as we know, were the creators of mankind. Some feel that they are on the moon, and the Anunnaki were well known for trying to extract gold from Earth. Some feel that they are there, and it's not them somebody, if they're taking resources from the Earth and taking them to the moon and then flying them off, interestingly enough. We have seen UFO, people have seen UFOs extracting water from our world, and thinking that they're being taken to the moon and taken off. So, there is maybe some sort of, I don't know, watering system, or they could be there for those purposes. Also, along the line of the moon being brought here to help Earth, there was a writer who authored a book called Who Built the Moon? And his name was Christopher Knight. And he was of the opinion that the moon could hold time travelers from the future who, will want to be here to help life on Earth again. And I thought that was interesting.
Their symbols, codes, and clues.
So there are a number of strange things going on in that area. The question is, are we receiving symbols so that we notice them on the moon? Things like, there's a huge letter S that, it looks like, just like someone had written the letter S on the mountain on the moon, and it just looks like it was gone. Now, of course, we don't know what that means. Maybe they're trying to reach it. There's not just the letter S, there's other symbols from the Greek alphabet we've seen up there. We've seen flashes of light that some interpreted to be a kind of Morse code, but someone was flashing them.
And then, oh, well, she got a phone on. Nobody can tell.
And that kind of struck me because, could there be someone up there that's trying to let us know they're there, or could there be someone there that's being held and are in need of some sort of assistance? I mean, I don't know why they would be flashing, but it looks like they were flashing, at the Earth. Also, the astronaut encountered some strange radio signals up here, and one of them heard strange language.
Chapter 9, or no man has done before.
So I don't think when I believe that we were doing obviously as you're talking about it.
Oh, yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Too many people involved in this.
Right. But so I don't know if the astronauts when they were attempting to find anything up there. I think they were just going into some sort of exploration type of a mindset, right? Like I'm not just starting for the Bible after that. They were just going to go out there and see what they could find. But when I wrote in that chapter, because they got more than they bargained for, because we have, pictures of UFOs hovering near the astronauts as they walked on the moon. All of the missions, the Apollo missions, were followed by things like UFOs, all of them. And we have some very interesting, encounters. And I don't know that they had planned on that, so I talked about that in that chapter. And I talked about that NASA had put together a political apology on the technical report dated back to the 1600s, where they were doing things like, I don't know if it ever occurred to the astronauts that they were going to run into all of this stuff out there. So, they were kind of like, guys, they kind of discovered some kind of life out there. They weren't allowed to talk about it.
Your final chapter, of course, is into the future.
Right. Yeah, so I have a dream of being able to traverse stars, and I kind of question in that chapter, why can't we be the ones to do that? Why do we have to be saturated? Why can't we talk about this? What is the plan for the future? And I look at some of the things that scientists are coming up with creatively and places to live out space. They were coming up with an elevator into space, this mega structure that would go from the Earth, for example.
Crazy idea.
No, but it's amazing.
239,000 miles elevator.
I love it. And who knows, right? So who knows what the future holds? I go into that.
I really have to upside down.
We might be able to have colonies out there. And the fact that we need to, I talk about thinking about it seriously. In Nevada, we're going to have an apocalyptic future with spacefaring race out in the cosmos. So that's what that chapter is about.
Let's go to the phones. They're lining up for you. First-time caller Ernest is with us in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Hello, Ernest. Thanks for calling.
Hi, George. Thanks for having me on. First off, I'd like to mention that the Star Trek episode was called For the World is Hollow, For I Touch the Sky.
Thank you.
That's the one. And also the other one is there's another movie called Moonfall featuring Holly Berry.
Yeah.
If you look at that. But the reason why I'm calling is, have you ever heard of a book called Somebody Else is on the Moon by George H. Renner?
Yeah.
Published in 1976.
Yep.
Now, it's so fun to mention there's some very interesting early pictures that was taken. And one of my favorite ones was this object that rose into this crater and it rose out, and it rose out of it. And it's leaving a long straight track, like, tractor trailer track just going across it. And I just want to know if you've seen that book.
Yes, I have seen the book. I have the book. And, his book is amazing. There's just nothing else like it out there. And
where did he get his pictures?
uh, well, I don't really know. Where George got his pictures. I didn't know they're in the book. I do know that he visited, gosh, I believe that he visited NASA, and he may have gotten some there, because you can order pictures from NASA.
Yes, they send them.
Yeah, if they send them. Well, I know someone who's got an amazing picture from NASA. And so, yeah, I don't really know where it's happened, but his book is really amazing, and I highly recommend it. I mean, you can't really beat it. But it is different, this is one thing about the moon is you can come from to this topic from so many different angles, because there's just so much material to cover and so much to talk about. I think we should be having town hall meetings about the moon, and who's up there. So, yeah, it's a great book.
It's fascinating. You make us wonder. You really do, with the most galactic history.
Well, that's my intent.
Go to see Tucson, Arizona. Hello, Stephen.
All right, we all know about California. We've seen enough science fiction. But there was a movie a couple years ago called Prometheus. And he's actually not a god, but a titan. And he's known for looking forward, and he helps the humankind.
You familiar with that at all, Constance?
Yeah, I'm thinking, I saw a movie, and I think it was Prometheus, I'm not sure. This dealt with some sort of...
A couple years ago.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure I'm thinking of the same one. Very sorry.
Joe in Long Island, New York, east of the Rockies. Hello, Joseph.
Yeah, I heard George. Happy St. Patrick's Eve.
Coming up.
We'll see what happens. I've got two quick questions. First of all, the moon affecting the tides for, say, swimmers. The tide goes out, swimmers can walk out maybe a mile, and then suddenly the tide comes rushing in, and that can be kind of dangerous. So let's get about the moon's effect on waterways. It might also include rivers and so on. And my second question would be, I had read an article in Reader's Digest going back that said when there's a full moon, there's more aberrant behavior in people to the point where it's kind of dangerous to go out. And the impression I got is maybe people should keep a low profile when there's a full moon.
So, there's some idea that because our bodies are made up of so much water, that we can, the moon is...
It pulls, right?
It pulls, it does. It pulls on us, and it our bodies, and it affects us. Now, I'm no scientist, I'm no doctor. This is just it's just my understanding from the very limited research I've done on that, because mostly I concentrate on the moon anomalies. But, yeah. And there have been doctors and nurses that have reported there are more incidents of violence, more stabbings.
Well, there's no question. I've talked to EMT technicians, and they say their highest run rate during the month is the full moon.
Yeah. So I agree with the caller. Maybe we should just keep a low profile.
And Joe, what was your first question?
Yeah, my first question would be like the seafarers, even going back to the pilot, ships today. Maybe the moon being like almost like a compass in the sky, or affecting how the sea behaves to some degree.
Well, it pulls in the tides. There's no doubt about that, Tom.
Yes, absolutely.
What would happen if the moon weren't here? What would happen to planet Earth? What do you think?
Well, that's a very good question. Now, I came across research from one scientist who said he thought that the Earth could hold life. Some people say, oh, we'll be rolling around, it'll be unstable, there would be crazy seasons and this and that. But this scientist said, no, it could hold life, and also the moons, Mars's moons are tiny, and it's not slithering around.
Our Earth is like a planet.
Right. So, Yeah, I think it, would be, days would be different, the seasons would be different, but I don't think there would be as much, chaos as some people expect and, as we have been taught. Look at the other planets for.
Do you think there's going to be a problem when other countries go to the moon about ownership?
Yeah, I do. I think that, given humankind bickering, arguing, and warring nature,
And greed.
that is going to be a problem. I feel like they're already trying to, race there now, and I think, I think that, human history has been a thing they've been eyeing. I don't know how they plan to get it down here, you know, I don't know. But yeah, I think that's going to be a problem. But I first think that they need to, explore the lunar surface pretty thoroughly. We've only explored a minute, less than 1% of the moon have we looked at. And, they can encounter anything up there. Someone up there is making, causing all this commotion. So there may not be just a problem between our countries. There may be a problem if they get up there and discover that there's actually someone living there who owns the moon.
Is the moon a great base for conducting any kind of business, basically?
So there are, theories about that. There have been some, that said that they believe that the moon might be a way station, in a stopover point, and that they may be conducting, meetings up there, extraterrestrials, because I've seen so many ships coming and going. One contactee talked about the, extraterrestrials, the ships coming in, and, he said that he saw a bartering system, up there with extraterrestrials, some kind of trade thing going on. Also, it's thought that the moon could be a base for extraterrestrials that are monitoring, like I said before, our progress and keeping track of it. And that is up there. But it may not just be on Earth that they're watching. It could be, other areas of the solar system, and also that they may be, reporting back to someone.
Absolutely. We're going to come back conference with you and take final calls in just a moment.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
I'm Amy King in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The storm that is hitting out of the LA area has broken some decades-old rainfall records. 1.97 inches fell at LAX yesterday. That's the most in a single day since 1982. 3.15 inches fell in downtown LA. That's well above the average of 2.23 inches for the entire month of March. A report says Governor Newsom and his family had deep business ties to the now-failed Silicon Valley Bank. He apparently had personal accounts and at least 3 business accounts for his winery. South Defense officials say they're not sure if Russia intentionally downed the U.S. drone flying over the Black Sea. Russia denies it's just made contact with the drone. The Joint Chiefs of Staff General Mark Milley said the U.S. has absolute evidence that's the case. Kanye West will not face charges after grabbing and throwing a photographer's phone in January. It was all caught on video. The photographer involved has decided not to press charges. Southland weather for KFI, mostly cloudy tomorrow and Friday, the highs in the 50s to mid-60s. It's 51 in Yorba Linda, 53 in Costa Mesa. We lead local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
In Southgate, this is on the 7th and northbound at Imperial Highway. Cleanup crews from an earlier crash, picking up the 2 right lanes. We're seeing delays from just after the 105. And in Sunland, this is on the 210 eastbound at Sunland Boulevard. Little fender bender there, out of lanes and on the right shoulder. Watch for loopy-loop delays as you approach. Anaheim, there is a work zone, 57 northbound from Lincoln to the 91 The carpool and left lanes are going to be shut down for road work. Hey, if I was guy help get you there faster, O'Brien's van.
The podcast Let's Start a Coup wonders, what if a secret cabal of the nation's most powerful people tried to overthrow the president? Explore how it almost happened to FDR in the 1930s in this darkly comedic retelling of one of American history's weirdest scenes.
And for you, Major General Cleveland Butler, nothing will ever do this shit. Why? Is it something bad?
Listen to Let's Start a Coup on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
iHeartRadio icons with the Edge, celebrating U2's Songs of Surrender, their new 40-song reimagined collection. U2's The Edge joined Tim Kerr to do a deep dive into the making and remaking of U2 classics on Songs of Surrender. The book, there was 14 chapters. Well, let's see if there are 4 U2 songs that we can
Don't miss it.
Friday, St. Patrick's Day at 7 p.m. Eastern on the Classic Rock Channel on iHeartRadio, KFI, AM 640.
It sounds better when I say it. Doesn't it sound better? But it is when a female voice.
At the time, can you say the F word about
I didn't say the F word yesterday. Oh, yeah, I did. I said it a lot.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. You know when they let your ass know when you're 25? Amsterdam's quote with assault weapons are very different things. I mean, if you look at the number of shooters in average age of school shootings since 1966 has been 18. Bill, what does that tell you? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. You know how excited I was when I was quoted by Time Magazine? You know, even any day, the other aspect, and then my quote. I don't have any idea how excited I was saying, that's me, Bill. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI, AM 640. To talk to George Story, call the wild card 1-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
That's the great Mel Carter. He's 83 years old now, but what a great voice. Great voice indeed. Well, for you Coast Insiders, a couple more programs from the Art Bell Vault for you. One is Art's discussion with Dr. John Hageland about psychokinesis and remote viewing, so take advantage of that. The other interview was with Wayne Green talking about cold fusion and how it works. All available to you if you're a Coast Insider, like some of you. I'm a Coast Insider because now I have 24/7 access to the best show ever, Coast to Coast AM.
Hi, it's Teresa. I was an insider because the shows I listen to, I always appreciate the diversity of thoughtful insights it brings me on a variety of topics on coast to coast. The show has challenged me to think deeper and to broaden my horizon.
So give it a try. A couple ways to become a Coast Insider at 15 cents a day, by the way. Go to our website, coasttocoastam.com. Right at the top of the homepage, it says Insider. Fill out the information. You can sign up that way. The other way is to download our free app from the App Store, right? Coast to Coast AM. The Google and Apple stores there. And then you can sign up that way by clicking profiles and subscriptions. And now available for you if you live in Canada and worldwide as well. Now here's a way to boost your energy, mood, and focus.
Increase your energy and stamina while enhancing your mental clarity, focus, and memory. Start your day with Elevate to improve your mood and alleviate stress. Then wind down at night with Accelerate for mental and physical relaxation while naturally cleansing and detoxifying, promoting healthy weight loss. Accelerate and Elevate your power pack.
I actually started studying not long ago, and I just blown away from what it's done for me with energy and focus and clarity, and it's all natural. That is amazing. And I'm making it beneficial off my weight. I was feeling an underlying exhaustion that I could not face. These are a gift. My mood has been incredible. I absolutely love these.
Well, I get up at 5:30 in the morning. I have a lot of kids. I would take it and it would last until I took the Accelerate. So before I started taking the Elevate and the Accelerate, I would typically experience some kind of anxiety or mood swings. Since taking the product, I haven't taken any over-the-counter medication or prescriptions. It's generally happiness system.
I probably have an anxiety or panic attack every 4 or 5 days, and I have not had one depressive thought. I have not been anxious. I'm not jittery. First time I took this pill, I didn't know what things like that. I just felt good, clear-headed. I felt focused. There was like a drive inside me all of a sudden. I was just excited. I was like, is this for real?
Definitely not, they not only give you energy, not only give you the body and the body, but it helps me with my mood and my nerves and everything.
Your power pack. Order now and receive free gifts. These slim, refreshing weight loss tablets. Accelerate, Elevate, and be tough. Order now at healthylooking.com or 800-394-9930. Don't forget promo code George for free shipping. That's 800-394-9930 or healthylooking.com.
For limited time, that's the 1 ounce solid silver dollar alien coin, part of the Silver Starter Kit, just for you, exclusively at bullionmax.com/coach. Now, I know a lot of you have tried to order some of these in the past, but they're sold out by the time you get there. Bullion Max is finally able to get more than in stock, and here's the great thing. When you go to bullionmax.com/coach, remember that, /coach. In order your Silver Starter Kit, you don't get just the alien coin, you get 5 ounces of silver and a fantastic collection of pieces of solid silver, the Austrian Philharmonic coin and collector's item, and the Britain Britannia. We all know inflation is getting worse. Stock market had its worst year since 2008. It's not doing well today at all. Now's the time to diversify into precious metals that you can store at your home. And Bullion Max system is fully insured. Hedge the stock market, hedge the U.S. dollar, start building your wealth in precious metals at bullionmax.com/coach.
What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, trading a six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Brett Gibson, best-selling author and star in the new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomers. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call the retirement discount and give you more retirement income with the same dollars saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are on track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working the years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand month at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value here. When you call today, you'll get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind the scenes footage. All you can cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay and call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020, 1-800-506-2020.
Yeah.
And welcome back to Coast. George Story with your Constance Victoria Bridgeforth. The website is linked up to coaststostation.com. It's on Facebook as well, aren't you?
Yes, I am. I have a Moon Mystery page there where I'm putting stuff up all the time about the moon. And again, I have a Constance Victoria page as well where I talk about galactic mysteries in general.
Time is switching by quickly, so let's go to the phones. Linda is Spokane, Washington. Let's to the Rockies. Hi, Linda. Go ahead.
Thank you, George. I have a comment to give Constance to see what she's saying.
Okay.
There's the song by Red Hot Chili Peppers, and one of the lyrics is China's on the dark side of the moon. I think the song title is Waiting for the Black Summer to End. And also on Facebook, I was reading a comment from someone who said the moon was the machine, and if it blows up, we'd all be in trouble. So those are two different theories, but I wanted to let Constance know about those.
What do you think?
Well, I'll have to listen to that song by the Red Hot Chili Peppers. I'm not familiar with it, but it sounds pretty cool. Yeah, if it's a machine and it wakes up, we would all be in trouble. Well, okay, people do think it is a magic structure and a kind of machine, but I think that, I don't know what to say about that one. But all I can say is I believe that there is someone controlling the moon, and thus far, we seem to be fine.
Why is the moon so warm?
Oh, it's beautiful. I mean,
a full moon on a clear night.
Right, no lights are romantic, people look their best in some light, it's nice to go out and sit and look at it. It's really beautiful. And sometimes I even think, oh my goodness, am I shattering, people's ideas about the moon, with all its beauty, talking about, there being, other people up there. But I don't know, it's just gorgeous to gaze upon.
Brandon's with us in Austin, Texas. Hey, Brandon, go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much, George and Constance. And rest in peace to the drummer of Red Hot Chili Peppers. He just died a couple months ago.
Okay. By the way, Brandon, you're a great talker. I want to keep it.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I really like the show, and I like that you guys get out the information, and I took really awesome guests. But the next guest, Matt Maloney, if you could ask about moon bases and underground bases if you weren't already, we all really appreciate that. And Constance, for a short time, so I'll just go into it. I wanted to describe some photos I saw on NASA.gov in 2009 or 2010 that was of structures and tracks and censoring inside the photos. They were super megapixel pictures, massive pictures. It's hard to even to describe how large these pictures were. You could just zoom in and zoom in and zoom in forever. But they had giant obelisk structures, and you could clearly see them, and they had shadows. Some of the structures were decrepit, like some sort of war had occurred. Another caller had brought tracks up, and I also saw that. I think the tracks are really important. The tracks are really like caterpillar tracks, like paint tracks, very specific types. And there's other types too, like mining dump trucks. I encourage the listeners to Google giant mining dump trucks
so that they can get an image in their head of what we're talking about. And these tracks, once again, are super important.
Okay, now we'll say about this, and then we forgot what it was.
I think that we found something abandoned and that we wouldn't look at it in the 60s or 70s or 80s. We thought the equipment there, and that's why we have a bunch of tracks that are giant pipes, exhaust and drainage type perfect circles, and you can see them going for a little bit and then they'll go into the soil, kind of like a gas main going into the soil. And you can, after the sintering and pixelation, they put these giant pixels over it to block out giant areas of the picture, and then they blur it over it, and you can see the brush strokes, the individual brush strokes of the blurring, and the perfect circles are also showing that it was us. And one last thing is, I was looking at the lunar reconnaissance orbiter because I tried to find what mission did these pictures get taken from, and I found out that the lunar reconnaissance orbiter launched in 2009, and last year they just said that they did a software update that they went to sideways diagonal pictures of the moon and said that that was a new technology. That was what I saw in 2009, sideways diagonal pictures, and they're saying that they're just now able to take them now. And I think it's also really how the first caller said that, or not the first caller, but the caller earlier said that they had pictures from the 60s, and he thinks that he saw the same stuff that I did years later. I don't know any of these people, so we're all saying that we saw the same thing.
Well, there's something going on there, Tom.
Yeah, I've seen some pictures of pipes and things, and I've heard about the cat. In my mind, I didn't make the connection that it might be us. I thought that it's an ancient civilization up there. But there is talk of, and I know nothing about this story, but you know a lot more than me on the secret space program. I don't know much about that. But I do know that there's a theory that we could have sent colonists to the moon, secretly. And I don't know that this has anything to do with, the secret space program. But this is, a different program altogether. Just, one event where we send colonists to the moon to see if we would be able to survive on another planetary object. And the idea was to take, some of the best of people and send them up, great scientists and doctors and writers and useful people to, and see if they could last it there as an experiment. I don't know if that happened. That's a theory. Could that be a thing where, these pipes and the substance that he's talking about could be related to that, or not at all. I know that the astronauts talked about seeing what looked like mining going on up there too. And that was a thing for them. They had seen what looked like mining equipment in areas that were for mining. And I think the lunar orbiter had also taken some pictures. I think Mike Ara in his work talked about that too. So it is a thing, but I don't know, if it's us or if it's extraterrestrial or if it's us or extraterrestrial. There are some thoughts that we are up there working with, other world beings for whatever reason.
Next up, let's go to Don, Alberta, Canada. Hey, Donald. Go ahead.
Hi, George. Hi, Pontius. Way back in 2002, in the spring, before the Coast to Coast went from Wave File to MP3, there was a guest one. He talked about how in the past 3,600 years ago, 3,800 years ago, we were 64 times more advanced than we are today, and we had bases on the moon. It was actually China and India, and then they moved each other back to the Stone Age. But he was really well researched. I don't know who he was. I went back, tried to find the file and record it, but I couldn't find it because it was mixed in with another show that was on at the time. But really, really good information. One of the cities was in what we call Death Valley, United States. They called it the Great Golden City, and they found the remains of it. I can't remember. It was rediscovered in 1860 9 or something, that they thought that the reason that obelisk was melted was because of volcanic action. But getting back to that time in civilization, Germany took that technology from India and they back engineered it mid 30s, I believe, and they had anti-gravity already before they started to go into World War II. I have guys that actually, I got some people who were there that actually worked on the project or knew the project, knew people that were working on the project and actually witnessed it. So I kind of, anti-gravity's already been done, but that's the most logical way to get the moon is with anti-gravity, and it's not complicated to produce anti-gravity or to engineer the technology to do it. It's just that for some reason we suppress it and we're still playing with rockets. There's one other comment to make. I can't remember which astronaut it was. And he said he looked over at the crater and he said it wasn't just one UFO. There wasn't enough room to park another one. But the other thing is there's that, I think it was Apollo, well, they did taken Apollo 11, but it's actually, I think, Richard C. Oldham was saying it was actually Apollo 10 that took the picture. There's a cigar-shaped craft that's 3 times taller than the Eiffel Tower, so it's about 1,500 feet tall, and it's about a quarter-mile long. Anyway, I was just wondering if you knew about any of all this stuff. Great comment. Thanks, Tom. How about that, Constance?
Yeah, no, I've seen photos of cylinder-shaped, this is cylinder-shaped objects up near the moon. There's a couple of them. In fact, if you Google them, I keep hearing that, there's been a cover-up, and I know that some pictures of ships and things were destroyed, but there's a whole bunch of stuff out there. There is one where you can see definitely a cigar-shaped UFO above the lunar surface. That's been reported a lot. And also, there was a gentleman, his name is Enrich. And,
from Singapore.
Right. He made a comment once. He said that, we already have the means to travel from the stars. So the fact that, we're seeing evidence that we may be on the moon or have things going to the moon, like this caller just said, or, have that ability, is actually, it's not a secret. It's just people don't know. It's just because they don't question it. But we could have a whole lot going on up there.
Didn't Neil Armstrong, when he was on the moon, talk about something that he was seen by a crater?
So basically what happened is he and Buzz, exited the craft, the lunar module, and stepped out onto the surface, and they said on a secret line that there were ships lined up on the edge of the crater, and that they were watching them, and that they were big, and that they were menacing, and they were pretty freaked out. I used to wonder in my first stages of research whether or not that story was true. And then I came across some information that I believe the gentleman's name was Christopher Kraft, and he was called the...
he was the head of NASA.
Right, and he started mission control. And he came out in later years and said that story of Neil Armstrong and seeing calling and saying that he saw those things was absolutely true, correct. I personally, call that my smoking gun. I say that in the book. If you can't trust, the father of Mr. Control, who worked very closely with them, you can't believe him. Who can you believe? So, yeah, I believe that they saw ships up there. I believe they saw ETs up there. But they're not allowed to talk about it. They weren't allowed to talk about it then. And they, employees of the state agency can't talk about it now. They're live. And you can see, UFOs in the background, and they try to cover it up. But they're not going to talk about it because to this day, they're not allowed to. So, but, you hear a lot of these things, I'm going to tell you, they're not rumors, all of them.
Constance, what's your next project?
I'm working on a book that's a companion to this one, The Earth Extraterrestrial, the Earth's Galactic History and its Extraterrestrial Connection.
A lot of things going on. Scientists today just found active volcanoes on Venus. It's an amazing solar system we're in, isn't it?
It's amazing, and it's very exciting time. And we might be very close to a point where we may actually have some sort of mass contact.
We just might. Just might. As a matter of fact, we've been hoping and keeping our fingers crossed. Constance, thanks again. Come on back, okay?
Thanks for having me. I really enjoy being here.
You take care of yourself. Her book is called The Moon's Galactic Histories. Her website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Up next, Mac Maloney joins us to talk about UFOs, secret bases, and the military.
The Coast website is now conveniently optimized for mobile devices. If you're a Coast Insider, you can listen to live and past shows right on your phone. Just visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
Hi everyone, I'm Joanne at the Cortege. Here to tell you your afternoon just got a lot smarter.
Putting life in first
At
line.
the latest here at the
Putting life here. We're going to
Seriously, JKLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday. Really heavy rain comes through. We're covering more stories from more places, more often, with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. JKLA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why JKLA is LA's very own.
What a moment! Sunday on the CW. After an incredible start to the season in Mayakoba, Mexico, liftoff returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona. Live Golf is live all season long. The battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's Live Golf on the CW. Are you ready for this? Free Friday on the CW app and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your CW network. Saturday or Sunday morning starting at 10 on KTLA 5, the CW. In this week's Marketing Report, Patricia Sayaletta, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct-to-Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which was one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for show, audio is a core part of that. It's the #1 audio company. iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Portions of the following program will be recorded. You can find us on your smart speaker or on your dumb speaker if you plug it into something smart. I'm not plugging it into you. Hey, smart speaker. Say, play KFI AM 640. You know what?
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Gearing up for a strike. I'm Amy King in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Thousands of workers for LA school districts say they're going to go on strike for higher pay, and teachers have announced they will also strike in solidarity. Superintendent Alberto Carvalho says the kids will be the ones to suffer when schools shut down. High school custodian Edna Logan says Carvalho is the one responsible.
Talk about our strike will hurt students. Talk about what improvements you need to be making to improve our children's education and our children's and our families' livelihoods.
Carvalho says he's ready to talk and has more money to bring to the table, but workers say unless he meets their demands, they're striking. The strike is planned for next Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. The schools would be forced to shut down. San Bernardino County is offering some relief to people whose property was damaged in an intense snowstorm.
The Board of Supervisors recognizes the hardships that have been placed on our homeowners and our businesses, and they're trying to do everything that they can to facilitate lessening the financial burden.
Supervisor John Rose says the county is waiving up to $5,000 in permitting and planning fees to repair and rebuild property. Heavy snow from recent storms damaged homes and buildings. At least 29 properties were deemed too damaged for people to be in. North Korea has test launched an intercontinental ballistic missile just hours before the leaders of South Korea and Japan are set to meet at summit in Tokyo. North Korea's first ICBM test in a month and third weapons test this week also comes as South Korean and U.S. troops continue joint military exercises. The missile fell into the ocean between the Korean Peninsula and Japan. Danny Trejo's Coffee and Donut Shop is partnered with a bakery to help kids in LA. Trejo's Coffee and Donuts and Milk Star Cookies have created a limited edition donut with dark chocolate glaze, topped with Milk Star's milk chocolate cookie crumbles, drizzled with chocolate peppermint. Proceeds from the treat will go to Children's Hospital, Los Angeles. Southland weather from KFI, cloudy but dry this afternoon, highs in the 50s to mid-60s. About the same for Friday, becoming partly cloudy Saturday with highs in the low 60s to about 70. High chance of showers Monday morning, otherwise cloudy. Good chance we're going to get rain again Tuesday and Wednesday. It's 52 in Orange, 54 Manhattan Beach, 54 in Cerritos, 49 in Canyon Country. We lead local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
Visit UKCedar.org or call 833-422-4255. Plus, medication to treat COVID-19. Brought by the California Department of Public Health. On Ice-T's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to Ice-T's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. iHeartRadio icons with the edge, celebrating U2's Songs of Surrender, their new 40-song reimagined collection. U2's The Edge joins Jim Kerr to do a deep dive into the making and remaking of U2 classics on Songs of Surrender. Songs with the book. There was 40 chapters. Well, let's see if there are 40 U2 songs that we can reimagine. Don't miss it. Tomorrow, St. Patrick's Day at 7 p.m. Eastern on a classic rock channel on iHeartRadio. You lost your cat up the street?
Yeah, he's way up there. He's scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did he come from? And where's your mouth and tape?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
What?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be, every day. We're Rooter Heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for rescuing George.
It's what a hero does.
If you have a question, call Reader Hero coming in at 419 at ReaderHero.com.
KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
Now it's time to leave. Couldn't make it alone. I know that I could say no more. Say no now. I wanna see you walk that door, baby. Bye, 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 bye.
This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We'll be back in a moment with Mac Maloney is joining us as we're going to be talking about underground bases, UFO bases, and strange things that are happening on this planet. We've got a series of books, by the way. His latest is called The War of Dragons, part of his Wingman series, and we'll be back with Mac in a moment. Coast to Coast AM. If you want to try to improve your aim, you need the Mantis X. The Mantis X can improve your ability dramatically, and it's a must-have for every responsible gun owner. I'm going to try my hand at the Mantis X next week. I'll let you know how my results are. The Mantis X is a high-tech but easy-to-use system used extensively by the military to improve their abilities quickly, giving them the confidence in the ability to protect what you want. And here's how it works. You attach the Mantis X right to your firearms, connect it with an app on your smartphone or tablet via Bluetooth, and it gives you instant feedback on what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, and how to correct your technique. The Mantis X is like a firearms instructor in your pocket. 94% of the shooters improve within 20 minutes using Mantis. The best part is, you can use it at home safely. The best in the world do dry fire practice at home, and the Mantis X is the best way to train at home. No driving to the range, spending money on the range fees and ammo. You save a ton of money and improve your skills. Start improving today. Get yours at MantisX.com. That's Mantis, MANTIS, X.com. For a limited time, it's back. The 1-ounce solid silver Ghana alien coin, part of the silver starter kit, exclusively at BullionMax.com/store. With inflation on the rise and a teetering stock market, now's the time to diversify into precious metals that you can store at your home. Go to BullionMax.com/coast and they'll ship your silver directly to your home, fully insured. Now start building your wealth in precious metals at BullionMax.com/coast. That's BullionMax.com/coast.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Andy, you can cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need. Indoor or outdoor, repair or redesign, and we handle the rest. Sending a top pro to get it done. You don't have to lift a finger, except if tap the screen or click the mouse. Plus, Andy is free to use. So bring us your next home project, and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Andy.com, that's ANDI.com, to get started.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. Mac Maloney back with us. Grew up in the Dorchester section of Boston and was taught to read and write by the nuns at St. Anne's School. His father was a veteran of World War II, and he used to read military books all the time. Even as a child, he started reading them, along with a lot of science fiction as well. He received his BS degree in journalism and a graduate degree in filmmaking from Emerson College. He was a sports reporter for a couple of years after college, before joining corporate America as a publicist for General Electric Company. Mac started writing books in 1984, and he's been doing this full-time since 1987. Mac, welcome back. How are you?
Hi, George. How are you? Thank you.
Great. How many books do you have out now?
I stopped counting around 50 or so.
My gosh, you are so prolific. And The War of the Dragons, the last one, is part of that Wingman series, which is a great series all by itself.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
How did you get involved in investigating secret bases around the country?
Well, a friend of a family member of mine actually went to Area 51 3 times in the 80s. Really, not many people knew about it, and he was interesting from the aircraft there, but he told me about it and told me how secret it was and how he had to get there and so on, and it just fascinated me, so I've been interested in
like secret bases of a sense.
What do you think's going on in there?
Well, the day-to-day stuff they do there is that they test, the latest, that we have in aircraft, fighter aircraft, and, fighter aircraft, mostly stealth stuff. But, everything else is left up to speculation, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are some who say that there's, crash retrieval material there from UFOs, an alien in a bottle. Who knows, huh?
Well, if it's going to be any place, it'll be there and other places located in Nevada, in the Nevada desert.
Why the secrecy?
Yeah, good question. I've thought of that many times. If they do have crashed UFOs, a part of them or have any knowledge of extraterrestrial life, why keep it a secret? Why not share that with all of humankind? It would be one of the greatest discoveries, in our history. Why they keep it secret, I really don't know.
There are a couple of secret bases all around the planet that you've done some homework on. Let's start with Mazito, which was an old Israeli one, wasn't it?
Oh, right. We looked at this in the book, Beyond Area 51, and we tried to find the first secret base ever, and it turns out to be this place, Mazito. This is in northern Israel. It's an ancient place. There was a crossroads with crazy, 3,000 BC. They kept building it up and building it up until it became this kind of a large hill. And what they did then is that they saved the Israelites built tunnels and so forth underneath it where they would hide their chariots, hide their horses. At one point they had 500 horses living inside this place, and it just didn't look that way. And then when that kind of place, came upon them, they would just open the gates and the entire cavalry was brought out of this place. Just surprisingly early. So, we went back there and we thought, well, this is a secret base that is hiding in plain sight, which is also, I think this is when you come to when it comes to buying that secret base.
That's true, because in some cases they're pretty accessible by everybody, aren't they?
And people walk by every day and don't realize they're there.
That's true. I had heard that even if a small animal to go across one of the security gates, it's often a lot.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, sure. I mean, these days, they have all kinds of security, most of the places down,
What's the F4?
Well, was just like checked out once again in the 80s, and the rumors started circulating. Those people in Germany and what was who said that, before I called Russia, really, there was another place called 4. A place called Kusma, and they claimed that there were, in fact, UFOs in there and so on, and this is where the U.S. rumors just started going around, and a lot of people heard them back then. But, we looked into it, and it looks like what happened was, those were cities that were kind of got us getting information but the satellites were going over Area 51 on a pretty regular basis, about once a week or so. And what would happen is you'd be catching these airplanes out of the runways of Area 51. And when they knew a Russian satellite was coming along, they'd have to take the airplane, put it back in a hangar, wait for the satellite to go and bring it back out again. And this is a lot of work. So they started a disinformation campaign saying that they had the secret base at 4. And the Russians started hiding their satellites to fly over that, and they gave the guys that Area 51 a break of moving these airplanes in and out so the Russians wouldn't see them.
Well, you just brought up something interesting too, Mac. In this age of satellite technology, how do you hide anything?
You got to put it on the ground, or again, you have to put it someplace. You have to disguise it, or put it someplace that no one is looking.
I think, like, if you're going to build it within inside of a building and hide it that way.
Underground is the best place to go these days.
There's a test range near Reno, Nevada. Tell us about that. It's called TTR.
Right. Tell us about test range. Now, this is a place, I hadn't heard about until I started looking into these things a while ago. And it's an old World War II airfield that's outside of Reno, Nevada. And they just quietly turned this into a very, very secret place. Mostly that's in Area 51. And this is the place that the long gone, but how they train, what they're flying there these days, who knows? The way that they protect this from Russian satellites is that they put old the Russian equipment out on the desert and on the runways, just to kind of, give it to the Russians as they keep the satellite goes over, they're seeing their own stuff.
A little window dress, right?
So, but the other thing about all these other secret bases will be talking about has some kind of UFO history to them, but Tonopah doesn't. For some reason, UFOs avoid the place. We can never find out why, but there's almost no UFO history around Tonopah, where you just go 70 miles to the south, and there's a lot of history about UFOs around Area 51.
I'm assuming that most of the secret bases are in the United States, but they're also worldwide, aren't they?
Oh, yeah, oh, for sure. You know what I mean? The British, the Russians, the Chinese have secret bases. There's a place in Britain. There's two of them. In the book, we actually tried to track down 7 possible locations of England's Area 51. The problem is that England is so small, is that it's hard to put some huge secret base out there somewhere so people won't know what you're doing. But there's a couple places. There's a place called RAF Boston Down, and it's a small place. It's kind of near Stonehenge, as it turns out. But what sets it apart from other RAF bases is it has one of the longest runways in the world. The longest runway in the world is down Area 51, but this place in England was very long as well, and it was a alternate scientific shuttle back in those days, have to land someplace in that up in the northern hemisphere like that. But anyway, one night there in September of '94, people saw something exploded at this place, and it was some kind of an aircraft either taking off or trying to land. It exploded within 20 seconds. For the next 24 hours, the whole place was on lockdown, so was the countryside. Plane, then a C-5 U.S. Air Force plane landed there. Whatever the wreckage was, whatever this thing was, they took the wreckage, put it in the plane, and flew it away. Since then, a lot of people have been keeping an eye on this place, thinking, well, they're doing a lot of experimentation there. Aerial experimentation, but also vegan bio-war weapons, things like that as well. So it's a secret place, very secret place, brought them down.
Could it have been shot down as opposed to a crash?
They don't know, and we don't know. We looked into whether it could have been something taking off there that just didn't make it. But a lot of people thought something come out of the ground. It could be, if there was an earthly explanation, it could be something like a very advanced stealth recon plane that they've the Doc, which has been rumored to be around for a long time, but we never really found out the fact that it happened at this place. Really kind of put the spotlight on it as a place where some really secret stuff happened.
In the United States, the Atlantic on C-section of where was that?
That's outside, and a lot of people call that refer to it as the Navy's Area 51. And this is a place where the Navy has built a huge facility, and they take out new nuclear submarines that they train off the coast with all different kinds of good electronics and weaponry and so on, and a lot of other top secret stuff as well. The great thing about it is that it's not in the United States, it's in the Bahamas. It's on the island of Andros, which is central Bahama, but it puts it right in the middle of the Bermuda Triangle. And as crazy as it sounds, the U.S. Navy Area 51 is located right in the middle of the Bermuda Triangle.
Now, what's going on at the Gill Air Force Base in Tampa, Florida?
It found itself the other day from a friend of mine who worked in Army intelligence for a long time. He was stationed there, and that's a huge facility down in Florida. A lot of Special Forces commanders down there and so on. And so at the very edge of this bay, right next to the golf course, a golf course is a Quonset hut lodge that is surrounded by concertina wire, barbed wire, and is under guard 24 hours a day. Now, this is a very top security space, a huge McDill Air Force Base, but this is the only place that is under guard 24 hours a day. And he talked to one of the people who
was responsible for the security of the place. And usually, if you're talking to one intelligence officer talking to another, I mean, they're not going to tell secrets to each other, but they give kind of a wink and a nod. This guy said, no, we can't really tell you what's going on in there. It does have a large refrigeration unit, 19, 24 hours a day, so a lot of people think, hey, maybe there's alien bodies stashed there. But this is what's going on there, we don't know.
Back to Britain, Rudlow Manor, what's going on there?
Well, this is an interesting place, and someone once described it to me as it looks like the set of Downton Abbey, which I've never seen. But it's an old British manor out in the countryside, something you see in a movie. But as it turns out, below there's an entire factory that was built there during World War II, and they used to actually build spitfire fighters there and then ship them 40 miles out to London on a buried underground secret railroad line. And after the war was over, the British government says, well, we're deactivating this place as far as military is concerned. But people in the area still say that all kinds of stuff still goes on. They're in the book, Beyond Area 51, where we kind of, take a look at several places in England that might be in Area 51. This is the place that came out as number one, Rudlow Manor, because there's so many arrows point to it that something's going on there that the British government doesn't want anyone to know.
The M Triangle out there in the western Russia.
Right, the M Triangle is in the Ural Mountains, kind of like Russia's Rocky Mountains, and it's a place that has about 40 square miles, a lot of open fields, woodlands, spotted animals, and so on. For years, it was off limits. The KGB wouldn't let anybody in there. But then, when things kind of lightened up a little bit on the Gorbachev, they started letting scientists and journalists into this place. And a lot of people go in there and they come out with stories about how their lives themselves have been changed. Some people found in there with terminal diseases and come out, reportedly come out cured. People go in and they come out enlightened spiritually and they seem to lose other anxieties and so on. Some people have called it heaven on earth. There's some really crazy stories about this place. And I think now it's a little more restricted than it was, let's say, 10 years ago. But a very interesting place, the M Triangle.
Well, with Mac Maloney, his website is his name, linked up at coasttocoastam.com. There's a secret base in southern Russia, right?
Kapustin, yeah. Once again, very interesting place. If you can imagine a combination of Cape Canaveral and Area 51. So that is Kapustin, yeah. They launched lots of military satellites there, military rockets, missiles, and so on. But it's also a place where they store nuclear weapons and they keep the Russian people on their top secret weapons there. And it has a really, really long UFO history. I mean, history about dog sites, UFOs about this place in the 50s and the 60s. There's a place where the Russians brought a lot of Nazi scientists and built their space program. But in 1991, there was a UFO that showed up over there one night and hovered above the place for a half hour. That's a long time. Lots of people in the lake saw it. It was such a highly documented case that Lawrence Rockefeller, who was the brother of Nelson Rockefeller, who was vice president of the country at one point, he actually paid for a study to look into this. And it's considered one of the most well-documented and strangest UFO encounters ever. Either 30 people saw this thing for a half hour, and those 30 people were then interrogated about it by the KGB. And they said, well, you're not going to lie to the KGB, right? So that's why it's so well documented. It has so many witnesses.
Not to be left out, Matt, what's going on in China?
Well, a lot of things, as it turns out, but the strangest one that we found is that this place called Anyang, which is about 500 miles west of Beijing. Now, at this place, for some reason, the Chinese government, the Chinese military, has built a 1 to 500 scale model of another place in China, nearly 1,000 miles further to the west, called Aksai-Chin. Aksai-Chin is a very, very small area between India and China, up in the Himalayan mountains. You couldn't get more isolated. But China and India fought a war over it in 1962. They had skirmishes about it, over it. Why would you build a scale model and that you would then use it for some military reasons? Yet, why would you want to, why would it be a military reason you want to take over or be control of this very, very isolated place? So it turns out that the residents there for years have been saying that seeing UFOs And so people like put these two things together. Still doesn't come to an answer, but it's kind of interesting.
And of course, Australia, they've got one too.
Yeah, there's a place located in the dead center of Australia called Pine Gap. And what it is, it's a huge listening station run by the United States, the NSA, and the Australian government. And it's one of those places you see, it looks like they have huge golf balls, kind of, these are listening devices. Yeah. And Pine Gap can intercept about half the world's emails on a daily basis. But it also has many, many stories. UFO sightings over this place, UFO landings, and so on. Really fascinating place. It's literally out in the middle of nowhere.
Are UFO reports seen at most of these bases that we just discussed?
Yes. Every one of them except TRUMAN has some kind of a UFO history to it where, they built the base and people start seeing UFOs. Now, a lot of them, none of the ones we've talked about tonight are air bases. So, you're going to see, if you're in a top-secret air base, then, it just stands to reason you're going to see top-secret stuff flying around. But, the people who know an airplane from a UFO have seen stuff over, as we said, Area 51 has a long UFO history. But at these other places, too, especially Kapushkin has a very long UFO history to it. So the question is we built a secret base, and then UFOs come in and to check it out. But in all these cases, the bases, except some of them have some kind of odd connection to UFOs.
When we come back, I want to get your take on these extraterrestrials, these UFOs, what you think they really are, what you think is happening, and where they may be coming from.
Get daily show updates right to your inbox for free with the Coast Zone newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA Unified's non-teaching workers have authorized a strike to begin on Tuesday. The LA Union says they will join the three-day strike, likely shutting schools down. The workers are asking for more money and guaranteed continuation of programs to elevate Black students' education and provide low-income families with housing. The next negotiation session is scheduled for tomorrow. A man has been rescued from the LA River. Aaron Brown units with the LA County Fire Department responded. The man is believed to be homeless. He was found clinging to the center riverbank. He was airlifted out. He's now in the hospital recovering from hypothermia. And 7 middle school students in Sun Valley have been treated for possibly ingesting marijuana gummies at school. Southline weather from KFI, mostly cloudy skies, highs in the 50s to mid-60s. Right now it's 55 in Costa Mesa. Stanton checks in with 56. 54 degrees in Gardena and a chilly 51 in Riverside. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Southgate, this is on the 7 northbound at Imperial Highway. Clean up crews from an earlier time. Taking up the 2 right lanes, watch for some delays from the 105. And in Roland Heights, this is on the 57 southbound at Brea Canyon. A little fender bender there. That's taking up the right lane. You're seeing delays as you approach this area. Grand Terrace shows a full freeway closure. 250 northbound from Washington all the way to the 10. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work. KFI, the sky helps get you there faster. O'Brien Band.
Over the years, I've seen thousands of inspiring, thought-provoking quotes, and now from passing that knowledge on to you in my new daily life. I see stories. Let the God mention. I'll break down why these words matter and reveal personal stories that show that it actually is my life. Listen to I See Stories every weekend on the iHeart Radio
season is almost here, and whether you're planning to jet off to Japan or cruise around Greece, don't forget to add language learning to your itinerary. The Rosetta Stone app will transform the way you travel. Learn useful words and phrases that will not only help you get around more easily, but also have more meaningful experiences with the new people and places you'll discover. Through March 22nd, get 40% off a lifetime subscription to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages. Purchase today at rosettastone.com. KFI AM 640.
I've heard stories of people that go to like senior care retirement villages or whatever, and they hang around there for relationships. My grandma had a boyfriend, his name was Howard, in her 70s. Howard was shady as by the way. Shady. When you're 70 and it's just a boyfriend or a girlfriend, you put a ring on it, or you or you're just like, I don't want to bother.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
This woman had a baby on an airplane.
You know, there's a bunch of a-holes on the plane going, how late is it going to be? If you just stay in your seat.
No!
Jim Conway Jr. Show.
Come on! It's a Starbucks!
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
The smallest movement, even something as simple as walking or stretching, can make you feel happier and healthier.
Take the dance line again.
Oh boy, don't think that.
Don't you want the serotonin and the dopamine and the endorphins to fit your booty a little bit?
Here in Canada.
Don't you feel those endorphins?
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
When I called you late last night to see, I was falling in love. Yes, I was falling in love. Oh, the words you said to me about life, the truth, and being free, and passionate. Oh, I'm passionate. So how you make it feel, so I fight to love and be real, 'cause I'm not oh, the good time I'm not love. Oh, the things made for you and me, and you told me what life needs to be, and you came to me, oh, you came to me. Oh, I knew were in front of me, and it's your life. I just believe I can't see your eyes. I couldn't see it. I can't believe it. Oh, but I feel it.
You're listening to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We'll take your calls next hour with Mac Maloney as we talk about secret bases, UFOs, jump aboard on Coast to Coast AM. And of course, ParanormalDay.com keeps cruising along. It's available to you if you want to meet somebody at ParanormalDate.com. 16 people shy of 156,000 signed up members. ParanormalDate.com. Now, of course, build up your immunity.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay brings 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to its immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low in hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and getting the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of any stem and adaptogen together, is supporting the body to be
Dr. Maria, how will I feel after taking adaptogen and any steps?
The immunostem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put a drop along with it, and you won't feel it in 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Maria protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with adaptogen and immune stem and your true gift relaxer is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
So have you ever wondered if we are alone in our vast universe? Great question, and Marvelous Entertainment has released the newest in science fiction that specifically deals with that question. Marvin Sunderland has been a guest on the program as a certified film director, science fiction genius, Army veteran, mechanic, video game developer, web developer, and of course the author behind the series of sci-fi novels that include the 7-novel masterpiece, bringing out the best in your imagination. Journey with his special superstar, Sergeant Waggett, in search of a crashed alien spaceship that leads him to an astronomical alien invention. Invasion. Then brace yourself because there's a war underway in the underworld. Sergeant Waggett promises to take your imagination to marvelous heights. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels by entering coupon code COAST-to-COAST, all lowercase, at marvelous.com. That's marvelous.com. marvelous.com.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My leaky faucet turned into the maintenance man asking, when are we going to get to know each other better? I needed my air conditioner fixed, so my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission. My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
Sexual harassment by anyone associated with your housing isn't just wrong, it's against the law. The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment, including someone making unlawful sexual advances or refusing to make repairs because you deny sexual favors. If this happens to you, you can stop it by filing a complaint with her.
So I called her and filed a complaint with my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair Housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit that's how.gov/fair housing. You see for your safety, call 911. A public service message from us in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Lori with Max Maloney. Max, there's also another question about university. What's going on there?
Well, I mentioned before when I wrote the January 51, a friend of mine who's been Vietnamese intelligence for a long time, and he kind of helped me through the book. And I found it just, but we're an investigative organization. He's the person who really said, well, it's really in plain sight. You just got to know when you look for him. So we looked up in the Boston area, and I said, give me an example. And he just said Harvard University. But then we were sitting in Harvard Yard at the time, and this place, you would find this clear some of the stuff that goes on there. And I'm sure other places, Stanford and other places like that, but in these universities is where a lot of really high-tech stuff is going on, and the government usually comes in, takes a look, and they have this, local technology.
Since you've been doing this, what do you think that might be the biggest cover-up that's going on right now?
Wow. Good question. I don't know. I really don't know. They keep really, there's high trust secret weapons. Secret that's going to take on it. It's kind of funny because just the past few years, as we know, the government has finally come out and said, well, look, guys, UFOs exist, we're going to change their name, but it's this, and we're going to start all these channels and so on. So what do you have to go?
I mean, they don't admit what they are, but they do say they exist.
It's this, and that's a big step, This is a step to say that these are things that we don't know what they AI. Is a big step forward. But also, maybe they're covering up. I know that they're covering up footage, video footage, and so on that they have on their phone. We talked about that, but I think now there's a good case to be made that they don't know anything more about the origins of these things than we do.
How many you made this evolution yourself as a publicist for GE? You've moved over to what you've been doing, and you've been writing since 1984. It's been a long time.
Right. I mean, I went to school for communication and so on, and then, I had to go make some real money from a sports writer to a GE publicist. So you have to like the 9 to 5 at the time and stuff. So just one day, someone wanted to get to my office, and they were writing a book. They did a co-author. Happened to be only out for that TV show, the old TV show.
Yeah.
At an agent, at a publisher, and then right away started writing the Wingman series, and I just kept my hand in it all the time.
You wrote a book back in 2018 called Mac Maloney's Haunted Universe. Tell me a little bit about it.
Well, another thing that I used to do is that when I was doing research on other things, other books and stuff, and we also have a radio show, a podcast that we're always researching on, I come upon like these really kind of crazy little stories, and I took them aside.
They look like Ripley's Believe It or Not.
I grew up loving Ripley's Believe It or Not. I did a paper and different books, and that's what this is. It's hundreds of little stories about strange things that have happened, around the world. Every state has a ghost. Every state has a beast. This potpourri of all kinds of paranormal, crazy stuff that I collected over the years.
There was a Ripley story one day that just I was fascinated with it about frogs falling from the sky. And apparently some gust of something scooped them out of the water and dropped them hundreds of miles away somewhere else. So what an amazing story.
Right, we're at home in a city in China, and they
how'd you like to be outside when that happened?
they told the people you have to use umbrellas. That's how bad it was. So
worms falling on.
Yeah, we're on the wall thing.
Fascinating stuff. And where did you get your story? How did they come to you?
About the worms, you mean?
All of them, yeah.
I spent a lot of the day just kind of researching stuff, online all the time. And on our radio show, one thing that makes us kind of hot from a lot of other shows is the guests that we have on, the gentleman I was mentioning earlier, but also other people, really do work for U.S. intelligence, work for military intelligence, and so on. And on the air and off the air, they'll tell us stuff. Sometimes it's just so crazy, it has to be true, that type of stuff.
Do they use their real names, Jack?
No, they do not.
Yeah.
A lot of them have non-disclosure agreements and so on. These people, what they've done is they've worked for the government, and then they've now do the same work in a private sector.
I get asked a lot when I'm interviewed what I believe in, if I believe my guests or not. And I say, number one, what I want to do is try to get the truth out of them. But two, it's not my job to believe in them or not. It's to present the story. And let everybody who's listening at home decide what they want. So if somebody wants to believe the story about the frogs or the worms, that's up to them to do some work on it.
I agree. I mean, there's so many stories out there that people can get interested in, but I think it's also important for us to, if we're going to find the truth, to get rid of a lot of the noise that is out there and just concentrate on really credible sightings and well-documented sightings and look into them in a scientific way and see what happens.
Do you think we're being visited by extraterrestrials?
It's a good question. Something is out there. There's no doubt that something is flying around our atmosphere that we don't know. Now, are they extraterrestrials? Are they from the universe next door? Are they from the metaverse? Are they from someplace that are they from our future? These are the things that we don't know. But the question is, have we ever, has anything been on, any entity been on this earth that isn't human?
say there's a chance that has happened sometime.
These secret bases we talked about last half hour, why do you think there's so many UFO reports surrounding these bases? They all look like they're being monitored.
Right, exactly. That's exactly what it looks like. And not just these kind of secret bases, but like after World War II, the place where they made the plutonium for the atomic bombs, this place up in Washington State. The UFOs over it almost every night for years. And when we were building our ICBM bases in the 70s out in the Midwest, lots of UFO reports still to this day. It is like something is monitoring and looking in on us. A lot of people would like to think that, it's a benign force, who knows? It just seems very kind of neutral, whatever this is. Happens in Russia as well. I'm sure they probably think it's our side devices. We probably think it's their side devices, but it's very hard to find something, as we found out with the Chinese, had to send a balloon over our country.
Exactly. That's hijack, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you have to send a balloon over the country, I mean, we're right. Technology-wise, and the fact is that we knew that balloon, we knew as soon as it took off, it monitored the whole way over, blocked it from sending back any kind of information, as well as we took the data out of what they had up there. Plus, we recovered the balloon. So, I mean, that to me was one of the most fascinating things that's happened in the past few months because.
Well, and the other ones afterwards.
Right. See, those were, I think what happened to it, and I agree with the gentleman on this, is that a lot of stuff flying around up there, like a lot of colleges, universities, release weather reports, a lot of weather things.
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
And they just go up there, they float along, they do their job, and that's it. But if we start looking for stuff like that, you're going to see it, and that's why you have F-22, knocking out, basically a hobby club's weather balloon. If you look for that kind of stuff, you're going to find it small stuff. But our radars, our 31-inch systems are set up to look for large stuff like missiles and bombers and things like that.
Have you ever had a chance to talk to pilots, Mac, about some of the strange things they see?
Yes, we've got a number of pilots on the show, and what's good about pilots is military and civilian pilots is that they're the best UFO witnesses that you can get because they spend so many hours in the air. They know what the moon looks like setting and rising, and they know what the North Star looks like and what another airplane looks like, what the flares of the oil tank look like. So when they see something that they've never seen before, it's a UFO. And, I don't want to say they see these things all the time, but they do. And if you're a military pilot, your job is to record it and forget about it. Airline pilots think if you see one, if you want to report it, okay, fine, but the next time you're up for a raise or whatever, and it's between you and someone who hasn't seen UFOs, they're going to get the job. So in the airline industry, it's talked among the pilots, but very rarely will you hear any kind of airline pilot something say, I saw this, I saw that, but they do see them a lot.
And I don't think it's too uncommon to assume in this vastness of the universe, we're not alone.
Well, the strange thing would be if we were alone. If we were the only, beings in this entire universe, but it's impossible. It's impossible when you think of how large the universe is, 200 billion trillion stars. There's got to be someone out there.
Or maybe more.
Or, yeah, right, it could be in the middle of, a very busy part of the galaxy. We just wouldn't know.
What do you think of the Catholic Church, Mac, saying that your belief in extraterrestrials doesn't negate your belief in God?
Well, I suppose it doesn't, but it will. I think that's one of the things that people think, why is this being kept a secret? If it came out that you're being from other places, some people feel like it would kind of destroy religion on Earth, and religion is kind of a way of, I don't know, some people say kind of keeping everybody on the same page, but, I suppose if there are aliens and we think that there's a creative universe, and it must have created them as well, so we're all one big happy family there.
I think it's an amazing story that the Catholic Church, admits that there's that possibility.
But, they have a telescope in Arizona.
Yeah, they've got several observatories around the world.
They're on it. They've been on it for a long time. looking for something out there. Maybe they wanted you to hurt to see it, but I agree. So for something like this happens, straight from say, there might be UFOs, and the U.S. government's not saying, well, there might be UFOs, and we do live in an interesting time.
Do you believe in life after death, Matt?
I hope so. I mean, it's there's got to be something more than just this. I remember reading Einstein. Someone asked him that question, and he said, the biggest mystery for me is that everything around us on the earth is not permanent. That will very long lasting. A tree lasts hundreds of years. Rocks last millions of years. But we only last about 70 or about 80 years. And he saw that as something like, it can't be just that. It has to be something when we move on. It has to be something more than this. You can't destroy energy. We have to go somewhere. Just be interested to see where we're going. I think it's part of our grand plan that we don't know. I think that's an important part of the whole human condition, that we don't know what is next. And I think that should guide us in the way that we lead our lives.
When I'm asked that question, I say, well, if there is an afterlife, you'll know about it. If there isn't, don't worry about it.
Right. So you're better off believing in it, because if you're right, that's great. If you don't, who cares? You'll be gone.
It's almost like a dream state. If you go to sleep and you don't remember your dream when you woke up, you've got a missing time gap of 6 to 8 hours, however long you sleep. It's almost like you're dead during that time period. You're gone.
You go. Yeah, right. I agree with you. I never thought of it that way, but you're right.
And so death could very well be a long dream that you just don't remember. It's very possible.
Interesting, too.
So what's your next project?
Oh, boy. I have another wingman that will be coming up next year, and I also write a military detective series on codename Starman, which I'll be doing another one of those at the end of next year.
Have any of your works been turned into movies or TV shows?
They've been awesome, as it turns out, but the wingman books have been awesome. But the problem is what always comes back to me is that it'll be too expensive, because this would be like Top Gun on steroids. That I could get fighters, dog fights, be very expensive to make. But these days, there's CGI and everything. I think anything's possible. I'll never say that.
Were you before Top Gun?
Top Gun actually came out right around the time that the Moon came out. I owe a lot to Top Gun, the first Top Gun, and also to Tom Clancy. He really started the techno-thriller kind of genre, and that's what I jumped right on that, and I've been on it since then.
Before you started writing, before 1984, did you ever think you'd get to the point where you have written 50 books?
No.
That's the luck.
Right. I mean, the thing is asking how you can do it, and it really is. I've been lucky to have an agent, and lucky to have a publisher, publishers all the time, and when they give you the money and the contract to do it, you do it. You never turn it down. So that's why I got 50 plus books under my belt.
What's the best way for people to get a hold of you and email you back? Through your website?
Yep, wingman.com. Yep, MacMaloney.com. There's a place to get hold of us too, with home house books and the radio show and so on.
How'd you come up with the Wingman series?
I wrote a letter to my agent. He said, come up with some ideas, and I sent him a bunch of ideas and arranged everything from a book on the Dragon show to Woodstones and so on. And but at the end of that letter, I put up Mad Max in an airplane. Mad Max was a big movie back in the 80s too.
Yeah, with Mel Gibson, right?
Gibson, yeah, Mad Max and a jet fighter, and that's how I sold the book. And I just finished number 22.
Good for you. Mac, we're going to take a break at the top of the hour here and come back and take phone calls with you. We're going to open up the phone lines to talk about secret bases, UFOs, whatever is on your mind. Jump aboard. Almost in an open line format with Mac Maloney, and his books are all linked up at coasttocoastam.com along with his website. And we will be back in a moment. And also, don't forget to sign up for our free YouTube channel. I'll tell you again a little bit about that later on next hour, but it's absolutely free. YouTube at Coast to Coast AM Official in the YouTube search bar.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you've built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. He's live from the Hayes bedroom. It's another eventful night for curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his tooth. His wife, Michelle, is trying to hold the reins. Michelle throws an elbow. She's leaning for the couch. He could get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires a sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no hose. Just learn more at InspireSleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspireSleep.com.
Jacoby Myers is here to help you get the justice you deserve. We specialize in serious injury cases and have been fighting for our clients since 1972. Trust Jacoby Myers to be your guide, your advocate, and your support system. With our unmatched experience and expertise, you can rest assured that you'll get the compensation you deserve. Plus, our consultation is always free. Call Jacoby Myers today and let us help you navigate the legal process and get the justice you deserve. Jacoby Myers, justice for you since 1972. AM 640. Talk without the joke.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Strike is on. I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA Unified non-teaching workers have authorized the strike to begin on Tuesday. The LA Teachers Union says they will join the 3-day strike, likely shutting schools down. The workers are asking for more money and guaranteed continuation of programs to elevate Black students' education and provide low-income families with housing. The next negotiation session is scheduled for tomorrow. Governor Gavin Newsom is getting a closer look at the damage on the central coast of California.
This weather whiplash is extreme that we are going through. Anyone who has any doubt about Mother Nature comes to the state of California.
Kanye West will not face charges after grabbing and throwing at the top of his phone in January. He was filmed reaching into a car and grabbing the phone before throwing it to the street. The photographer in the incident is not pressing charges. Top defense officials say they're not sure if Russia intentionally downed the U.S. drone flying over the Black Sea. Mark Mayfield has more.
Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, said the Russian jets intended to intercept the drone, but it's not clear if they collided with it on purpose. While Russia has denied its jets made contact with the drone, Milley said the U.S. has absolute evidence that's the case. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said he spoke with his Russian counterpart over the incident and reiterated the U.S. will fly and operate wherever international law allows.
Kobe Bryant's hand and footprints will now be a permanent fixture at the TCL Chinese Theater in Hollywood. The theater rotates stars' imprints, but Kobe's will be in the courtyard permanently. And the Indiana Jones ride at Disneyland is reopening Saturday after a month-long freshening up. Southbound weather from KFI, mostly cloudy skies with highs of 50 to mid-60s. Right now it's 54 in Brea. Aliso Viejo has 53. Redondo Beach checks in with 54, and it's 50 degrees in Simi Valley. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In South Texas, this is on the Central northbound at Imperial Highway. Clean up crews from an earlier crash. Taking up the 2 right lanes, you're taking delays from just after the 105. In Golden Heights, we have this news. Earlier crash that was on the 57 southbound at Brea Canyon has been cleared from lanes. Your drive is recovering in that area. Anaheim, there is a work zone 57 northbound from Lincoln to the 91. The Corporal and West lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. Say if I had the sky, don't get you there faster, Brian Van. What would you do if the secret cabal of the most powerful folks in the United States told you, hey, let's start a trust? Back in the 1930s, a man named Rabbi was all that stood between the U.S. and Saturday. I'm Ben Bullard. I'm Allison. And I'm Smedley Stockman. Join us for this sordid tale of ambition, treason, and what happens when evil tycoons have too much time on their hands. Listen to Let's Start the Coup on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you find your favorite show.
We ask seniors how to prevent Medicare scams.
If you get a phone call, do not talk to the person.
Never give out your Medicare number.
They're going to get your number and put in a false claim.
Just hang up.
How do you detect Medicare fraud? Just like I check my credit card statement, I check my Medicare statement monthly.
If you check your statement and you see something that you know you did not have done, you report it. Call the Senior Medicare Patrol.
To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7080.
I never chose to become a gambling addict. What I did choose was to get help from a professional counselor.
For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Protect, support the 53346. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Hey, Team Shark, if you're planning on going solar or even thinking about going solar, then listen up. Time is running out to secure the best possible solar reimbursement with the state of California. Last year, the state and your utility company got together and changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. And as you can guess, it's not as good for you and me. In fact, it's about 75% less than the old system. The good news is there is a grandfathering period, and you can still permanently lock in those amazing rates. But time is running out. The deadline to have your solar documents filed is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlux, and call them today. Sunlux will walk you through how to lock in the current rate. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Call Sunlux and get your documents filed. There is no time to waste to lock in the best returns on solar power that you will ever see. Start today at sunlux.com. Sunlux.com. PSLB 10374.
This is Jacob Emron. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
KFI, AM 640. KFI live and everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Bottom line is you're not that interested.
And you're on vacation.
I'm on vacation. No one touches me. Although I had a few interrupted. There isn't a story on the planet that could keep me from having a vacation. I don't care if it's World War III. If I'm at the airport, I'm at the airport.
Bill Handle.
I'll catch you 200 million deaths from now, and we'll start talking. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
The sensors on the ceiling of an elevator, which can smell urine, so that they can quickly send over a cleaning crew in the elevator. What we have, though, is a breakdown in cultural norms, because I never remember there was ever a problem with people urinating in public. Done again. I never even considered that.
Right. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
This is Jacob Emron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk. To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-01-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. 655. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
For this hour, we'll take your calls with Mac Maloney as we talk about secret bases, UFOs, and all this other great stuff on Coast to Coast AM. Tax season is always a crazy time, isn't it? But it can feel even more stressful if you happen to fall victim to fake IRS calls. That's just what you need. Scammers pretending to be IRS agents will ask for personal information, bank accounts, or for you to wire them money on the spot. Be smart, just hang up on them. The IRS normally contacts taxpayers through the mail. It's important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft affect our lives. Your personal information gets exposed so often, making it dangerously easy for a cyber criminal to steal your identity. Protect that identity can be easy with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own, like loans taken out in your name. If you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but it's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Identity theft protection starts here. Join now, save up to 25% off your first year with promo code George. Remember that. Call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to LifeLock.com. Use promo code George for 25% off.
Real people, real souls. I had acute eczema. I had tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine. It was pretty miserable. So I started taking Carnivora, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
Our little dog developed this lymph problem, but the chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. We started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try Carnivora. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling dead. Then I took my vaccine shut down, and there was no sign at all. And so I just go ahead and remove the option. The Carnivore, advertising. So I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. So we all said, I'm keeping my product to die.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com.
So what are you going to do about it? Are you going to give them a love? You're going to keep coming back. You want to cancel it.
Welcome back to what's going on with Matt Maloney. Your calls as well. What has been the reaction to the Wingman series?
It's been hard to very sad. Decided I was kind of criticized, and as I said before, I was able to ride that wave for the first time. That was also one thing I played a lot of came back to. So, a lot of fans that I've stopped listening over the years. It's really surprising to think about
That's amazing.
episodes. I've had so many during years. Books is what started everything books. They were like my relatives for a long time.
And your agent is based out of where? New York?
Yeah, New York City, yep.
Mine is David Bigliano.
Mm-hmm.
You know him?
I've heard the name.
Yep. Back there. Don't forget.
They had the same agent for a while, and we're friends. We've known each other for so long. We're like friends now.
Of everything you've written about, uncovered, what do you find to be the most fascinating? The fact that you stuck the kid?
The first book I did in this kind of a paranormal genre was UFOs in Wartime, which we talked about before.
That came out in 2011, right?
And that just came once again from a lunch I had with my editor. I told him that, for years I wondered why it seemed like UFOs were seen more often during wartime. And because there's airplanes in the air, more eyes in the sky, more people looking up,
nonfiction book. I had never written a nonfiction book before. So we did that, and it turned out to be way more work than I thought, but I really liked the results, and that sold very well. And what really fascinating me about that is that there were so many reports, especially during World War II, of the foo fighters.
Small little ones, right?
Oh, and it was actually just up to all sizes, but a lot of them were kind of like lightning balls, lightning, falling airplanes, to and from bombing missions, all the way right up to classic UFOs. But they were always just watching. They never joined in. They never took any sides or anything. They were always just kind of watching us and watching the battles and so on. And that made me think that, maybe these are just big free times for us. People from our future coming to see history being made, who knows? But that's what me ever since I've written that book.
And in Vietnam, pilots reported seeing a lot of UFOs.
Oh, right, yeah. In Korea, too. Korea had a lot of UFO reports, and Vietnam, for sure. The first Gulf War, people were seeing UFOs. But once again, there's a lot of stuff flying around up there, especially during wartime, and some of it just could be secret weapons stuff that someone on the ground might recognize, but they're not all secret weapons. Something else is happening, usually during battles or during war.
Kenneth Arnold, who coined the phrase flying saucers back in 1947, his granddaughter has contacted us, and he's putting together a catalog of his works and his stories.
Yeah, he's the guy who started it all, and what he saw was they said flying saucers is what the press kind of coined that term, but what he really said was saucers sticking across.
That's right.
And they were actually boomerang shaped.
And then we had the Roswell crash right after that.
That's 2 weeks later. And during those 2 weeks, people were reporting flying saucers everywhere. Everywhere. Suddenly people were seeing everything because people were suddenly looking up or something, But he started it all. It's just a guy.
Let's go to the phone as they line up for you. We'll start by going to AC in Cleveland, Ohio, east of the Rockies. Hey, AC, thanks for calling.
Hello, George, and hello, Matt.
Hi there.
At the beginning of the program, Matt, you talked about a secret base, Israeli base, at Megiddo. And the Valley of Megiddo was termed by Napoleon as the ideal battlefield, and that's where we get the word Armageddon.
Right here.
The book of Revelation, chapter 15, verse 16. Okay? So now, the question was asked, George, why are there so many sightings around Area 51?
Mm-hmm.
Well, people need to use their head. Maybe the UFOs are coming out of there instead of just going in there.
That's a good possibility.
And go ahead.
What do you think of that, Matt?
Well, again, people have seen, it's a secret airbase, so you're going to see secret stuff flying around. There's no doubt about it. But people who have, who have worked there or know what's going on there, supposedly you go to certain places right around the border of Area 51, it's a very expensive place, and see stuff flying around there that doesn't look like it was manufactured here on Earth. One of the things they do at Area 51 is they have captured, at the Area 51 and other places, so they've captured Russian-made fighters, and they fly them out of there, and they dogfight with our fighters, and that's how our pilots train. So if people see a MiG-21 flying over a piece of Nevada, that kind of makes sense. But if they see, it makes something a strange way, but if they see something that looks more like a UFO flying spots, but then, you have to ask the question, why is it here?
Let's go back to AC, make sure he's done. AC, any more questions?
yes, well, the Manhattan Project was a historical example of misinformation. The Russians were fooled that the atom bomb was a super incendiary. And it's interesting that you said that the Catholic Church wants people to believe in UFOs. And yet, Jesus gave us 7 words of warning, take heed that no man deceive you. And we're not hearing the Catholic Church say that, So there's a lot to think about here. There's, an agenda that
could be for a purpose to get people to believe in this, and some future events could happen where this will come in handy. Max, is this something nefarious, these sightings?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, there you can count on one hand stories from about UFOs being aggressive. You know, there's stories down in Brazil one night that UFOs attacked an island off the coast of Brazil, and that the Brazilian military actually fought back. With the story of the Gulf War where the UFOs supposedly fired an F-16, which then fired at it. But you take those few examples and you look against all these just thousands, tens of thousands of UFO reports where UFOs aren't doing anything other than, as I said before, just kind of watching us, looking in on us. So I don't know if they're nefarious, but they're sure nefarious.
Joe in the Bronx, take it away, Joseph.
How are you?
Okay, Joe. Thanks.
Good, good. Max, you know, I have a question about the Havana syndrome, which is a loud noise that's been sickening people in the area, and I believe other areas in the world can have a similar type of weapon, possibly. Also, my second question is Mount Shasta. Could ET be living in Mount Shasta, side of a mountain? Interesting. I'll take the second question first. Mount Shasta is a place where I believe it's where if there is some kind of nuclear confrontation, that a lot of the government would wind up there. Is that Mount Shasta the one you're talking about?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Well, once again, if they're going to hide anything, why not? Why not hide it there? It could be any place. If ET is around, it could be any place. But I really don't think we have possession of an ET or Oscar flying saucer form, because I think we'd be living in a different world. We'd have jetpacks and stuff. It'd be more like the Jetsons. It's just the fact that the US government has come out, as we said before, Judge, that something said we don't know what these things are. That's a big step.
What do you think happened at Roswell?
I don't think I don't want to be that guy at the party, but I don't think anything happened. There was an observation balloon, actually a secret balloon that's part of a program that they were launching these balloons with audio devices that would drift over Russia to see if the Russians were exposing nuclear weapons by picking up the audio, the noise of a nuclear weapon going off. I mean, that's really, they had been doing it for a long time with that. This gentleman on our show a number of times, Dr. Bob Gross, he just simply explained that what they found there was mylar, which is what weather balloons are made out of. Plus, there was rope found in the debris field, and it's hard for me to believe that, the occupants of the UFO have rope.
And then mylar material is what gave it that impression that it just folded back into place.
Yep. Exactly. Yep.
All right, thanks, Joe. Appreciate you being part of the program. Norm in St. Louis, take it away, Norm.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hi there.
Good. I got a kind of a question and a comment.
You got
the question is, I want to say it was back in maybe 2008, 10, stuff like that, but over in the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem, they had a UFO that was kind of suspended in the air, maybe a quarter mile up, and then it slowly zoomed down to about 200 foot above the Dome of the Rock, and it stayed there about 30 seconds, and then it just off super fast. And there was hundreds of tourists there, and, so they all had different cameras going. I'm talking like 200 or 300 people that had to have that seen it. I was wondering if you know anything about that. Back in, as far as the nefarious part of it, I think the opposite. I'm not saying that like angels, I think it's different than angels, but it always seems like UFOs are around wars, nuclear plants, military bases. I think God came from here to kind of intervene.
I think they're observing. What do you think? Mac, you with us? Oh, we lost Mac, so let's call him back. And we'll get him back. Let's go back to some of the calls. UFO Jim. UFO Jim, welcome to the show, Jim.
So hi, George. It's a pleasure to talk to you again.
You too. Got your letters, by the way. Thanks, folks.
Oh, you did get the letters?
We got them. You got them.
Well, that's exactly what I'm... that's exactly what I'm calling you about tonight. I think it's part of the supernatural thing that I'm contacting you about. One of the last letters I sent you was in the about Stonehenge around the solstice, the winter solstice.
Yeah.
A few weeks ago.
Yep. Yep.
And I mentioned that I felt that something was going on about Stonehenge, and now I guess I got my answer. I suspect that there was UFO activity at that base there that's close by the Stonehenge.
Probably.
I had no knowledge of Stonehenge being anywhere near a base, but I knew, even though it was embarrassing writing you that letter, that something was up there.
Yeah, never be embarrassed. Don't be embarrassed. Mac, you back with us?
Yes, there's actually two kind of secret bases right there, Stonehenge, so let's get the question, is that just a coincidence or not?
And I never believe in coincidences.
Yeah, me neither.
Everything's done for a purpose. These bases, though, I mean, do they actually think they can hide them from people?
Well, not hide the base itself, but hide what they're doing inside the base is, what they're always trying to do. And, it gets more difficult as the days go on because, now you have, eye drones and ways that you can shoot electronic beams at a location and intercept all the radio, that's going on in there and intercept, what's going on in the computer. So, the whole idea is just to keep layering on the security so no one thinks it's hard for them to find out exactly what you're doing behind closed doors.
Let's go to Keith in Dallas, Texas. Welcome to the show. Hey, Keith, go ahead.
Hey, thanks, George. And Matt, I have a question for you concerning the breakaway civilization theory. George has suggested some groups control the very advanced technology that accounts for at least some of the UFO sightings, and that perhaps these groups have their origins at the end of World War II, which would have been shortly before the Roswell incident, and consisted largely of German scientists that survived the fall of the Third Reich, and perhaps also Soviet scientists, definitely American aeronautical engineers and scientists beyond Werner von Braun, beyond him. I mean, he might have just been the tip of the iceberg, but is it possible that something like that exists in your mind, that the secretive groups could control some of the bases and that they could be so compartmentalized that not even the top brass of the top militaries in the world know about it? Where would they be operating from? Is it the Nevada desert in Antarctica? Is it possibly lunar bases? The guest earlier was talking about the moon. So what do you think about that breakaway civilization theory, and if that could account for some of the UFOs or some of the secret bases?
Well, as I said before, never say never, but I go back to what you said, where would they be coming from? I mean, these days, every square inch of the earth is covered by Google Earth, and by, government satellites as well. So, where would you have a base, and where would you have the logistics, and how would you feed the people who live at the base, and where would you get the fuel, and how could these things take off to help people not seeing them and not being spotted on radar and things like that. But once again, never say never, because things happened right after World War II. You had these ghost rockets of 1946, where it looked like what we call cruise missiles these days were flying over Sweden. I mean, the Swedish airport guys flew right next to these things. They look like Tomahawk missiles from 40 years in the future. And I was very close to Monday, where they used to shoot up to be one of these rockets. So, who knows? I just think there's somewhere out there, hopefully not too far in the future, we're going to find out the answer to all of it. And, maybe what the answer is going to startle us all. And it's something that we never even thought of, who knows? I just hope we're all still
around when it happens.
Could there be bases that we don't even know about, or is that impossible with this technology?
I think it's impossible. I really do. Because, they cover, unless they're, CCP of the South Pacific or something like that. Other than that, and even that is covered by this network that the U.S. Navy has, covers all the oceans around the world, which can explore submarines. So, and even on the moon, I mean, there's a Japanese satellite that's been orbiting the moon for years, and you can go online and look at it, and every square inch of the moon has been mapped and photographed. So there's nothing really up there. So if there is some kind of secret space civilization, and why? Why would they want to do it? I mean, this world's a mess. They're not doing us any good. Who knows?
Mac, we're going to come back in just a moment and take final phone calls with you right here on Coast to Coast Radio.
Do you have a photo that you think would interest the Coast to Coast audience? We're always on the hunt for unique and unusual images for our photo gallery. To submit your image, simply go to coasttocoastam.com and mouse over the media button on the upper navigation bar, and you'll see the submission option.
I'm Bree Tennis from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA Unified's non-teaching workers have authorized the strike to take place on Tuesday. The LA Union says they will join in the 3-day strike, likely shutting down schools. The workers are asking for more money, also guaranteed continuation of programs that elevate education and provide low-income families with housing. The next negotiation session scheduled for tomorrow. A train carrying hazardous materials has derailed in northwestern Arizona near milepost 9 of Interstate 40. No reports of any payload spills. Orange County has banned the popular app TikTok from all government-issued devices. They say to ensure safety and security of county data and information. The White House imposed a similar ban back in February. South on weather from KFI, mostly cloudy skies, highs in the 50s to mid-60s. Right now it's 53 at Yorba Linda. Lake Forest is 52. 49 degrees in Thousand Oaks and 43 in Acton. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Southgate, this is on the 710 northbound at Imperial Highway. We have cleanup crews doing earlier back. Taking up the two-right lane, you're seeing some slow traffic from just after the 105. Anaheim, there is a work zone. This is on the 57 northbound from Lincoln to the 91. The purple and left lanes here to be shut down for road work until 5. Upland, there's a full freeway closure. This is on the heading south from Mountain Avenue to Detroit. All lanes here to be shut down for road work. AFI, the channel, get you there faster. I'm Brian. Fans. Our light source system gives you filtered and delicious water straight from every tap in the house. It filters out the chlorine and contaminants while retaining healthy minerals, and there's no filter to change ever. It's maintenance free. New customers get a free Epicure antibacterial filter. That's worth $825. This ends March 31st. Call 800-803-2696. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Water, taste and feel the difference.
In this week's Marketer Report, Patricia Sayuleta, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. As the #1 audio company, iHeart Media gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Former President Trump is urging everyone to get a copy of David Horowitz's new book. It's called Final Battle, and Trump says its message is a wake-up call. Already a #1 Amazon bestseller, Final Battle reveals a secret war led by progressives and the woke who want to remake the America as we know it. Yeah, Horowitz says that they're in our schools, our churches, and even our military.
In Final Battle, he explains how Joe Biden and big media are partnering to stop both Trump and DeSantis, their campaigns, before 2024. Alex names the names of the secret players he says are behind the strategy. Newsmax calls Final Battle the book of the year. Mike Huckabee says he could not stop reading. Get Final Battle in bookstores or check out the free offer and save $28. Just call 1-800-NEWSMAX. That's 1-800-NEWSMAX or go online to finalbattle611.com. Finalbattle611.com to get you a free copy today. KFI, AM 640. It's the one animal that's most like us. And we keep them in a cage all day and all night at a zoo. I wonder why the zookeepers have not reprimanded the monkeys to the age for that. Throwing their feces at you. And everyone seems to just laugh it off. The Tim Conway Jr. show. I mean, if I went to Kelsey's and did that, they'd kick me out forever. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I think it's where you say hands raised. Six shoulders and hands raised. You can see the morning. You see the light. With your hands held. To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. On our next Coast to Coast program, my guest will be Sidney Ross Singer, who believes that some of our favorite foods are riddled with neurotoxins. We'll talk about that, and then later on, Scott Mitchell joins us with his belief that aliens are truly fallen angels. So make sure you're part of the program. Beyond Belief, that is our television program, and we invite you to watch the episodes by going to beyondbelief.com. It's that simple. There's some free episodes there for you to sample at beyondbelief.com. And as I was mentioning earlier, we have a channel on YouTube that is free to subscribe. Just go to YouTube and click the YouTube search bar and type in Coast to Coast AM Official. Or if you're on our website, right at the top of the page, the third little icon up there, the YouTube little icon there, click that and you can get that information as well. And now here's a way for you to improve your clarity, focus, and memory. If stress gets you down and maybe you're fatigued or moody and would like to start the day with more energy, then you would like to relax in the evening throughout the night while losing weight, we have something for you. Elevate and Accelerate. Dr. Adam Bruder explains more. So what is it about Elevate that really makes it so powerful? Number one, 1.5 servings of phytonutrients. Again, that's taking whole foods and putting it into a capsule to help our body combat chronic stressors that are coming out every single day. So, it can actually help to reestablish healing neurological. Our cells that fire together are going to be wired together. You've heard of people saying that they're firing on all cylinders. That is what this does. I'll tell you, when I started taking this, within the first day, I noticed better mental clarity and better energy. The next thing that we look at is the accelerator. We're looking at sculpting blends. We're allowing our gut to lightly detox. There's actually increase in energy just from that. But then there's also the probiotics. There's the prebiotics, and there's the enzyme blends that's restoring that gut health. So let's cleanse it, let's restore it, let's release that serotonin that
dopamine to be able to reduce anxiety, to help to reduce that chronic fatigue, to help to increase the immune system of our body as well. I have found that just with these three capsules, with people that I have seen are having phenomenal success.
George's Power Pack. Order now and receive free gifts of Be Slim, refreshing weight loss tablets. Accelerate, elevate, and be slim. Order now at healthylooking.com. 394-9930. Don't forget promo code George for free shipping. George's Power Pack, now with free gift Be Slim and free shipping. That's 800-394-9930 or at healthylooking.com.
Let's talk about Bullion Max for a moment. For a limited time, it's back. That's with 1 ounce solid silver Ghana alien coin that everybody loves. Part of the silver starter kit just for you, exclusively at bullionmax.com. The great thing about it is when you go to bullionmax.com/coast, you can order your starter kit, not just the alien coin. You get 5 ounces of silver, a fantastic collector's series of pieces, and a solid silver like the Austrian Philharmonic coin and the Britain Britannia. And we all know inflation is out of control. The stock market had its worst year since 2008. Now's the time to diversify into precious metals, and you can store them at home. And Bullion Max will ship them directly to you, fully insured. Hedge the market, hedge the U.S. dollars, start building your wealth with precious metals at bullionmax.com/coast. That's bullionmax.com/coast.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My leaky faucet turned into the maintenance man asking, when are we going to get to know each other better? I needed my air conditioner fixed, but my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission. My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
Sexual harassment by anyone associated with your housing isn't just wrong, it's against the law. The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment, including someone making unlawful sexual advances or refusing to make repairs because you deny sexual favors. If this happens to you, you can stop it by filing a complaint with HUD.
So I called HUD and filed a complaint against my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair Housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Miller with you, Mac Maloney with us in your final calls, and we talk about his incredible work. Mac, where do people get your series of books? What's the best place?
Well, the best place is Amazon, to tell you the truth. I mean, there are bookstores all around the country, but these days Amazon is the place to go.
Type in your name and all of the books show up, don't they?
Yes, they do. Yep.
50 plus?
I'm sorry?
50 plus books already?
Actually, 63.
60? You count them during the break?
I think, yeah, it had to. It took me a while. I need to calculate it. But yeah, yes, and once again, as I said before, yeah, I've been lucky to be able to write that many books and have them published and to make my living at it.
Very prolific. How long does it take you to write one book?
Well, that's a good question. Usually do 2 a year. So, 5 to 6, 4 or 5 months, and then take a month off to research the next one.
Do you travel when you write, or do you do it at home? What do you
do? Mostly at home. Yep, do mostly at home because we're fiction books mostly with the Wingman series. I can just sit here and make it up. You know what I mean?
Do you have like a special writing room there?
Yes, I do. Yep, I do. I'm in it right now, and it's very cluttered and messy, but it's where everything gets done.
And it's comfortable. It's yours.
Very comfortable. Yes.
Good for you. Let's take some final calls here. Let's go to Bill in Los Angeles to get us started. Hey, Bill, go ahead.
Hi, George. Matt, I'm a former journalist, and I like your journalistic objectivity on these matters. And I'd like to get your take on there was a guest that George had recently who speculated that the Tic Tac trap is either black box, so-called black box U.S. technology or foreign technology. And I got a problem with both those theories in that I think if we had such transmedium craft in 2004 that could do 58,000 miles per hour and reverse on their trajectory, that we'd have conquered our enemies by now, and they would have done the same thing if that were Chinese or Russian, and we would be wasting time on conventional weapons like F-22s. So what's your take on the Tic Tac craft? Well, I agree with you 100% in that the first Tic Tac video was taken in 2004, and now there we go, this 20 years ago, who had the technology back then? And as you say, why, if we had that kind of technology back then, why would we be going through this whole kind of charade of launching stuff from Cape Canaveral and spending millions and millions of dollars to get stuff ordered? I don't think they are our technology, because once again, and we talk about this on the show a lot, I argue about it on the show a lot, is that if they were, let's say they would belong to the CIA, this fantastic type of aircraft, they would not tell the U.S. Navy. I mean, the U.S. Navy pilots who are seemingly saying taking the video of them and so on. But so why? So CIA can't tell the Navy, hey, this is our stuff, and kind of keep it cool. And as you said, it can't be our enemy stuff, because if they had that technology 20 years ago, they would have conquered us by now. So if you eliminate all those things, I think what's remaining is that we don't know what the heck it is. It's from a planet, from a dimension, from future, who knows? I think it's obvious. No one really knows what these things are.
What is your latest book, War of the Dragons, all about?
It's a novel. It's the 22nd book in the Wingman series, and basically they've found out that there are 6 nuclear time bombs set around the world, and they have to find them and defuse them all in a week before there's kind of like a catastrophic environmental disaster. One of those type of books.
I think so. That's how. You know what? That's pretty realistic too. You know.
Yeah, no, too realistic.
Scary time. Next up, Joe, Monterey, California. Hello, Joseph. Go ahead.
Thank you for taking my call.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for holding on.
Yes, a long time ago we had reports about chupacabra, and I was wondering, because you hear things, people talk about different things, and someone said that there was a secret base, underground or underwater secret base off of Puerto Rico, and the chupacabra was made genetically from that base. And now, it's interesting because there's a lot of remote viewers, and I'm sure that there are remote viewers that could probably answer some of the questions that you didn't have any answer for. And the government does have an incredible remote viewing program, some of the best in the world. What do you think about the underground, underwater bases?
I think that there's a good chance that there are underwater bases. Frank, I guess that would take a lot of construction and take a lot of logistics to get an underwater base. But I will say this, is that place where you mentioned in Puerto Rico is a real hotspot for UFOs. And we've seen them down there for a long time. It's very close to a bombing range that the U.S. Air Force, so I think the Navy has down there. Lots of UFO activity, and the troops of Baga, as I can't pronounce that, but that's people that you talked about, just seem to show up right at the same time, So I'm not sure. Underground bases, I can see. But underwater bases would be just very, very hard to do. That said, a lot of people see UFOs coming out of the ocean.
Possible UFOs.
Yeah. So if something's coming out of the ocean and going under the ocean, I gotta feel it's probably not ours, it's somebody else's.
Luann's with us in Missoula, Montana, west of the Rockies. Hello, Luann.
Oh, I just wanted to know if Doritos Pass is anywhere near that. Oh no, I can't remember. Tabasco or something or other. That base in Russia.
Kapushnia, yes. What was the question again, please?
I just wanted to know if you knew if they were close, kind of close to each other.
They're about not that close to say the truth. Kapushnia is like right between, it's to the about 500 miles east of the Ukraine, and M Triangle is in the Ural Mountains, which is more to the north and more, at least, to the west.
And Russia probably has more than just those two bases.
They have a place too. Yeah, they have a mountain that's constantly twisting out. It's the same thing as we were talking about Mount Shasta, where they just caught out this mountain range, and there are rumors that they can fit as many as 50,000 people there. That's the place where Putin and the parts of the Russian government would go if there was some kind of a nuclear exchange. So they have lots of underground bases. We have lots of underground bases. I mean, these days, underground is definitely the way to go.
You have a book called The God Satellite?
Right, that was another book in a series I just told me with Simon, where he's a military detective that has just a little bit of ESP, so he handles all the kind of X-File cases that the Navy gives him, and one of them is there's a satellite up in Portland that no one knows who launched it or how long it's been up there, and you have to find out.
Of your 63 books, Mac, how many are fiction, non-fiction?
Let's see, 5 of them are non-fiction, and the rest of them are novels.
Ah, okay. It's pretty good to write novels like that. You must be pretty darn creative, huh?
Well, like I said before, you have to be, you have to be, and it's really the only thing I know how to do, so lucky me.
Milwaukee we go. Joe's with us, east of the Rockies. Thanks, Joe. Go ahead.
Well, George, hello, man.
I do.
I read several words. Really did your homework, so with technology and such. But if you thought about turning it into a video game, then turn the model into a movie. Movie houses gauge how well sales go, so, and just don't show politics. Have you ever thought about that?
It's funny is, people ask me that frequently, and also movies and so on, and as a writer, I really don't have that much control over that, to tell you the truth. That's like the publisher, and because the publisher and I, any book I've done, we're in it together. So what happens is usually, video companies or movie companies will eventually make the deal with the publisher, and a lot of times the writer is like the last one to know that some kind of an offer has been made. I think we will make a great video game. It happens with video game, but it's a long road from that, and as I say, I wouldn't necessarily be the first person to know about it.
How many of your 63 books were written on typewriters?
Oh, wow, good question. Actually, I got an Apple IIe early on, where you had to take the disc out, put it back in, disc, and they really were floppy. I'm going to say the first probably 2 books I did, 3 books I did were on typewriters, and then thank God computers.
Do they even make typewriters anymore?
Well, I don't know. I have my old one. It's right here in my office. It reminds me of the old days, but I don't think you can get a typewriter these days. How much has been built or something.
Even it's probably a classic investment.
Yeah, really, for sure.
Bill in Columbus, Ohio, with us. Hey, Bill, go ahead. Bill?
Yeah, good evening, gentlemen.
Hi, Bill.
Yeah, fears of electromagnetic energy come out of the ground all the time, which appears images or images attached to that. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, it definitely happens. People have seen it. Scientific studies have been done on it. Is that, at some point there is electromagnetic waves, something along those lines will kind of manifest themselves into what people might think is ball lightning, or even just the images and so on. I've never seen one, but I've actually read a lot about it. And the other thing, too, is that as we get more as our technology gets more elaborate and more widespread, there's just a lot more electromagnetic pulses and signals going around. So it's very fuzzy, So in that state, I think anything can happen.
How much of a scientist did you need to learn, Mac? How much of science in order to write your book?
I hate to admit it, George, but not much, The whole idea was that, as I was growing up, I used to read books about military aircraft, like they were baseball cards, if you know what I mean, and all that stuff kind of stayed with me. So when I started the Wingman series, and it has to do almost exclusively with fighter pilots, I kind of already knew all that stuff, just in the back of the general information, and then I was able to go online. Once again, I started writing at the right time when research and resources are kind of right at your fingertips. You didn't have to go to the library every 2 days and stuff. So, again, I like to things out, and like you said, I'm able to, have so many resources that I don't have to go anywhere.
Let's go to Roger in Thomasville, North Carolina. First time caller, Rod, let's get you in. Go ahead.
Hey, George. Quick question, short time. Want to know what you guys thought about Dr. Greer. I've been on you people a lot.
He's been on our stories with me last month.
Okay, and his ideas about the deep state being in charge of reversing alien technology.
He's very dedicated emergency physician who gave up his career to study UFOs. Do you know him, Matt?
I've heard the name, but I didn't know the background. That's an interesting background.
He's done a great job, and he's into it in a big way. He tried to get a disclosure conference going, and 9/11 happened, so that screwed that up for him. But,
yeah,
he's done a lot of good work for ufology. He's got a movie out. He's got a couple movies out, documentary type series. He's done a lot like that.
Sounds great.
Now, tell me about your podcast.
Well, we have there's a radio show that turned into a podcast. It's called Matt Maloney's Military X-Files. We're on, we do a show a week, and, it's very high energy. It's anyone who hears it will know. And we have a lot of fun doing it, but we, as I said before, what we kind of pride ourselves in is that anyone that we have on who says they're from this work for the intelligence agencies, military intelligence, or these various kind of private companies that do it. I mean, they really do it. Shows, other shows where people claim that they've done this and that, and it turns out not to be true. But everyone who comes on our show, we make sure, and they're friends of ours anyway, we make sure that what they say actually happened. And so that's one good part about that's the part I enjoy. Then we have other segments where we talk about vintage UFO sightings and so on. With sometimes we have musical guest rock stars between UFOs. We really run the gamut. We have a lot of fun. Matt Maloney's Military X-Files. It's everywhere.
How do people find you?
We're on podcasts. We're on Apple Podcasts. They just have to really Google Matt Maloney's Military X-Files, and we'll be there.
And if they just put your name in, will they find you?
Yes, they will. Yep, Matt Maloney, for sure.
I love it. And the book's available on Amazon. Tell us about your website.
The website is just a little bit of everything. We got music every once in a while, but we have the radio show, the podcast, the list of all the books. There are places where people can write and get, as we call it, flags from the radio show, onto some bumper stickers and things like that. And it's pretty interactive. A lot of people go through it and get messages to me, so, it's working.
And my mother was born in Pittsburgh. Are you familiar with that?
Oh, yeah, I know we talked about it before, sure. We're up north of Boston, but when I worked at GE, I went to Pittsburgh many times. They have a factory there.
Great community. Max, thanks again. Keep in touch with us, okay?
We'll do, George. Thanks very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. You do a great job. Great job indeed. We've got a great series of shows for you still for the rest of the week. And next Monday, folks, it's springtime. For Dan Galante, Donna Walker, Tom Van Heiser, Lisa Lyon, Lex Longwood, Deshaun Levasseur, Stephanie Smith, Chris Morris, Tim Vinall, George Knapp, and Ian Punnett. I'm George Norrie, out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then, be safe.
for a new getaway? This month, get 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. And explore the world with bite-sized lessons in 25 languages, from Spanish and German to French and Korean, and even Portuguese and Turkish. Rosetta Stone prepares you for real-life conversations and will have you talking from your very first lesson. So visit RosettaStone.com today and get ready for the trip of a lifetime. Offer ends March 22nd. Rosetta Stone. How language is learned.
iHeartRadio icons with the Edge, celebrating U2's Songs of Surrender, their new 40-song reimagined collection. U2's The Edge joins Tim Kerr to do a deep dive into the making and remaking of U2 classics on Songs of Surrender. Songs with the book. There's 40 chapters. Well, let's see if there are 40 U2 songs that we can reenact. Don't miss it. Tomorrow, St. Patrick's Day at 7 p.m. Eastern on a classic rock channel on iHeartRadio. For this week's Marketers Report, Patricia Fayoletta, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Oh, the times you're waiting on St. Patty's Day. Now the top reasons to visit the leader.
St. Patrick's Day preview. Get a free plus rainbow cheesecake March 17th.
Number 2.
Get Coast to Coast so when you earn 500 points on your reward card for 20th to 21st.
And the #1 reason.
We work hard for you. That's why LA Times readers voted us the best casino in the Southland.
Morongo, start time. Whether you love it, hate it, or haven't made up your mind, we're glad you're here. AM on AM 640.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Strike coming Tuesday. I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA Unified non-teaching workers have authorized the strike to begin Tuesday, unless negotiations this Friday are successful. The LA Teachers Union says they will join in the 3-day strike should it happen, and that would likely close schools. The workers are asking for more money and guaranteed continuation of programs to elevate Black students' education and provide low-income families with housing. Baldwin Hills homes are now in a mudslide zone. At least one home has been yellow tagged. That means the owners have limited access but can't stay. And in San Clemente, several homes are teetering on a hillside that collapsed. Orange County Fire Authority has called for evacuations of at least 3 homes and an apartment building. A train carrying hazardous materials has derailed in northwestern Arizona. That's right near the California-Arizona border. No reports of any payload spills. The National Transportation Safety Board is now investigating. The power is still out to thousands of Californians. PG&E says despite dangerous conditions, crews are doing their best to flip switch.
We will not take any shortcuts. We're working to restore service, and your safety and the safety of our students will always be paramount. This could mean that in some cases it may take longer to restore service, but we will continue to work around the clock as safely and as quickly as possible.
Get ready to pay more at the supermarket. Veggies may cost more this spring and summer. Central California growers say heavy rain and hail has damaged crops and delayed planting and pollination. Crop loss may exceed flood damage. And the American Kennel Club says the most popular dog in the country right now is the French Bulldog, pushing the Labrador Retriever to number 2 and the Golden Retriever down to number 3. Southline weather from KFI, mostly cloudy skies with highs reaching the 50s to mid-60s. Right now, La Habra has 51, 54 in Seal Beach, Burbank has 52, and it's 56 degrees in Carson. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Grand Terrace, there is a full freeway closure, P15 northbound from Washington to the 10. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. And in Southgate, this is on the 710 northbound at Imperial Highway. Being approved from an earlier crash, picking up the 3 right lanes. You're seeing delays from just after the 105. And in Griffith Park, this is on the 134 eastbound at the 5. Parked out car out of lanes and on the right shoulder, watch for delays. Hey, if I'm just trying to help get you there faster, I'm Brian Van. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person.
But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations, that was my problem, people complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spells BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. Looking to invest in real estate as a way to diversify, hedge against inflation, and receive consistent quarterly cash distributions? With First National Realty Partners, you'll get access to commercial real estate investments that are reserved only for elite private institutions. You'll enjoy all the benefits of fully passive real estate ownership, like tax write-offs, limited liability structures, quarterly cash distributions, and the potential for upside at exit. First National Realty Partners has thousands of investors who collect rent from national brand tenants like Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, Publix, and many more. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or go to fnrtradio.com. That's fnrtradio.com. Choose your fully passive commercial real estate investment deal. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRT's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrtradio.com. Former President Trump is urging everyone to get a copy of David Horowitz's new book. It's called Final Battle, and Trump says its message is a wake-up call. Already the #1 Amazon bestseller, Final Battle reveals a secret war led by progressives and the woke who want to remake the America as we know it. Yeah, Horowitz says that they're in our schools, our churches, and even our military. In Final Battle, he explains how Joe Biden and big media are partnering to stop both Trump and DeSantis, their campaigns, before 2024. Horowitz names the names of the secret players he says are behind the strategy. Newsmax calls Final Battle the book of the year. Mike Huckabee says he could not stop reading. Get Final Battle in bookstores or check out the free offer and save $28. Just call 1-800-NEWSMAX. That's 1-800-NEWSMAX or go online to finalbattle611.com. Finalbattle611.com to get your free copy today. It's not a liberal conservative problem. Decriminalizing it should come with some forced treatment. We can't force them into treatment. Well, we should start doing that. We've all seen the show Intervention on A&E. The people who love them the most force them into treatment. If you're a politician in LA and you love the homeless so much, why are you letting them kill themselves?
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
From the City of Angels, near the Pacific Ocean, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Gorey. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, secret UFO bases. Here's what's happening. Facebook parent Meta plans to lay off another 10,000 workers, marking the second round of significant job cuts announced by the tech giant in 4 months. The latest layoffs come after Meta said in November that it was eliminating approximately 13% of its workforce, or 11,000 jobs, in the single largest round of cuts in the company's history. In the Facebook post, CEO Mark Zuckerberg said the job cuts will take place over the next couple months. And with everything that's happening to the banking world these days, things are up in the air. Let's check in with registered investment advisor Mitch Shedlock. Mitch, tough times these days.
It is, George. Very tough times. They laid off 13% of their workforce in November, which was 11,000. 13% now is 10,000.
So, effectively they're laying off, 26% of the workforce. Not only that, they are demanding, want people to work in the office more and less at home. And they're also eliminating 5,000 job postings that have yet to be filled. He's calling this, in last month, they posted a $4.2 billion restructuring charge. So a lot of mess here in technology, George. Really is. Now, what's your thoughts on this banking panic going on? Well, there's a lot to it, unfortunately. It's spread to Europe. It started out here with Silicon Valley Bank, and it really hammered Credit Suisse. I doubt that company even makes it, but a lot of European banks went down, very, very hard over the last couple of days. So we'll see. The bond market gyrations, George, are out of this world. Absolutely unprecedented. That's part of the problem. Yes, it is. And it's so we've never seen anything like this, and we've never seen any action like this ahead of an FOMC decision. 1 week from today, we'll be back on the show, and we'll see what the Fed has to say about this, because it's going to have to say something, right? But 1 week ago, the market had priced in an 80% chance of a double hike, 50 basis points. And it dropped down to no hike yesterday, and today it's now back up to one hike. That's really quite amazing. But let's just talk about the bailout here, because some people are saying this was not a bailout. And we had a lot of high-powered hedge fund managers. Bill Ackman was one of them, saying, that we really needed this bailout and we have to protect the depositors. It's not just the depositors that got protected. This is a whole banking system bailout, George, because what the Fed did is they came in and they essentially are guaranteeing $600 billion worth of treasuries that, whose value has collapsed when the Fed raised rates, bailing out the entire banking industry. So no one can really say here that it's just the depositors. And then speaking from the depositors, Silicon Valley Bank was offering above market rates for deposits. They were offering 0.6% more than other banks were offering. Now, most of this money, came from, Silicon Valley itself, all these hedge funds, all these venture funds. They know. They can't say that they did not know this. That, they're getting this, extra benefit for banking at Silicon Valley Bank, that there was risk, or at least there should have been risk associated with this. The Fed just took that and wiped it all off. I don't know what the Fed is going to do the next time some small bank gets in trouble here and depositors, lose money, because it's going to happen again. They're going to say, okay, well, Silicon Valley was too big to fail, but you're not. You're going to lose money. This is the mess that the Fed has gotten themselves into, George. This ride is not over. An Illinois woman was charged after attempting to suffocate a 6-year-old boy last month because he was crying. Detectives arrested Julie Espinoza, 58-year-old of Dickens Township, and charged her with 1 felony count of aggravated battery with child murder. A man who served more than 34 years of a 400-year sentence for an armed robbery was released from a Florida jail this week after prosecutors dismissed charges against him because he was wrongly convicted. My God. The day after a Russian jet fighter collided with a U.S. surveillance drone over the Black Sea, the U.S. has promised to continue flying in international airspace and denounced what senior officials described is a pattern of increasingly aggressive confrontations by Russian vessels of U.S. ships and aircraft. Let's check in with Howard Bloom. We've got this assignment now 10 times, Howard.
Yes, early in the morning of Tuesday, March 14th, two Russian SU-27 jets harassed a $32 million American M29 Reaper surveillance drone that was apparently gathering information on the nearby Ukraine war from the air above the international waters of the Black Sea near Russian-held Crimea. The two Russian jets reportedly toyed with the drone for up to 40 minutes, dumped jet fuel on it, then broke its propeller. On the ground far away, the pilots of the American drone, it is said, decided to down the aircraft in the waters of the Black Sea, waters that are sometimes over a mile deep, and would make it hard for the Russians to raise the drone and retro-engineer its technology. But before the American pilots deep-fixed the drone, they are said to have downloaded the Reaper's data, then wiped the Reaper's computer memory. They even have a video of the SU-27 they downloaded, taken by the Reapers, in which they intend to release soon. They have a whole incident on video. Meanwhile, the big worry was that this incident would trigger a nuclear war between America and Russia. But fortunately, neither side wanted that. However, there's a deeper story beneath this encounter. Yesterday, March 14th, the Trilateral Commission, meeting in New Delhi, India, declares that 2023 is year one of a new global order. Why? We are balanced on the knife edge of a total rearrangement of global power. But to understand the deep game at work here, you have to understand a principle from evolutionary biology, the dominance hierarchy. In 1905, when he was 6 years old, a Norwegian named Thorleif Skjaldarfjord began to tend the chickens in the backyard of his wealthy parents' summer home. He noticed something odd. All the chickens were equal most of the time. But when feeding time came, that changed. The flock allowed just one chicken to be the first at the feeding trough. After chicken number one came chicken number two, then chicken number three, and so on down to the last bird in the flock. Then Ed noticed something else. When it came to violence, chicken number one was free to peck any other chicken in the group, but none were allowed to peck her back. Chicken number two was allowed to peck every chicken on the flock with one exception. She couldn't peck chicken number one. Chicken number three was allowed to peck any chicken on the flock with the exception of guess who? Chicken number one and chicken number two, and so on down to the bottom chicken, who could be pecked by every other chicken on the flock who was not allowed to peck anyone back. Shelter pecked his graduate thesis when he was 19. He gave it two names, a dominance hierarchy and a pecking order, and he called the top chicken a despot. In my book, the hierarchy also works between tribes, clans, subcultures, and most important, nations and civilizations. Right now, America's on the top of the pecking order, but China wants to take over the number one slot. What does the downing of a drone by a Russian fighter jet have to do with China? Everything. China and Russia are joined at the hip in an alliance that no one talks about. The axis of evil. China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, Syria, Nicaragua, Venezuela, and Cuba. A win for Russia is a win for the axis of evil, and a win for the axis of evil is a win for China. But there's more. When a nation rises in economic power, it works to rearrange the pecking order of nations to reflect its strength. That's the basic force behind world war, and it's what's happening right now with China. Since 1980, China has risen to become the second largest economy in the world, and it's convinced that the Western order led by America is over now, as the U.S. is old and tired. China wants to become what the United States is now, the top chicken, the despot, the ruler of the New World Order. 5 days ago, on Friday, March 10th, China showed its strength. China's chief became footage that had been at war for 40 years, Iran and Saudi Arabia. This was more than China merely shoving America aside and taking the top slot. It was also the axis of evil flexing its muscles. And when Russia down to $32 million U.S. drones, that too is the axis of evil showing its strength.
Good observation. I was thinking. For the first time in 31 years, the Labrador Retriever has been unseated as the most popular dog breed in the U.S., according to the American Kennel Club. In its place, it's the cute little compact French Bulldog. In a moment, Constant Victoria Briggs back with us, her latest work, The Moon's Galactic History. A look at the Moon's extraterrestrial past and its connection to Earth is next on Coast to Coast. Getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Fax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerous and easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alerts you to potential identity threats, and if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today and save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com and use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com. Marvelous Entertainment and author Marvin Sunderland have released the newest in-action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggott's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels and the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com.
Poor Sam was a mess, always itching, licking. His paws were soaking wet. He had bald spots on his back. VINOVICE. 2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started seeing great improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent. Dynamite is nutrition. Dynamite is the best thing you can eat for your dog. How happy your dog will be. I get my Dynamite from VINOVICE.com.
And welcome back to Coast. George Story with you, Constance Victoria Briggs, back with us, a metaphysical, spiritual, and cosmic researcher and writer. She has authored the Encyclopedia of Angels, the Encyclopedia of God, and the Encyclopedia of the Unseen World, as well as the new Encyclopedia of Human Mysteries, and her latest book, The Moon's Galactic History. She's also been a guest speaker on programs discussing the paranormal, extraterrestrials, life after death, near-death experiences, as well as other related topics. It is Briggs' goal to investigate the mysteries of the universe and how they connect to humanity, and she does a great job with that. Constance, welcome back. How have you been?
Oh, I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
I'm great. Looking forward to this. By the way, great book, The Moon's Galactic History. Fantastic. How did you get into that?
Oh, wow. Thanks for the compliment. I started off with, just writing that Encyclopedia of Mystery, as you said, and interestingly enough, this was not a topic, the moon was not a topic that I ever thought I would be writing about. Because like most people, I thought the moon was just a deadlock in the sky with nothing going on with it. But, when you're researching and writing, you have a whole lot of stuff coming across the desk. And one day, I received a book titled Our Mysterious Spaceship Moon. It was written in the 1970s by a UFologist by the name of John Wilson. And I tell you, that little book blew me away. That little book taught me that our moon, there's way more to our moon than we know of. He wrote about some of the things that the Apollo astronauts had seen up there. He wrote about lights being seen up there, and I was just like, what's going on? And so I used that in the book at the jump start for my own research, and boy, did I come up with some amazing new mysteries that people, I thought people would be interested in. So it kind of started, with this little book that introduced me to the idea that our moon is not what we thought it is.
I'm going to explain the cover to people of the moon's galactic history. You've got a picture of the surface of the moon, the Earth in the foreground, and on the moon is a dome structure. Tell me about that structure.
Yeah, so, the structures, I mentioned in both books, and it is one of those, mysteries. There are Apparently, there are stones on the moon, lighted stones, that have been spotted, that our astronauts talk about in their narratives, in their, the transcript, that there are lighted stones. It looks like some sort of energy source is going on up there, and you can see them. And so, we don't know where they came from, of course, or where the lights are coming from, but if we get into the whole hollow moon theory, there could be someone inside the moon, with some sort of energy source making those stones light up. Maybe it has some speculation that it is an artificial environment within the moon, and that is what we're seeing.
Since good old planet Earth is about 4.5 billion years old, one would assume the moon is the same thing, but is it?
No, the moon and the Earth are not the same age, which has thrown the scientists way off because, there's been 5 different theories as to, how our moon came to be. Our scientists do not know where the moon came from, exactly what the moon is, but one of the theories is that it was born, right along with Earth, but that's not true because of the age difference, because of the different materials found on the moon and on the Earth, so they had to discount that. It looks like our moon, and I'd like to get into this, it's speculated that they created outside of our galaxy, or even outside the universe, and fit across the universe to where we are now.
Well, we've had some guests, Constance, who believe the moon was towed into place where it is now, brought from another section.
Right. That's my point exactly. So when you talk about the spaceship moon theory, that I'm talking about Don Wilson's spaceship moon book. That theory of it being something else that was brought here, people believe that maybe it is a spaceship that was brought here from there's an old tale out of Africa that talks about our moon from the Zulu people in Pentecost universe. These two extraterrestrial brothers, according to this tale, created the moon, which they referred to as a gigantic egg. They said that the yolk of this egg was hollowed out in a Pentecost universe to place in Earth's vicinity. That interpretation for an egg can be said, that it is a planetoid that was hollowed out and hit. What is very interesting about that is there were 2 Russian scientists and Soviet scientists who in the 1970s came forward with a theory that went along lines of this Jewish tale of the ancient Pentecost. Well, these 2 Russian scientists said, from what they can understand from what the NASA astronauts brought back, the data they brought back about the moon, to them, it looks like the moon is a spaceship that has been hollowed out and perhaps has entities or humanoid people or extraterrestrials living inside this thing, and that quite possibly there's material in there for a generation of people or extraterrestrials to survive. They say that they thought it was engines in there and food, and that it was a kind of a box. So to me, it sounds very much like that old human tale, modern day account and an ancient account. So yeah, there are those that believe that it was towed into place.
The late Vermont viewer Ingo Swan wrote a book called Penetration, where he claims that the far side of the moon is loaded with objects, structures, and all kinds of things.
Yeah, he saw what his remote viewing experience. There were he was picked up there by a secret agency. Not picked up there. I don't know a whole lot about remote viewing. I don't remote view. I need the body, but I don't know you.
You don't do that yet, right?
But from my understanding of what he was saying, this secret agency recruited him to, they basically courted him just to use the moon, and he did so. And when he went there via his remote viewing, he saw humanoids up there, and he saw structures. I did tell one of them to refer to what a factory. He said they looked like they were creating some sort of, I forget the word, a laser beam. And we saw a bunch of stuff. And what was really interesting is that he said the people on the moon that he witnessed were able to perceive him. So that would have meant that they were, I guess, telepathic, because of course he was not physically there, but they knew they were being observed. And he became frightened. And he withdrew himself, so to speak, and he hid.
In a fast way too. Constance, we're going to take a quick break and we'll come back and go through your latest book, of course, The Moon's Galactic History. We'll go through some of these chapters because they're all fascinating.
Do you have a photo that you think would interest the Coast to Coast audience? We're always on the hunt for unique and unusual images for our photo gallery. To submit your image, simply go to coasttocoastam.com and mouse over the media button on the upper navigation bar. You'll see the submission options.
I'm Bree Pennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The municipal water district has lifted water restrictions for about 7 million residents in SoCal. That's because of the rain. There are no longer restrictions for outdoor watering or reduced water usage requests. A strike is planned for Tuesday for LA Unified non-teaching workers. The 3-day strike, which often includes teachers, likely shutting down schools. The workers are asking for more money and better conditions. The next negotiation session is scheduled for tomorrow. A train carrying hazardous materials has derailed in northwestern Arizona. That's right near the California-Arizona border. No reports on any payload spillage. The National Transportation Safety Board is now investigating. And several Baldwin Hills homes are now in a mudslide zone. At least one is in yellow tag. Southside weather from KFI, cloudy with highs in the 50s to mid-60s. Right now it's 54 in Costa Mesa, 55 in Fullerton, Northridge at 52, and it's 51 in San Dimas. We need local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Pennis.
In Upland, there is a whole freeway closure to South Virginia South from Mountain to Euclid Avenue, all lanes together. Shut down for road work until 5. In the Sepulveda Path, this is on the 405 northbound at Snowball Center. Little fender bender there, out of lanes and on the right shoulder. Watch for ways as you approach this area. And in Anaheim, this is on the 57 northbound from Lincoln to the 91. South Grand Theft Sepulveda and West Lane shut down the road work until 5. KFI have the Sky Help get you there faster. Brian there. iHeartRadio icons will be Edge, celebrating U2's Songs of Surrender, their new 40-song reimagined collection. U2's Edge joins Jim Kerr to do a deep dive into the making and remaking of U2 classics on Songs of Surrender. Those 14 chapters. Well, let's see if there are 4 U2 songs that we can do. So, tomorrow, St. Patrick's Day at 7 p.m. Eastern on the Classic Rock Channel on iHeartRadio. The Chief Marketing Report. Patricia Sandiello, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Director Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with talent. The number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 $100,000 or more. HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need for the equity you've built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital will have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages at HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best for what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com.
AM 640. You'll never miss your favorite guest or topic ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com. This joy is something new, I've been feeling you, never knew this thrill before. Who ever thought I'd be holding you close to me, whispering it's you I adore, dear. If you just believe me, little dream would take wings of my life. Premier Networks presents Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Well, it's not too late for you to join us in Sedona, Arizona. We'll be there in a few days. March 18th is our live stage show. Full information at coasttocoastam.com and the carousel reel. Come on out and pick up your tickets and spend a couple days in Sedona, Arizona. And then May 27th, we'll be in the Dome near Portland, 80 miles east of Portland, with another great stage show as well. Full information there as well in the highlight reel at coasttocoastam.com. Now here's something for you to fight off any illness and stay strong.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low in hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. The stem cell is a cell. You need to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of any stem and adaptogen together, supporting the body to be best it can be.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking a Dr. Stem and any stem?
The stem is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put a adaptogem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Murray protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with Adaptogem and Immunostem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. Store the Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
And I know you're going to want them after hearing this. This is an amazing story.
We got Stephen and Malachi Gregory in Nelson, New Zealand.
Now, I understand that Malachi, who is almost 9 years old now, was suffering with not just one or two warts, but I mean a significant outbreak of warts all over his body, so significant it impacted his ability to really function.
Yeah, she was having trouble even holding into the run. That was hard book actually that they got me thinking about it.
I'm not surprised. It is an amazing immunomodulator, and so I can see that it would work. And so at what point did you see that there was actually improvement really going to work?
Well, look, you really start to notice it around 12 weeks. You can see these things actually getting smaller and smaller and then going down to where they're just a little bit much. The whole thing's gone. And you're talking about one the size of water. I thought, no way that's going to, wow, that's miraculous. See him get into a pair of shoes.
Yeah. How wonderful.
It's that being so happy and confident.
Absolutely wonderful.
That brings the thing. That is blown away.
Hi, this is awesome.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Another amazing story. Why? We're talking about Carnivora. Call them to awaken your immune system and protect yourself now. Call 1-866-836-8735. That's 1-866-836-8735 or visit carnivora.com. Carnivora. Carnivora.com. Marvelous Entertainment and author Marvin Sunderland have released the newest in action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggett's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels and the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's Marveleous.com.
And welcome back to Coast. George Jory with you, along with Constance Victoria Bridge. We'll take calls with Constance next hour here on Coast to Coast, so you chime in about your thoughts on the movie. Constance, let's go through briefly the chapters that you have, because they're all exciting. The first one being the moon's mysterious ascension, and I guess that's where you start talking about how in the world did it get here?
Right, yeah. So I called that chapter, I gave that chapter that title for that reason. You know, like I said before, I think the scientists have looked at the moon and, said, what is it? Well, interestingly enough, if we go, I wanted to tell the moon story, and I wanted to go back as far in history as I possibly could. And what I found was the beginning of the tales that talk about a time when there was no moon in the sky, a pre-lunar Earth, something that most people have never heard of or would have ever believed. There were people, I call them people of old, but they were ancient writers from Greece and from Rome and philosophers that talked about several people, including Aristotle and Oedipus, for example, talked about a time where Venus was the planetary body in the sky that lit up at night.
Mm-hmm.
And so I went back to that time, and I just thought, what a great title, because it just wasn't there. It was tinted. It was tinted as, a figure of speech. Really, it was brought in. So I went from that time of the philosophers saying, it was a time where people were running wild in the earth, It was a time before Mesopotamia, from earlier civilization that we can think about. It was before that time. There was no moon in the sky, and it had those precious feathers. But so then, I decided to come forward with that same chapter a bit in history and talk about writings that are on the Sun Gate of Bolivia, where there is a structure that stands, a ruin that stands today in an area of Bolivia that is believed to have been an astronomical observatory. And the symbols on this gateway, this like a huge structure, as I said, it's an artifact, and it talks about the moon coming in. It's symbols and writing, saying that the moon came in about 12,000 years ago, approximately, according to them, according to the interpretation of that part of the symbol, that it came in, and then when it arrived, there were storms and earthquakes and chaos in the earth, and that eventually, it settled, and the days, as we know it, the days back then were changed. The world was changed when this thing was brought in or sent in. So I found it interesting that there was a time when they said there was no moon, and then we can find writing that said that the moon came in later. And then, as we move, I moved forward in history. But that was the main idea for that chapter.
And chapter 2, of course, is hollow moon, and there are some who believe the moon is indeed hollow.
Right, right. So chapter 2 is my favorite chapter because I am all over the hollow moon theory, and it ties into, that spaceship moon theory that someone is living within the moon. And so we first discovered that the moon was hollow. Of course, we all know the story of the moon, the astronauts going and throwing that cracking that space stage into the moon, and ringing like a bell. And of course, it really ring like a bell. It reverberated, and it went on. And they did this a couple of times. And during the press conference, a scientist came out and said, it rang like a bell, and they were baffled that they shouldn't be doing that, And so some people think that is a conspiracy theory, but it's not. It's that started with the scientists saying it, and of course it took hold, and that's what they said. So, interestingly enough, just saying that there may have been people inside the moon. Well, if you go back and you look at that, and you look at some of the ideas that we have of going to the moon, and that, for those that don't believe there are, ETs in the moon, we have some, when we go, maybe we could turn some of those caverns into living spaces, okay, on the astronaut. Well, it looks like someone beat us to that millions of years ago. And so within this hollow moon, there may be beings, that own the moon, that have been there all the time. And so interestingly enough, I think that I saw on Star Trek. In Star Trek, it said to have set in on channeling sessions with a lady who was channeling extraterrestrial, and that Star Trek may have been inspired from the channeling sessions, right? And that some of the scripts may have been inspired from what he was hearing from these ETs during the sessions. Well, one of the storylines in one of his shows was about an asteroid that had been called out, and it was sent across the universe, and it had a generational ship that was designed to look like an asteroid. People have been living in this space for generations, and they were headed, leaving their home sector of the universe and heading to another area because their planet had exploded or something. So I was thinking, this sounded so much like my vision, what the moon is. So, Roddenberry wrote that, and you hear, the Soviet scientists saying this, and NASA scientists saying it's hollow, and then, we have found structures on the moon, strange lights on the moon, which tells me that the moon may be hollow, and there may be someone inside.
Chapter 3 leads us into an inhabited alien world.
Yes. So, to piggyback on my last comment about there being someone inside, the question that we have is that if the moon is inhabited, If there are people living inside or on the outside, who is it? I wanted to see this dialogue about the moon going. I don't want people to put on it there. So when I talk about the inhabited alien world, I want to think about who it may be and why they may be there and how they came to be there. So some of the ideas in this chapter is that number one, the moon may have had inhabitants on it all along. Why do we think there might be inhabitants? Because we have found structures on the moon. All right? That's no secret. And the people often, when they're talking about the moon, and they're talking about the moon anomalies, they talk about the structures, and that's kind of where they stop. They don't keep the dialogue going. Well, if there's structures on the moon, who put them there? How long have they been there?
And why?
And why? So, we found pyramids, we found partial structures that look like they had been destroyed. We found, in our modern day, whole structures on the surface of the moon. Now, I can talk to you about the interior, but on the surface of the moon, we have structures. We have mighty stones that look like there's something beneath, but then we place the structures on the surface. Is there a city on the moon? Is the moon a foreign country where there's a civilization that has its own laws and its own rules? Where did these beings come in? Was that this thing was take across the universe? Or are they the same? Or did the original lunar inhabitants leave and someone else found the moon? I think we need to know. I think we need to question. And before we start going up there again, we need to know for sure, if we can, what's going on and who is it. So I talked about this inhabited moon, and then I talked about the fact that, excuse me, I'm losing my voice. I talked about the fact that in ancient times, there seemed to be a connection between Earth, the Moon, and Mars. In our ancient writings, especially the writings out of India, we read that humankind has the ability to fly. Now, as crazy as that may sound to some people, it's out there. People think that these are myths that people made up to tell stories. It's not true. If you go into those writings, you can see that they outline the spaceships that were on Earth in those ancient days. They tell you exactly what they look like, how they were made, and even the energy that was used to fly them. And it says go beyond the moon. So someone was on the moon, on Earth, of course, but on the moon as well. Were they connected to Earth? Were the inhabitants human? Did they leave here and go to the moon for whatever reason and get stuck there? So that's what some of what I explore in chapter 3.
And one of my favorite chapters, 4, Ancient Aliens and the Earth-Moon Connection.
Yeah, so there is an idea that, like I just said, the inhabitants on the moon could have been human that got stuck there. There's a story out there that says that Atlantis had that same ability. If you believe in Atlantis is good, I do. That they had that same ability to be able to fly, and that the moon was possibly a territory of Atlantis. All right, and one wonders if we've had like 5 catastrophes on Earth, and one wonders if at some point humans, either from Atlantis or during those the ones that were written about in the Hindu scriptures, did they get stuck up there? Are they still there? Did something happen on Earth where they couldn't come
Or
back?
did they get dumped there? Was it like a prison planet?
Yeah. Also, are they who are they? Are they maybe, I call them the usual suspects, the Anunnaki. You've heard stories of the Anunnaki possibly being on the moon, and you just wonder what race of beings outside of the humanoid being may be up there as well. I wrote about that, and that not just the theory of the generational shift, but because there have been escapees, refugees or immigrants coming, across our universe, and they spotted this thing, and they needed somewhere to go and colonize it.
Strange happenings, chapter 5.
Strange happenings. Yeah, the strangest happenings, I have to say, I think the tales about the lunar transit phenomena, I know you know this term, but to me, these strange lights were seen as far back as the 1600s when the telescope was created. There was so much movement on the moon in the area of light and objects moving across the surface first created. It was scientific fact that there was someone up there, that there was someone living on the moon. It was just accepted fact because they saw so many things. One astronomer reported seeing what he thought was insects flying across the lunar surface. Insects. And he tracked these things. It was just, I don't know how they looked. They were flying across the lunar surface, ocean surface. And he wrote about it. And no one doubted him because I can't remember his name. There's so many astronomers I can't recall them. They saw light moving during a lunar eclipse. They saw different colored lights in all shapes and sizes in the crater, leaving the crater. And you and I both know that it wasn't just lights that they were seeing. These things were, we would say UFOs, but I would just call them ships. I don't know if they had any idea back then about, in the 1600s about there being UFOs in flight or anything like that. But we know that they were seeing UFOs because even today, on these strange happenings, I can put, we are seeing what looks like flocks, or fleets of UFOs leaving the moon. People are taking, photographs and videos of these things. What are they? And where are they going? There's reports, one person reported seeing their mother, and they call it a mother's ship. This thing was hovering over the moon, and it was so huge. And they referred to it as a mother's ship. It wasn't just, a fleet of them. This thing was like this. It was described as a large dark bird.
Well, there was a Pentagon paper that said it will be revisited. It's done with a mothership and smaller craft that come from it.
Right.
Much like what you said.
Right. Yeah. Here's the question. I mean, there's so many reports, and I believe I put this on the same happening of these ships. Where are they going? Are they coming to Earth? Are those ships that have been seen coming to Earth? Are they simply going elsewhere in the solar system, of course, but are they coming here? We see so many UFOs today, and so, I have friends who, you think you just go out and, watch the sky and you see them. The moon is the closest in proximity, to us, of all of these planetary bodies. Why not, that they would be coming from the moon? So that is the thought. And we see so many different shapes and sizes of UFOs here on Earth, and the same for the moon. I mean, we have photographs, and they say that NASA tried to cover things up. Well, I'm here to tell you that there are photographs that show cylinder-shaped ships near the moon.
Since we're going to take a short break, come back and wrap up with the rest of the chapters. We'll then take phone calls with you next.
Sign up now for Toast Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
The podcast Let's Start a Coup wonders, what if the secret cabal of the nation's most powerful people tried to overthrow the president? Explore how it almost happened to FDR in the 1930s in this darkly comedic retelling of one of American history's weirdest scenes.
And for you, Major General Smith Butler, nothing when every week is big. Why? Is it something bad?
Listen to Let's Start a Coup on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh, good times are waiting on St. Patty's Day.
Yep, and I was both finger to my list of talents. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Toronto. Number 5.
St. Patrick's Day freebie. Get a free touch rainbow keychain March 17th.
Number 4.
Rain Down Gift Giveaway. Get the Coast to Coast so when you earn 500 points on your reward card. The 20th to 21st.
3.
Champion Gift Friday. You can win up to $1,500 in free plays to play slots with the reward card. Friday, 1 p.m.
And the number 2.
It's not luck. We work hard for you. That's why LA Times readers voted us the best casino in the Southland.
And the number 1 reason.
Eat, drink, and be Irish birthday. Discounts on draft beer and Irish whiskey at Olive Garden on St. Patty's Day.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo. Good time for everybody.
Jacoby and Myers is here to help you get the justice you deserve. We specialize in serious injury cases and have been fighting for our clients since 1972. Trust Jacoby and Myers to be your guide, your advocate, and your support system. With our unmatched experience and expertise, you can rest assured that you'll get the compensation you deserve. Plus, our consultation is always free. Call Jacoby and Myers today and let us help you navigate the legal process and get the justice you deserve. Jacoby and Myers, justice for you since 1972.
No need to keep hitting refresh. We got this.
You know what?
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. 24-hour newsroom. LA Unified non-teaching workers have authorized a strike to begin on Tuesday. The LA Teachers Union says they will join in the 3-day strike if it happens, and that would close schools. The workers are asking for more money, also guaranteed continuation of programs that elevate Black students' education and provide low-income families. Several Baldwin Hills homes are now in a mudslide zone. At least one has been yellow tagged. That means the owners have limited access but cannot stay. And in San Clemente, several homes are teetering after a hillside collapse. Orange County Fire Authority has called for evacuation of at least 3 homes and an apartment building. A train carrying hazardous materials has derailed in northwestern Arizona near the California-Arizona border. No reports of any payload spills. The National Transportation Safety Board is now investigating. Kobe Bryant will forever be honored with a permanent display outside PCL's Chinese Theater. His daughter, Natalia, spoke at the event. The Chinese Chinese Theater in Hollywood, forever displaying the God's hand and perfection. I encourage you to place your hand in it and give it only to Bryant's friends have been in storage since 2011. Orange County beaches remain closed after a massive sewage spill. More than 4,000 gallons of sewage spilled from a main city sewer line. The beach is closed from Dana Point to San Juan Creek until further notice. And Jim Gordon had died. He was the drummer for Derek and the Dominoes. He also co-wrote the song Layla. Gordon suffered from schizophrenia. He was sentenced to prison in 1983 for killing his mother with a hammer. He died at a state medical facility in Vacaville. He was 77. Southside weather from KFI. Mostly cloudy skies, highs in the 50s to mid-60s. Right now it's 54 in Huntington Beach. Cypress has 52, it's 53 in Santa Monica, and 51 in Glendora. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
In Upward, there is a full freeway closure system on the San eastbound from Mountain to Euclid Avenue. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. In the supposed of the path, this is on the 405 northbound at Snowball Center. We have a crash there. Out of the lanes and on the brakes. Shoulder, watch for it. Looking with the late as you approach. Anaheim, there is a Buckstone, 57 northbound from Lincoln to the 91. The carpool and the left lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. Expect delays. KFI, the Skyhook, take you there faster. I'm Brian Bass. Former President Trump is urging everyone to get a copy of David Horowitz's new book. It's called Final Battle, and Trump says its message is a wake-up call. Already a #1 Amazon bestseller, Final Battle reveals a secret war led by progressives and the woke who want to remake the America as we know it. Yeah, Horowitz says that there are schools or churches and even our military. In Final Battle, he explains how Joe Biden and big media are partnering to stop both Trump and DeSantis, their campaigns, before 2024. Horowitz names the names of the secret players he says are behind the strategy. Here's that called Final Battle, the book of the year. Mike Huckabee says he could not stop reading. Get Final Battle in bookstores or check out the free offer and save $28. Just call 1-800-NEWSMAX.
That's 1-800-NEWSMAX or go online to FinalBattle611.com. FinalBattle611.com to get your free copy today. And Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 38,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit Uline.com. Bring home a man called Otto, the joyous and life-affirming comedy starring Tom Hanks that critics and audiences are raving about with an incredible 97% Rotten Tomatoes audience score. A Man Called Otto, rated PG-13. Buy now on digital, Blu-ray, and DVD. Hey, it's your buddy Neil today to replace your old leaky windows with new, affordable, custom-made windows. Do it once. Do it right with American Vision windows. With all the rain and all this crazy snow, now is the time to upgrade your windows. We replaced our worst windows with American Vision windows. We're thrilled with the results of your fantastic stuff. They use Sun-Matrix technology to prevent dust, mold, moisture, bacteria, and excessive sound from getting in your house. You know the owners, Bill and Kathleen, they started American Vision windows because they had a horrible experience replacing their own windows decades ago. So get the value you deserve until 2024. 0% interest, 0 payments for 12 months plus free installation. CSLB number 778-226. Trust the window companies that I trust. My family and friends trust. American Vision Windows. Call today, get up the estimate, 888-226-9908. That's 888-226-9908. Or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The woman next to me was probably in her 70s, sitting there all prim and proper and quietly talking to her husband and lots of good to do, and then all of a sudden she comes on the stage and she's freaking 24, and she says, "Pop comes off, she can't her panties to the stage," and I'm like, "Who are you?"
Gary and Janet, it's the Gary Davidson people who claim their use at a show. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Call it up, KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildside line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
2 more chapters to go with our guest Constance Victoria Briggs and her book, of course, The Move to Goliath.
galactic history, then we'll take your calls on Coast to Coast AM. If you want to improve your aim, you need a Mantis X. The Mantis X can improve any ability dramatically and is a must-have for every responsible gunner. The Mantis X is a high-tech but easy-to-use system used extensively by the military that improves your technique quickly and gives you confidence in your ability to protect what you love. Here's how it works. You simply attach the Mantis X to your firearm and connect with an app on your smartphone or tablet via Bluetooth. It gives you instant feedback on what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong and how to correct your technique. Mantis X is a firearms instructor in your pocket. 95% of the people who use it improve within 20 minutes using Mantis X. The best part is you can use it at home. The best in the world do what is called dry fire practice at home, and the Mantis X is the best way to train at home. No driving to the range, spending money on range shoes and ammo. You save a ton of money and improve your shooting just by improving today. To get yours at MantisX.com. That's MANTIS, MantisX.com.
Real people, real souls. I had acute eczema. I had tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine. It was pretty miserable. So I started taking Avora, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
Our little dog developed this lymph problem. Like the chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. He started developing more lymph nodes that would swell down. So I thought I'd just try carnivore. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling dead. Then I took him into the vet to have him checked out, and there was no signs at all inside. My dad had issues that developed in his eyes, so my veterinarian said, you know what, just go ahead and remove the eye. I heard the carnivore advertising, so I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. It did all the tests. I kid you not, this product saves his eye.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
And welcome back to Coast. George Sawyer along with Constance Victoria Bird. Her book, of course, is called The Moon's Galactic History. Constance will go through a few more chapters here, then take calls. But where do you get the book?
Oh, you can get the book on Amazon, of course, Amazon.com, and all of my books. You can also go to Adventures Unlimited Press website and get a copy there. Barnes & Noble, you can order online from Barnes & Noble.
Chapter 6, A Moon Metropolis. Tell me about that.
Right, so lately we've had people looking at Google Moon or Google Earth and saying that they're seeing even more structures on the moon that have previously been recorded. And so it looks like life. That's just a crater. Interestingly enough, that also was a rumor with the Apollo 11 astronauts that they had seen light ships sitting on the edge of the crater. Well, some are speculating that what they're seeing today look like they're ships almost like a parking lot. They're seeing structures up there and just streets, things that look like roadways. Buildings, that, we might liken to, I don't know, a corporate building. I mean, these things are really tall, and, they're shooting up. They have to be tall for it to be easier to see them. So I call this kind of a moon metropolis using a modern day term for a city, but when in actuality, there are also ancient structures up there too, things that resemble the Washington Monument and pyramids, and like I said before, there are structures that look like they were blown apart in a war.
Lots of emails have come in, Constance, from people who say that without the moon, the Earth would be in a mess. Do you think it was put here to help the planet?
Yeah, so that is, I think, the number one theory, that the moon was brought here to stabilize the Earth, and that someone out there saw the potential for Earth to be able to sustain life even more than it was, and that this thing were sent here to help, and that what we're actually seeing from the league is that the people who may be on the moon may have purchased here and are keeping watch over Earth and watching the development of the people on Earth and life flourish here. And I kind of call that the Garden of Eden theory, that someone sent that thing here, to help us to thrive and make, help make the world a beautiful place for us today. That is a theory, yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. Chapter 7, Hark, who goes there?
Yeah. So I think that since we have come to the idea that there are people on the moon, we need to figure out who it is. And there are a lot of theories. Some people think that the moon may be actually holding people that are our protectors, our keepers for the Earth. Some people, some researchers say, they might be, here to watch our progress, but others are saying that they could be the ones who, for example, are not to. I've heard a couple of stories about asteroids that are going to hit Earth, being knocked out of the way by extraterrestrials. Some think that those may be the same extraterrestrials on the moon, kind of been watching over us. But there are another theory, as I mentioned, the Anunnaki, who in the Sumerian tales, as we know, were the creators of mankind. Some feel that they are on the moon, and the Anunnaki were well known for trying to extract gold from Earth. Some feel that they are there, and if not them, somebody, if they're taking resources from the Earth and taking them to the moon and then flying them off, interestingly enough. We have seen people have seen UFOs extracting water from our world, and they're thinking that they're being taken to the moon and taken off. So, it may be some sort of, I don't know, bartering system, or, they could be there for those purposes. Also, along the line of the moon being brought here to help Earth, there was a writer who authored a book called Who Built the Moon? And his name was Christopher Knight. And he was of the opinion that the moon could hold time travelers from the future who, brought the moon or here, who created the moon to help life on Earth flourish. And I thought that was interesting.
Next chapter, symbols, codes, and clues.
So there are a number of strange things going on in that area. The question is, are we receiving symbols so that we notice them on the moon? Things like, there's a huge letter S that, it looks like, just like someone had written the letter S on the mountain on the moon, and it just looks like it was drawn. Now, of course, we don't know what that means. Maybe they're trying to use it. There's not just the letter S, there's other symbols from the Greek alphabet we've seen up there. We've seen flashes of light that some interpreted to be a kind of Morse code, like someone was flashing them so that they would get our attention. And that kind of struck me because, could there be someone up there that's trying to let us know they're there, or could there be someone there that's being held and are in need of some sort of assistance? I mean, I don't know why they would be flashing, but it looks like they were flashing, at the Earth. Also, the astronauts encountered some strange radio signals up here, and one of them heard strange language.
That's it. Chapter 9, where no man had done before.
So I don't see I believe that we went into it, obviously, as you're talking about it.
No doubt. There's too many people involved in that.
Right. But, so I don't know if the astronauts, when they went, expected to find anything up there. I think they were just going into some sort of, exploration type of a mindset, like I like it to Star Trek, of course, that's why I named the chapter that. They were just going to go out there and see what they could find. But what I wrote in that chapter is that they got more than they bargained for, because we have, pictures of UFOs covering the astronauts as they walked on the moon. All of the missions, Apollo missions, were followed by things like or UFOs, all of them. And they had some very interesting, encounters. And I don't know that they had planned on that. So I talked about that in that chapter. And I talked about that NASA had put together a little book called the Downtown Lunar Technical Report, dating back to the 1600s, where they were seeing these strange lights. I don't know if it ever occurred to, the astronauts that they were going to run into all of this stuff out there. So, yeah, they were kind of like, guys, they kind of discovered some kind of life out there. They weren't allowed to talk about it.
Your final chapter, of course, is into the future.
Right. Yeah. So I have a dream of us being able to traverse stars, and I kind of question in that chapter, why can't we be the ones to do that? Why do we have to be stagnated? Why can't we talk about this? What is the plan for the future? And I looked at some of the things that scientists are coming up with creatively, places to live out space. They were coming up with an elevator into space, this mega structure that would go from the Earth, for example.
Crazy idea.
I know, but it's amazing.
239,000 miles elevator.
Who knows what the future holds? I go into that. Other places that we might be able to have colonies out there. And the fact that we need to, I talk about, think about it seriously. Because in Nevada, we're going to have an apocalyptic future, right? We need to do something. Why can't we be the spacefaring race out in the cosmos? So that's what that chapter is about.
Let's go to the phones. They're lining up for you. First-time caller Ernest is with us in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Hello, Ernest. Thanks for calling.
Hi, George. Thanks for having me on. First off, I'd like to make mention that the Star Trek episode was called "For the World is Hollow, For I Touch the Sky."
Thank you.
That's the one. And also the other one is there's another movie called Moonfall featuring the Holly Graves.
Yeah.
Yes, you look at that. But the reason I'm calling is, have you ever heard of a book called Somebody Else is on the Moon by George H. Leonard?
Yes.
Published in 1976. And I was just going to mention there's some very interesting early pictures that was taken. And one of my favorite ones was this object that rose into this crater and it rose out and it rose out of it. And it's leaving a long straight track, like, track the crater tracks was going across it. And I just want to know if you've seen that book.
Yes, I have seen the book. I have the book. And, I mean, his book is amazing. I mean, there's just nothing else like it out there. And
where did he get his pictures?
I don't really know. I'm very good at studying pictures. I just know that in the book. I do know that he visited, I believe that he visited NASA, and he may have gotten some there, because you can order pictures from NASA.
Yes, they can though.
Yeah, if they send them. Well, I know someone who who's got an amazing picture from NASA. And so, I don't really know where it's happened, but his book is really amazing, and I highly recommend it. I mean, you can't really do it. But it is different, this is one thing about the moon is you can come from this to this topic in so many different angles, because there's just so much material to cover and so much to talk about. I think we should be having town hall meetings about the moon, and who's up there. So, it's a great book.
It's fascinating. You make us wonder. You really do, with the moon's galactic history.
Well, that's my intent.
So Steve, Tucson, Arizona. Hello, Stephen.
All right, we all know about California. We've seen much conversation. But there was a movie a couple years ago called Police. And he's actually not a god, but a titan. And he was known for looking forward and he helped humankind.
What do you feel? You familiar deal with that at all, Constance?
Yeah, I'm thinking, I saw a movie, and I think it was Prometheus, I'm not sure. This guy was sort of...
A couple of years ago.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure I'm thinking of the same one. Very sorry.
Joe in Long Island, New York, east of the Rockies. Hello, Joseph.
Yeah, hi, George. Happy St. Patrick's Eve.
Coming up, yep.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. Todd, you got two quick questions. First of all, the moon affecting the tide for, say, swimmers. The tide goes out, swimmers can walk out maybe a mile, and then suddenly the tide comes rushing in, and that can be kind of dangerous. So that's about the moon's effect on waterways. It might also include rivers and so on. My second question would be, I had read an article in Reader's Digest going back that when there's a full moon, there's more aberrant behavior in people to the point where it's kind of dangerous to go out. And the impression I got is maybe people should keep a low profile when there's a full moon.
So, there's some idea that because our bodies are made up of so much water, that we can, the moon is...
It cools, right?
It cools, it does. It cools on us, and it our bodies, and it affects us. Now, I'm no scientist, I'm no doctor. This is just it's just my understanding from the very limited research I've done on that, because mostly I concentrate on the moon anomalies. But, yeah. And there have been doctors and nurses that have reported there are more incidents of violence, more stabbings.
Well, there's no question. I've talked to EMT technicians, and they say the highest run rate during the month is the full moon.
Yeah, so I agree with the
question would be like the seafarers, even going back to the pilot, ships today, maybe the moon being like almost like a compass in the sky or affecting how the sea behaves to some degree.
Well, it pulls in the tides. There's no doubt about that concept.
Yes, absolutely.
What would happen if the moon weren't here? What would happen to planet Earth? What do you think?
Well, that's a very good question. Now, I came across research from one scientist who said he thought that the Earth could hold life. Some people say, oh, well, it's rolling around, the unstable, with the crazy seasons and this and that. But we're trying to say, no, it could hold life. And also, the moon's, Mars's moons are tiny. And, it's not, withering around. And,
our Earth is like a planet.
Right. So, yeah, I think it, would be different. The seasons would be different. But I don't think there would be as much chaos as some people suspect and as we have been taught. Look at the other planets,
You think there's going to be a problem when other countries go to the moon about ownership?
Yeah, I do. I think that humankind bickering, arguing, and warring nature
and greed.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem. I feel like they're already trying to, race there now, and I think, that Syria 3 has been a thing, they've been eyeing. I don't know how they're trying to get it down here.
What one do you prefer?
I don't know. But, yeah, I think that's going to be a problem. But I first think that they need to explore the lunar surface pretty thoroughly. We've only explored a minute, less than 1% of the moon that we looked at. And, they can have it in there. Someone up there copying all this promotion. So there may not be a problem between our countries. There may be a problem when we get up there and discover that there's actually someone living there who owns the moon.
He looked at the moon a great base for conducting any kind of business, basically.
So there are theories about that. There have been some, that said that it might be a way station and a stopover point, and that they may be up there. It's extraterrestrial, because I've seen so many ships coming and going. one time Kathleen talked about the extraterrestrials and ships coming in, and he said that he saw a bartering system, up there with extraterrestrials, kind of trade thing going on.
Hey, how are you?
Also, it's
No, dog.
the marine
You go to that.
for extraterrestrials.
You can smell like whatever you want. 24 hours a day. I'm yours. I'm like your personal zoo. Whatever you want to do. We're going to hang out. Just a cat. I smell like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. We're watching karaoke. We're listening to the Twitter Spaces.
We're going to come back constant with you.
Cool, man.
Final call.
I kind of like it when they leave.
Why?
Yeah.
The new version of
Close
the
look at that.
AMF is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
Hey, why didn't I call Pizza Boy? Remember when you mess up your work? Hey, Pizza Boy. Pizza Boy, you say. Here, sit. Yo, dog. Did you know the character on our profile page is a robot hamster named Nelly?
I'm Bree Pedersen at KFI 24-hour newsroom. There's a $250,000 reward being offered for a missing girl whose mother was found murdered 7 years ago. Ariana Fitz was 2 when she was last seen. She's now being 9. She's described as a black female with brown eyes and black hair. The FBI believes the child is still alive. The San Francisco Police Department is offering the reward. A strike is planned for Tuesday for LA Unified non-teaching workers. This 3-day strike will also include teachers, which will likely close schools. The workers are asking for more money and better conditions. The next negotiation session is scheduled for tomorrow. A train carrying hazardous materials has derailed in northwestern Arizona. That's right near the California-Arizona border. No reports of any payload spills. Southbound letters from KFI. North cloudy skies, highs in the 50s to mid-60s. Right now it's 54 in Barton Grove. Irvine has 50. 51.0 and 53 in West Covina. News local. KFI 24 newsroom. I'm Bree Pedersen.
Sometimes you like to click it, and then there was a call. I didn't know it was
Euclid Avenue.
Why? Well, the time
Shut down for road work until 5. It is Carson. This is on the 405 northbound connector. One head southbound. Little fender bender there blocking that transition road. Watch for delays as you approach. Anaheim. So if they work zone, this is on the 57 northbound from Lincoln to the 91. The carpool and left lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. KFI has a guy who'll get you there faster. I'm Brian Vane. Hey, it's Team Sharp. Clean and healthy water is essential for living your best life. Life Source is the whole house water system that will change that life. Life Source gives you filtered and delicious water from every tap, filtering out the bad, keeping the good, no maintenance needed. And right now, new customers can get a free Apapure antibacterial filter with qualifying purchase. That's an $825 value. So call Life Source today at 800-803-2696 or go to lifesourcewater.com. Life Source. Taste and feel the difference. In this Chief Marketer Support, the PCSA 11, Global Chief Marketing Officer Direct-to-Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. As the #1 audio company, iHeart Media gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. KFI, AM 640. There's no place in here to keep headphones, is there?
No, we have to take our belongings with us when we leave and bring them back in the morning.
I think I'm going to go to Milan, and I'm going to steal one of those little kid carts that they allow you to put around baby cart, and they have that to store our stuff in.
I don't think you should steal a shopping cart, though.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI. And demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We once got paid in Burger King. Look, it's not a place our pay. It was sort of like a little thing. If you were saying, oh man, we don't make any money, we're not going to raise, so he gave us a couple. So I tried to see, because sometimes they would give you a food budget. That's my truck negotiating skills. Here you go. Have this $1 off a watch room. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Loaded. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640.
Why I'm on the window and then just hold me, tell you I'm in love with you. Finally, what is our rain that knows will be. I know the thing that will be. When you make me tell you I love you. They told me be sensible with your new love. Don't be fooled, thinking this is the last you'll find. But they never done the God with you. Take me in your arms and guide me slowly out of my mind. If me, I pray you to know that you will miss me. Whenever say you're so kiss me. Make me tell you I'm in love with you.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
That's the great Mel Carter. He's 83 years old now, but what a great voice. Great voice indeed. Well, for you Coast Insiders, a couple more programs from the Art Del Vault for you. One is Art's discussion with Dr. John Hageland about psychokinesis and remote viewing, so take advantage of that. The other interview was with Wayne Green talking about cold fusion and how it works. All available to you if you're a Coast Insider, like some of these.
I'm a Coast Insider because now I have 24/7 access to the best show ever, Coast to Coast AM.
Hi, it's Teresa. I love being an insider because the shows I listen to, I always appreciate the diversity of thoughtful insights it brings me on a variety of topics from coast to coast. The show has challenged me to think deeper and to broaden my horizon.
So give it a try. A couple ways to become a Coast Insider at 15 cents a day, by the way. Go to our website, coasttocoastam.com. Right at the top of the homepage, it says Insider. Fill out the information. You can sign up that way. The other way is to download our free app from the App Store, right? Coast to Coast AM. Your Google and Apple stores there. And then you can sign up that way by clicking Coast. They're now available for you if you live in Canada and worldwide as well. Now here's a way to boost your energy, mood, and focus.
Increase your energy and stamina while enhancing your mental clarity, focus, and memory. Start your day with Elevate to improve your mood and alleviate stress. Then wind down at night with Accelerate for mental and physical relaxation while naturally cleansing and detoxifying, promoting healthy weight loss. Accelerate and Elevate. George's Power Pack.
I actually started this product not long ago, and I've just blown away from what it's done for me with energy, for focus, and clarity, and it's all natural. That was amazing, and I'm losing inches off my waist. I was feeling an underlying exhaustion that I could not shake. These are a gift, and I knew it has been incredible, and I absolutely love these. Well, I get up at 5:30 in the morning. I have a lot of kids. I would take it and it would last. So I took the Accelerate. So before I started taking the Elevate and the Accelerate, I would typically experience some kind of anxiety or mood swings. Since taking the product, I haven't taken any over-the-counter medication for prescriptions. It's generally happier.
I probably have an anxiety or panic attack every 4 or 5 days, and I have not had one depressive thought. I have not been anxious. I've not been jittery. First time I took this pill, I didn't know what to do with myself. It just felt good, clear-headed. I felt focused. There was like a drive inside of me. I was just excited. I was like, is this for real?
Definitely not they not only give you energy, not only give you the vitamins I need for my body, but it helps me with my mood, and you know what? It makes my husband happy.
North's Power Pack. Order now and receive free gift B12, refreshing weight loss tablets. Accelerate, elevate, and B12. Order now at healthylooking.com or 800-394-9930. Don't forget promo code George for free shipping. That's 800-394-9930 or healthylooking.com.
For limited time, back the 1 ounce solid silver dollar alien coin, part of the silver starter kit, just for you, exclusively at BullionMax.com/coach. Now, I know a lot of you have tried to order some of these in the past, but they're sold out by the time you get there. Bullion Max is finally able to get more of these in stock, and here's the great thing. When you go to BullionMax.com/coach, remember that, /coach, and order your silver starter kit, you don't get just the alien coin, you get 5 ounces of silver and a fantastic collection of pieces of solid silver, the Austrian Philharmonic coin, that's a collector's item, and the Britain Britannia. We all know inflation is getting worse. Stock market had its worst year since 2008, did not do well today at all. Now it's the time to diversify into precious metals that you can store at your home, and Bullion Max ships them to you fully insured. Hedge the stock market, hedge the U.S. dollar, start building your wealth in precious metals at BullionMax.com/coach.
What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, creating a six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. I am that best-selling author and star in a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economist and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. It gives you more retirement income with the same dollars saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are on track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 60 and you want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Baby Boomer Dilemma, at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value, so when you call today, you'll get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind the scenes included. All you can cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020, 1-800-506-2020.
And welcome back to Coast. George Zory with you, Constance Victoria Bridgesworth. Her website is coast-to-coast.com. And Constance, you're on Facebook as well, aren't you?
Yes, I am. I have a Moon Mystery page there. It's where I'm putting stuff up all the time about the moon. And I have a Constance Victoria page as well where I talk about galactic mysteries in general.
Time is clicking by quickly, so let's go to the phones. Linda in Spokane, Washington. That's to the Rockies. Hi, Linda. Go ahead.
Thank you, George.
If you were having a job, just like somebody to save it in the underwear, like you absolutely not with t-shirts. You go to another room?
To see what she's saying.
Okay.
There's a song by Red Hot Chili Peppers, and one of the lyrics is, shine us on the dark side of the moon. I think the song title is Waiting for the Black Summer to End. And also on Facebook, I was reading a comment from someone who said the moon was a machine, and if it woke up, we'd all be in trouble. So those two different theories, but I wanted to let Constance to know about those
Since, what do you think?
Well, I'll have to listen to that song by the Red Hot Chili Peppers. I'm not familiar with it, but it sounds pretty cool. Um, yeah, if it's a machine and it wakes up, you're all in trouble. Well, okay, people do think it is a magic structure and a kind of machine, but I think that, yeah, I don't know what to say about that one. But all I can say is I believe that there is someone controlling the moon, and thus far, we seem to be fine.
Why is the moon so romantic?
I mean, it's beautiful. I mean,
a full moon lit on a clear night.
Right, low lights are romantic, and, people look their best in dim light. It's nice to go out and sit and look at it. It really, really is beautiful. And sometimes I even think, oh my goodness, am I shattering, people's ideas about the moon, with all its beauty, talking about, there being, other people up there. But I don't know, it's just gorgeous to gaze upon.
Brandon's with us in Austin, Texas. Hey, Brandon, go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much, George and Constance. And rest in peace to the drummer of Red Hot Chili Peppers. He just died like a couple months ago.
That's great. By the way, Brandon, you're a great caller. I wanted you to know.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I really like the show, and I like that you guys get out the information, and I think I just really awesome guest. But the next guest, Max Maloney, if you could ask about moon bases and underground bases if you weren't already, we would all really appreciate that. And Constance, for a shorter time, so I'll just go into it. I wanted to describe some photos I saw on NASA.gov in 2009 or 2010 that was of structures and tracks and censoring inside the photos. They were super megapixel pictures, massive pictures. It's hard to even to describe how large these pictures were. You could just zoom in and zoom in and zoom in forever. But they had obelisk structures, and you could clearly see them, and they had shadows. Some of the structures were decrepit, like some sort of war had occurred. Another caller had brought tracks up, and I also saw that. I think the tracks are really important. That these tracks on the moon are caterpillar tracks, like tank tracks, a very specific type, and there's other types too, like mining dump trucks. I encourage the listeners to Google giant mining dump trucks so that they can get an image in their head of what we're talking about. And these tracks, once again, are super important, because that means that it's us there, or at least that, like, we were there. I think that we found something abandoned, and that we went and looked at it in the 60s or 70s or 80s. We brought a whole bunch of equipment there, and that's why we have a bunch of tracks that are giant pipes. Remember when you were talking about the drainage? That's perfect circle. And you can see them going for a little bit, and then they'll go into the soil, kind of like a gas main going into the soil. And you can see that for the censoring pixelation, they put these giant pixels over it to block out giant areas of the picture, and then they blurred it over. You can see the brush strokes, the individual brush strokes. Remember when you turn it off, and then you turn it back on, the perfect circles are also showing that it was on. And one last thing is, I was looking at the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter because I tried to find what mission did these pictures get taken from, and I found out that the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter launched in 2009. And last year, they just said that they did a software update that they could take sideways, diagonal pictures of the moon, and said that that was a new technology. That was what I saw in 2009. Sideways, diagonal pictures, and they're saying that they're just now able to take them now. I think it's also really interesting how the first caller said that, or not the first caller, but the caller earlier said that they had pictures in the 60s, and he thinks that he saw the same stuff that I did years later, and I don't know any of these people, so we're all saying that we saw the same thing. And they were all really wonderful about this
I've seen some pictures of pipes and things, I've heard about the truck. In my mind, I didn't make the connection that it might be us. I thought that it's an ET civilization up there. But there is talk of, and I know nothing about this story. I think you know a lot more than me on this, the secret space program.
Yeah.
know much about that, but I do know that there's a theory that we could have sent colonists to the moon, secretly. And I don't know that this has anything to do with, the secret space program. But this could be, a different program together. That, one event where we send colonists to the moon to see if we would be able to survive on another planetary object. And the idea was to pick, some of the best of our, people and send them up, great scientists and doctors and writers and youth, useful people too, and see if they could last us here as an experiment. I don't know if that happened. That's a theory. Could that be a thing where, these types and the structures that he's talking about could be related to that or not at all? I know that the astronauts talked about seeing what looked like mining going on up there too. And that was a big for them. They had seen what looked like mining equipment in areas that were for mining. And I think the lunar orbiter had also taken some pictures. I think Mike Ara in his work talked about that too.
Yeah,
so it's a thing, but I don't know, if it's us or if it's extraterrestrial or if it's us and extraterrestrial. There are some thoughts that we are up there working with, other world beings for whatever reason.
Next up, let's go to Donald over Canada. Hey, Donald, go ahead.
Hi, George. Hi, Constance. Way back in 2002 in the spring, before the Coast to Coast went from Wave Cloud to MP3, there was a guest on who talked about how in the past, 1,600 years ago, 3,800 years ago, we were 64 times more advanced than we are today. And we had bases on the moon. It was actually China and India, and then they moved each other back to the Stone Age. But he was really well researched. I don't know who he was. I went back, tried to find the files and record it. But I couldn't find it because it was mixed in with another show that was on at the time. But really, really good information. One of the cities was in what we call Death Valley, United States. They called it the Great Golden City, and they found the remains of it. I can't remember. It was rediscovered in 1859 or something. But they thought that the reason that obelisk was melted was because of volcanic action. But getting back to the Dragon civilization, Germany took that technology from India and they back engineered it mid-30s, I believe, and they had anti-gravity already before they started going to World War II. I have guys that actually people were there that actually worked on the project or knew the project, knew people that were working on the project and actually witnessed it. So I kind of, anti-gravity's already been done, but that's the most logical way to get the moon is with anti-gravity, and it's not complicated to produce anti-gravity or ability to do it. It's just that for some reason we suppressed it and we're still playing with rockets. There's one other comment to make. I can't remember which astronaut it was, but he said he looked over at the crater and he said it wasn't just one UFO, there wasn't enough room to park another one. But the other thing is, there's that, I think it was Apollo, well, they say it's taken Apollo 11, but it's actually, I think the Richard Nixon was saying it was actually Apollo 10 that's this picture. There's a cigar-shaped craft that's 3 times taller than the Eiffel Tower, so it's about 1,500 foot tall, and it's about a quarter mile long. Anyway, I was just wondering if you knew about any of all this stuff.
Thanks. How about that, Tom?
Yeah, no, I've seen photos of especially the two objects out near the moon. There's a couple of
hey, there's a bird. Hey, dude.
hearing that, there's been a cover-up, and I know that some pictures ships and things work for it. There's a whole bunch of stuff out there. There is one where you can see definitely a cigar-shaped UFO that the lunar surface. That's been reported a lot. And also, there was a gentleman named Enrich. And, right, he made a comment once. He said that, we already have the means to travel among the stars. So the fact that, we're seeing evidence that we may be on the moon or have been going to the moon, like the college just said, or, have that ability, is actually, it's not a secret. It's just people don't know just because they don't question it. But we could have a whole lot going on up here.
Didn't Neil Armstrong, when he was on the moon, talk about something that was seen by our crater?
So basically what happened is he and Buzz, exited the craft, the lunar module, and stepped out onto the surface, and they said on a secret line that there were ships lined up on the edge of the crater, and that they were watching, and that they were
read the tweet. It has all that information to it.
and they were pretty freaked out. I used to wonder in my first stages of research whether or not that story was true. But then I came across some information that I believe the gentleman's name was Christopher Kraft, and he was called the
He was the head of NASA.
right. He started mission control, and he came out in later years and said that story of Neil Armstrong and Steve calling and saying that he saw those things was absolutely true, correct. I personally, call that my smoking God. I say that in the book. If you can't trust, the father of mission control, who works very closely with them, you can't believe him. Who can you believe? So yeah, I believe that they saw ships up there. I believe they saw ETs up there. But they're not allowed to talk about it. They weren't allowed to talk about it then, and they, employees of the space agency can't talk about it now. Even, the ISS up there, they're live, and you can see, UFOs in the background trying to cover it up. But they're not going to talk about it because to this day, they're not allowed to. So, but, you hear a lot of these things, though. I'm here to tell you they're not rumors, all of them.
What's your next project?
I'm working on a book that's a companion to this one, the Earth extraterrestrial, the Earth galactic and its extraterrestrial connection.
A lot of things going on. Scientists today just found active volcanoes on Venus. It's an amazing solar system, isn't it?
It's amazing, and it's very exciting time. And
Like
we might
crash.
be close to a point where we may actually have some sort of mass contact.
Just might. Just might. Matter of fact, we've been hoping and keeping our fingers crossed. Constance, thanks again. Come on back, okay?
Thanks for having me. I really enjoy being here.
Yeah, you take care of yourself. Her book is called The Moon's Galactic History. Her website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Up next, Mac Maloney joins us to talk about UFOs, secret bases, and the military.
The Coast website is now conveniently optimized for mobile devices. If you're a Coast Insider, you can listen to live and past shows right on your phone. Just visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser. The cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares a special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to IC's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Spring travel season is almost here, and whether you're planning to get off to Japan or cruise around Greece, don't forget to add language learning to your itinerary. The Rosetta app will transform the way you travel. Learn useful words and phrases that will not only help you get around more easily, but also have more meaningful experiences with the new people and places you'll discover. Through March 22nd, get 40% off of
lifetime subscription to all 25 of Rosetta Stone libraries. Purchase today at rosettastone.com. If you find yourself agreeing with everything we say, we're doing it wrong. You gotta go to college. You have to have the degree and why. You are the elitist snob. That's why you want to go and say, my kid went to college as opposed to my kid didn't. How about you? Bill, you couldn't do with your kid. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Anytime I hear something rustling downstairs or outside the bushes, my first instinct is to lean over to figure it out. What's going on? The Tim Conway Jr. Show. I hear you scream twice. That's all about. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. The people want to sovereign in this country. We're the king, we're the queen. How do we get on officials? Who runs this country? Those that are elected by the people of the United States. Bill handle. Why have a commission if you just get overridden by the court system? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Maybe it's right. I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 3-day strike has been authorized by LA Unified non-teaching workers. It's scheduled to begin Tuesday. The LA Teachers Union says they'll join in. That would close schools. The workers are asking for more money and guaranteed continuation of programs to elevate Black students' education, also providing low-income families with housing. Negotiations resume tomorrow. Several Baldwin Hills homes are now in a mudslide zone. At least one has been yellow tagged. That means the owners have limited access but can't stay. And in San Clemente, several homes are teetering after a hillside collapse. Orange County Fire Authority has called for evacuations of at least 3 homes and an apartment building. A train is derailed in northwestern Arizona near the California-Arizona border. It was reported to have hazardous material on board. Officials now say the substance is corn syrup. No reports of injuries or payload spilled. Kobe Bryant will forever be honored with a permanent display outside TLC's Chinese Theater. His daughter Natalia spoke at the event.
The Truman Challenge begins at the Chinese Theater in Hollywood. I'm incredibly grateful for hand in hand and his home in
Bryant's friends have been historic since 2011. Orange County beaches remain closed after a massive sewage spill. More than 4,000 gallons of raw sewage spilled from a main city sewer line. The beach is closed from Dana Point to San Juan Creek until further notice. A company in San Diego is now in phase 3 of clinical trials for eye drops that improve close-up vision for the over 40 age group. Lens Therapeutics says their trial will last about a year. Users can gain 3 lines of improvement in near vision on an eye shot without losing distance vision. Once approved, the drops will be available by prescription. Southline weather from KFI, mostly cloudy skies, highs in the 50s to mid-60s. Right now, it's 53 in Laguna Woods. Placentia has 54, it's 50 in San Bernardino, and 47 in Thousand Oaks. Really local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
Upward, there is a full freeway closure that's heading south from Mountain to Euclid Avenue, all lanes to shut down for road work until 5. And in Carson, this is on the 405 northbound Mississippi 110 southbound. Cleanup crews from an earlier crash blocking that transition road. One for the ladies exit approach. Anaheim Circuit worked on 57 northbound from Lincoln to the 91. The couple and left lane goes shut down for road work. KMI, the guy don't get to their faster up or van. How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you've built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital, they have the best solution to help you. No appraisals, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com.
you're waiting on the same sunny day. Yeah.
And I would love to hear to my lips tell. And now they got my recent service in Toronto. Number 5.
St. Patrick's Day freebie. Get a free plus label keychain March 17th.
Number 4.
Raise Young Gift Giveaway. Get a healthy so when you earn 500 points on your remote card, the 20th or 21st, free. Pumpkin Gift Fire. You can save up to $1,500 in free play. Plus, make your reward card. Sign up at 1 p.m.
And the number 2.
It's not luck. We work hard for you. That's why Valentine's Day voted out the best casino in the Southwest.
And number 1.
Eat, drink, and be out for it. Get raspberry Irish whiskey at Olive Garden on St. Patty's.
Lorenzo Casino Resort Bar. Lorenzo. Good time. For everybody. I'm Attorney Derek Cavanaugh, founder of 1-800-NO-COP. Reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty. It makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COP. Because no one was getting handcuffed. No, let's get into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COP. Hey, Stephen Sharp, if you're planning on going solar or even thinking about going solar, then listen. Time is running out to secure the best possible solar reimbursement in the state of California. Last year, the state and your utility company got together and changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. And it's not as good for you and me. In fact, it's about 75% less than the old system. The good news is there is a grandfathering period, and you can still permanently lock in those amazing rates. But time is running out. The deadline to have your solar documents filed is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlux, and you call them today. Sunlux will walk you through how to lock in the current rate. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Call Sunlux and get your documents filed. There is no time to waste to lock in the best returns on solar power that you will ever see. Start today at sunlux.com. Sunlux.com. DSLB 100-837.
Injured in an accident? Visit
This is like Mike and Coach Stick. You've been in a truck accident. He was getting health and stuff, and years later, they are more stimulating. Are you done? Dude, I like when the song was played, and then it fucked up the sound. I'm gonna start a fight. Know this can't be right. You don't come on. I love you endlessly, and you were there for me. Then I wish I did, and make it alone. I know that I can't take no more, make no lie. I don't wanna see you out that door, baby. Bye, bye, bye.
This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We'll be back in a moment with Mac Maloney joining us as we're going to be talking about the underground bases, UFO bases, strange things that are happening on this planet. We've got a series of books, by the way. Its latest is called The War of Dragons, part of his Wingman series, and we'll be back with Mac in a moment. Coast to Coast AM.
No, God.
If you want to try to improve your aim, you need the Mantis X. The Mantis X can improve your ability dramatically, and it's a must-have for every responsible gun owner.
Okay.
I'm going to try my hand with the Mantis X next week. I'll let you know how my results are. The Mantis X is a high-tech ECU system used extensively by the military to improve their abilities quickly, giving them the confidence and the ability to protect what's good. Here's how it works. You attach the Mantis X right to your firearms, connect it with an app on your smartphone or tablet via Bluetooth, and it gives you instant feedback on what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, and how to correct your technique. Mantis X is like a firearms instructor in your pocket. 94% of the shooters improve with employment using Mantis X. The best part is, you can use it at home safe. The best in the world do dry fire practice at home, and the Mantis X is the best way to train at home. No driving to the range, spending money on the range fees and ammo. You save a ton of money and improve your shit. Start improving today. Get yours at MantisX.com.
Oh, no, like that.
MantisX.com.
Except for God. And we do God. Affiliate God.
For a limited time, it's solid silver Ghana alien coin, part of the silver starter kit exclusively at BullionNext.com/so. With inflation on the rise and a teetering stock market, now's the time to diversify into precious metals that you can store at your home. Go to BullionNext.com/coast and they'll ship your silver directly to your home, fully insured. Now start building your wealth in precious metals at BullionNext.com/coast. That's BullionNext.com/coast.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Angie, you could cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need. Indoor or outdoor, repair or redesign, and we handle the rest. Sending the top pros to get it done. You don't have to lift a finger, except to tap the screen or touch the mouse. Plus, Angie is free to use. So bring us your next home project, and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Angie.com, that's ANGI.com to get started.
Oh man, that was great. Are you human? Yes.
And welcome back to Coast, George Norrie with you. Macaroni back with us. Grew up in the Dorchester section of Boston and was taught to read, write, as a young at St. Anne's School. His father was a veteran of World War II.
This
He
one,
used to read military books all the time, even as a child started reading them, along with a lot of science fiction as well. He received his BS degree in journalism, a graduate degree in filmmaking from Emerson College. He was a sports reporter for a couple of years after college, before joining corporate America as the publicist for General Electric Company. Max started writing books in 1984, and he's been doing it full-time since 1987. Mac, welcome back. How are you?
Hey, George. How are you? Thank you.
Great. How many books do you have out now?
1,000?
I stopped counting around 50 or so.
My gosh, you are so prolific. Dragons, the last one is part of that Wingman series, which is a great series all by itself.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
How did you get involved in investigating secret bases around the planet?
Well, a friend of a family member of mine actually went to Area 51 3 times in the 80s. Really, not many people knew about it, and he was there to fix some aircraft there, but he told me about it and told me how secret it was and how he had to get there and so on, and that just fascinated me. So I've been interested in like secret bases.
What do you think is going on in there?
Well, the day-to-day stuff they do there is that they test, the latest that we have in aircraft, fighter aircraft, and fighter aircraft, most of the stealth stuff. But everything else is left up to speculation, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm
there
at
are some who
one
say that there's crash retrieval material there from UFOs, an alien in a bottle. Who knows? No?
Well, if there's going to be any place, there'll be there and other places located in Nevada, in the Nevada desert.
Why do you problem?
No, it's a good question. I've thought of that many times. They do have crash UFOs. Parts of them I have any knowledge of. Why keep it a secret? Why not share that with all of humankind? It would be one of the greatest discoveries, in our history. Why they keep it secret? I really don't know.
There are a couple of secret bases all around the planet that we found some homeless on. Let's start with Retail, which was an old Israeli one, wasn't it?
Oh, right. We looked at this in the book, Beyond Area 51, and we tried to find the first secret base ever, and it turns out to be this place, Vito, which is in northern Israel, which is an ancient place. There was a crossroads of BC. They kept building it up until it became a large hill. And what they did then is that the Israelites built tunnels and so forth underneath it where they would hide their chariots, hide their horses. In one place they had 500 horses living inside this place, and it didn't look that way. And then when some kind of a threat, came upon them, they would just open the gates, and the entire cavalry was brought to this place. Surprising their enemies. So, we looked at this is a secret base that's hiding in plain sight, which is also kind of an interesting thing when you compare
people walk by them every day and don't realize they're there.
That's true. I had heard that even if a small animal would go across one of the security gates, it's off an alarm.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, sure. I mean, these days, they have all kinds of security, motion detectors, sound, wind, you name it.
What's the S4 gate?
Well, S4 was this place that, once again, in the 80s, these rumors started circulating. So people know a gentleman named Bob Lazar,
Yeah.
who said that about 40 miles southwest of Area 51, there was an outbreak called S4. They're a place called Spruce Mountain, and he claimed that there were, in fact, UFOs in there and so on, and this is where the U.S. kept these things. Well, these rumors just started, like, going around, and a lot of people heard them back then. But, we looked into it through open source material, and it looks like what happened was those were theories that were planted by the CIA as a disinformation campaign. Russian satellites were going over Area 51 on a pretty regular basis, about once a week or so. And what would happen is you'd be testing these airplanes out on the runways of Area 51. And when they knew a Russian satellite was coming along, they'd have to take the airplane, put it back in a hangar, wait for the satellite to go over and bring it back out again. And this is a lot of work. So they started a disinformation campaign saying that we have this secret base at S4. And so the Russians started hiring their satellites to fly over that. And it gave the guys at Area 51 a break of moving these airplanes in and out so the Russians wouldn't see them.
Well, you just brought up something interesting too, Mac. In this age of satellite technology, how do you hide anything?
You got to put it underground, or again, you have to put it someplace. You have to disguise it, or put it someplace that no one is looking.
Like if you're going to build it within inside of a building and hide it that way.
Underground is the best place to go these days.
There's a test range near Reno, Nevada. Tell us about that. It's called CPR.
Right, Bonafide Test Range. Now, this is a place, I hadn't heard about until I started looking into these things a while ago. And it's an old World War II airfield that's outside of Reno, Nevada. And it's finally turned into a very, very secret place, much bigger than Area 51. And this is the place that the Stealth Fighter flew in the 70s, secretly for 10 years. 10 years, and no one, no one in the town, no one on the base, ever talked about it. And so now the Stealth is long gone, but how they train, what they're flying there these days, who knows? The way that they protect it from Russian satellites is they put old equipment, old Russian equipment, out on the desert and on the runways, just to kind of, give it to the Russians as they see your satellite goes up and they're seeing their own stuff down in a window drop. So, but the other thing about all these other secret bases we'll be talking about has some kind of UFO history to them. But Bonafide doesn't. For some reason, UFOs avoid the place. We can never find out why, but there's almost no UFO history around Bonafide, where you just go 70 miles to the south, and there's a lot of history about UFOs around Area 51.
I'm assuming that most of the secret bases are in the United States, but they're also worldwide, aren't they?
Well, they're both the source. You know what I mean? The British, the Russians, the Chinese have secret bases in Britain. We also tried to track down 7 possible locations of England's Area 51. The problem is that England is so small, is that it's hard to put some huge secret base out there somewhere where people won't know what they're doing. But there's a couple places. There's a place called RAF Boston Down, and it's a small place. It's kind of near Stonehenge, as it turns out. But what sets it apart from other RAF bases, it has one of the longest runways in the world. The longest runway in the world is that Area 51. But this place in England has one that's very long as well, and it was a alternate site ship shuttle back in those days have to land someplace in that up in the northern hemisphere like that. But anyway, one night there in September of '94, people saw something
exploded at this place, and it was some kind of aircraft either taking off or trying to land. Exploded, and within 20 seconds, for the next 24 hours, the whole place was on lockdown, so it was the countryside. Plane, then a C-5 U.S. Air Force plane landed there. Whatever the record does, whatever the thing was, they took the record, put it in the plane, and flew it away. Since then, a lot of people have been keeping an eye on this place, thinking, well, they're doing a lot of experimentation there, aerial experimentation, but also maybe in bio-war weapons, things like that as well. So it's a secret place, very secret place, bust them down.
Could it have been shot down as opposed to a crash?
They don't know, and we don't know. We're looking into whether it could have been something taking off there that just didn't make it. But a lot of people thought something come out of that. It could be, if there was an earthly explanation, it could be something like a very advanced stealth recon plane that they've the Dark Star, which has been rumored to be around for a long time, but we never really found out the fact that it happened at this place. Really kind of put the spotlight on it as a place where some really secret stuff happened.
In the United States, the Atlantic Undersea Test and Evaluation Center. Where was that?
That's OTAC, and a lot of people call that, refer to as the Navy's Area 51. And this is a place where the Navy has built a huge facility, and they take out new nuclear submarines and they train off the coast with all different kinds of electronics and weaponry and so on, and a lot of other top secret stuff as well. The great thing about it is that it's not in the United States, it's in the Bahamas. It's on the island of Andros, which is principal Bahama, but it puts it right in the middle of the Bermuda Triangle.
Wow, that's interesting.
As crazy as it sounds, the U.S. Navy Area 51 is located right in the middle of the Bermuda Triangle.
Now, what's going on at McGill Air Force Base in Tampa, Florida?
I just found this out the other day from a friend of mine who worked in Army intelligence for a long time. He was stationed there, and that's a huge facility down in Florida. A lot of the Special Forces commanders down there and so on. And so at the very edge of his base, right next to the golf course, a golf course is a quantified lodge that is surrounded by concertina barbed wire and is under guard 24 hours a day. Now, this is a very top security space, a huge McGill Air Force Base, but this is the only place that is under guard 24 hours a day. And we talked to one of the people who, was responsible for the security of the place. And usually, if you're talking to one intelligence to another, and they're not going to tell secrets to each other, but they give kind of a wink and a nod that says, we can't really tell you what's going on in there. It does have a live refrigeration unit, 19, 24 hours a day, so a lot of people thinking maybe there's alien bodies stashed there. But just what's going on there, we don't know.
Back to Britain, Rudlow Manor. What's going on there?
Well, this is an interesting place, and someone once described it to me as it looks like the center of Downton Abbey, which I've never seen. But it's an old British manor out in the countryside, something you see in a movie. But as it turns out, below there's an entire factory that was built there, or about two, and they used to actually build fighters there and then ship them 40 miles out to London on a very underground secret railroad. And after the war was over, the British government says, well, we're deactivated this place as far as military is concerned, but people in the area still say that all kinds of stuff still goes on there. And in the book, Beyond Area 51, when we kind of, take a look at several places in England that might be similar to Area 51, this is the place that came out as number one, Rudlow Manor, because there's so many arrows point to it that something's going on there that the British government doesn't want anyone to know.
The M Triangle out there in western Russia.
Right, the M Triangle is in the Ural Mountains, kind of like Russia's Rocky Mountains, and it's a place that has about 40 square miles, a lot of open fields, woodlands, a lot of animals, and so on. For years, there was lots of the wouldn't let anybody in there. But then, when things kind of lightened up a little bit on the Gorbachev side, they started letting scientists and journalists into this place. And a lot of people go in there and they cells have been changed. Some people found in there with terminal disease and came out reportedly about cure. People go in and they find enlightened thirsty and they seem to lose all their anxiety and so on. Some people felt it. On Earth. There's some really crazy stories about this place. And I think now it's a little more restricted than it was, let's say, 10 years ago.
Yeah.
But a very interesting place, damn kind.
Well, with Matt Maloney, his website is his name, linked up at coasttocoastam.com. There's a secret base in southern Russia, right?
Kapushin, yeah. Once again, a very interesting place. As you can imagine, a combination of Cape Canaveral and Area 51. So that is Kapushin, yeah. It's been launched lots of military satellites here, military rockets, missiles, and so on. But it's also a place where they store nuclear weapons and they keep the Russians. People want to keep top secret weapons there. And it has a really, really long UFO history. I mean, history about dog fights, the UFOs about this place in the 50s and the 60s. There's a place where the Russians brought a lot of Nazi scientists captured after the end of the war. And that's where they helped the Russians build the real space program. But in 1991, there was a UFO that showed up over there one night and hovered about the place for a half hour. That's a long time. Lots of people were really solid. It was a highly documented case that Lawrence Rockefeller, who was brother of Milton Rockefeller, who was vice president at one point, he actually paid for a study to look into this. And it's considered one of the most well-documented and famous UFO encounters ever. Either 30 people saw this in a half hour, and those 30 people were then interrogated about by the KGB. And you say, well, you're not going to lie to the KGB, right? So that's why it's so well documented and have so many witnesses.
Not to be left out, Matt, what's going on in China?
Well, a lot of things. As it turns out, but the strangest one that we found is that this place called Hanyang, which is about 500 miles west of Beijing. Now, at this place, for some reason, the Chinese government, the Chinese military has built up a 1 to 500 scale model of another place in China, nearly 1,000 miles further to the west, called Xai Ship. Xai Ship is a very, very small area between India and China, up in the Himalayan mountains. You couldn't get more isolated. But China and India fought a war over it in 1962. They had skirmishes about it, over it. And the same thing is, you say, well, why would you build a scale model on that you were going to use it for some military reasons? Yes, why would you want to, why would it be a military reason you want to take over or to control this very, very isolated place? So it turns out that the residents there for years have been saying that seeing UFOs to them is almost a daily occurrence. So people who put these two things together still doesn't come to an answer, but it's kind of interesting.
And of course, Australia, there's that one too.
Yeah, there's a place located at the dead center of Australia called Pine Gap. And what it is, it's a huge listening station run by the United States, the NSA, and the Australian government. And it's one of those places you see a little bit, they're a huge golf ball, kind of, these are listening devices. Pine Gap can intercept about half the world's emails on a daily basis. But it also has many, many stories, UFO sightings over this place, UFO landings and so on. Really fascinating places, literally out in the middle of nowhere.
Are UFO reports seen at most of these places that we just discussed?
Yes, every one of them except Tonopah has some kind of a UFO history to it where they built the base and people kept seeing UFOs. Now, a lot of them, number one, they target databases. So, you're going to see, if you have a smart database, then, it just stands to reason you're going to see flying around. But, the people who know an airplane from